Star Wars Outlaws, for all of its faults, is there was no progression to combat whatsoever. Like, you were as powerful as you were at the beginning of the game compared to the end. So there was, like, no need to grind or upgrade or do anything. Now, you could if you wanted to, but it didn't really make a difference gameplay-wise. So, for better or for worse, you know, Star Wars Outlaws actually had that going for it, if you ask me, is that it was not too drawn out. Nope, not really anything interesting has happened other than Nobunaga killing himself. That's it. It's just another slop cult storyline. Alright, so I need to go over here to that.
I need to paint this. I must approach carefully. Kitty might scare the animals. I need to be quiet. No sudden moves, Noe.
Oh, it flew off. What the fuck was that?
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
All right, let's see. So we're up to our normal number here. So once I get to this waypoint, I guess we can start watching. We're up to a normal-ish kind of number, so.
Yep.
What? It's already, dude. It's already almost 9:30. Shit. Not on that much earlier. What in the fuck is happening with the lighting, bro? What the hell? Alright, well, this is the first big glitch I've hit. What in the fuck, man? Alright, that's going in. Jesus. What the fuck is this horse doing? All right. Retarded ass animal, man. Valley with the 5 on a scale of 1 to 10. How much do you regret playing AC? I mean, I don't regret playing it because I got paid to play it, I guess. The only game I'm looking forward to right now is Stellar Cheeks PC port. The only game I'm looking forward to right now, I guess, is Doom, but I'm not, like, really hyped about it, in all honesty. Because it's kind of like a known entity at this point. But, I mean, really, the only game I'm hyped for the foreseeable future is Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 3. Aside from that, I'm not really hyped for any games. Griffin quit his job? That's right. That's why everyone needs to.
Open your wallets and give me all of your monies.
GTA dicks. Yeah, I'm not looking forward to that at all. Shrines honored. Alright, these are easy. Yeah, quick donate or else I'll have to get my job back. Exactly, man. Nah, I'm white, dude. I don't get welfare. I'm white. I don't get welfare. Switcherino 2 and yeah, what, 10 days is the reveal? There's been like one modern world section in this, but it was like a 30-second cutscene. There's like a character called the Guide that talks to you at one point. I wonder why you never get to pray in any of the Christian settings. I wonder why that is. But you get to pray in the pagan Japanese one. Interesting. Yeah, I'm probably gonna review it. To be fair, Christians were relentlessly genocided in Japan until after World War II, so it's kind of accurate. No, I'm talking about in other Assassin's Creed games where Christianity plays a massive role. For example, Valhalla, Assassin's Creed 2, Brotherhood, Revelations, all of those games. You know, you can't pray to the local deities. But I'm pretty sure in Origins you can, in Odyssey you can, and in Shadows you can. But none of the Christian settings. That's what I'm saying. Okay, so now I need to go over here. Actually, you know what? I don't want to start a new mission, so we'll just stop here for now. Nah, in fucking Assassin's Creed Mirage, you say like Inshallah and all that type of shit, so no. Nope. Let's see. So I guess I'll just pause it. Let me get set up real quick. Yay, the video. Well, now I don't want to watch it. Let's see. I should have it open, but I guess I closed the tab on accident. Give me 1 second, guys. There we go. Nothing is ever an accident. Of course not. That's not how the world works. When you got billions of dollars being tossed around, things don't just happen on accident. Alright, I can pause the Skyrim music. Alrighty. I don't know when the Switch showcase is, but I guess. April 2nd. Yeah, that's what I thought, but yeah, I mean, maybe. I guess it depends on what I have to do.
Overall, it is safe.
Oh shit, I'm wrong headphones. It's the problem with having two identical pair of headphones, is I forget which one's on.
In our country, nobody will waylay you on your journey, and we treat
Nobody will waylay
women with greater respect and set great store by learning. I've traveled the world over, but there were never people so limited. Your medicine, physics, and astronomy burned together with Rome. In short,
that's right, dude. It's never as good as the cultural enrichment of Africa.
You are barbarians. So
yeah, nothing screams civilization like Africa. You know, they really were on top of that shit throughout human history.
There it is.
They had one notable empire that died as soon as the person who founded it died. So, yeah.
There it is. Mali is more advanced than fucking Bohemia. That's a historical accuracy for sure. They would never lie about that.
I never went back to Mecca. Why not? I would rather not talk about this, my friend. All I can say is that there are a few rich men and their beautiful wives who I do not want to meet again.
Oh, God.
Not woke?
They got blacked.
They're literally doing the blacked meme.
Really, in the 15th century, a woman
The
killed
boss babe.
a guard. I don't know.
Yeah, a woman trying to kill multiple men with a singular dagger would go about as well as putting a fork in a wall socket.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't let anyone put their filthy hands on my most loyal sister-in-arms.
Sister in arms. We should have millions of women on the front lines, I think, in modern warfare, because they're just as good as us, right? Equality.
Yeah, just like in Ukraine.
This is not woke, by the way. Yeah, you're right. It's not woke that a woman saved the 3 men from the dungeon. That's not woke.
In the 15th century, in a supposedly historically accurate game.
No, this is Fantasyland now. Where are the dragons? Where's the magic? Come on. Why stop here?
Are you lost? Or what would a goy want here?
Oh, it's Claus's music. The Goy music.
You probably know.
What's that shit called? The Kirby Air Ride music, I think it was. Yeah, this is the music Claus always tries to send. E-Man with the 5. Wow, mute Jethro. All right. It's good timing with the music, too.
Know that my people face outbreaks of hatred from time to time.
For no reason.
Houses plundered, people beaten up, sometimes murdered.
Yeah, like 109 times? That does seem like a lot.
Rumors that we eat Christian babies or poison wells.
Just the foreskin.
I guess it's only their foreskins. Look at these.
Shit, there you go.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga.
There
All
you
right.
go. Yeah. Bruh. All right, that was actually pretty good. Good timing.
Like a lot.
Rumors that we eat Christian babies or poison wells.
I guess it's only their foreskins. Look at these options.
They have actually been... never mind, we won't get into that.
Angry debtors are to blame.
The well thing, there is truth to that, too.
So, yeah, definitely not the banker's fault. No, no. I haven't heard that before. Or stay silent. Player choice?
Wouldn't they be suspicious?
Why? Their kind usually are not too bright.
Their kind is not too bright.
Christians set out to kill our people. Innocent and often defenseless. Ransack their houses. And
For no reason at all.
All that with the king's blessing.
One day, for no reason at all.
There are many abandoned mine shafts under the town.
Yep, tunnels. Yeah, you guys dug tunnels under the town? Huh? I thought that was conspiracy. You tell me it's real? What else is real?
Were there any stained mattresses, though?
Is real? Now, I would love to hear some people's arguments as to how none of the content I just showed you in that intro is woke. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 has to be one of the most challenging games to review that I've ever had to do in my 5 years of making content on this channel. And that's for a number of reasons. One, it's a critically acclaimed game, though that's obviously never stopped me before. Two, it's a somewhat audience acclaimed game as well, with the Steam reviews being positive, a lot of content creators praising the game. Now, of course, there are a few notable controversies, which I will cover in detail.
Of course, ass-blasted Alejandro loved it.
On this video, but I'd say in general, people like this game and they think it is a good sequel. Now, the first problem I have with that is the majority of people who played this game didn't play the first game, and that is very obvious just by the nature of the discussion around this game. Kingdom Come Deliverance 1 was a fairly niche game funded by a very specific crowd of people who wanted to play a highly authentic historical fiction game, something that leaned heavily on realism to really sell the setting, and I think it did a really good job of that. Now, I didn't end up playing the game until roughly a year ago, and even then, I ended up quitting about 6 hours in, but I thought it would be necessary for the review if I came back and finished it, which I did so.
I never watched Angry Joe, man. I've never found him entertaining. But I've never been a game review enjoyer in general, so I'm not really a huge fan of, you know, normie reviews. Like, oh my god, dude, it's amazing. Wow, I needed to watch a fucking YouTuber to tell me that. Like, 90% of YouTubers that do reviews just waste your time.
Less than a week before the sequel released. And on a second try, I ended up enjoying the game quite a bit. Yes, I have a number of problems with it that, if you've seen my videos, you can probably already predict. Namely that it is very slow, the realism gets in the way of the fun quite a lot, the open world is mostly empty with there being very little reason to explore outside of going to wherever side quest tells you to go, and the combat was a clunky, janky mess that was very easily exploitable with a single button. That said, Kingdom Come Deliverance 1 has something that most modern games heavily struggle with, something that is arguably unquantifiable, but you know it exactly when you experience it. That being soul. There was a lot of heart, there was a lot of passion poured into the first game, and it was very rough around the edges, but you could tell that the developers really cared to portray their country in the 15th century in the most realistic fashion, for better or worse, and it told a fairly compelling story, despite being very simple and fairly low stakes. It was just a simple, relatable revenge story with some political intrigue, and while I'd argue the ending was highly unsatisfying, it at least set up a very good sequel hook, which brings us to today, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Now, obviously, I don't have to facetiously ask you the question if the sequel lives up to the first.
Yeah, realism, like, this is the thing. Realistic mechanics are cool once or twice. Like, let's say you have to brew a potion the realistic way once, and then after you do it that one time, you can do, like, a fast brew. That's the way it should be. Like, realism can be cool if you experience it once or twice, but the second you have to fucking do it repeatedly over and over and over again, it becomes monotonous and annoying. So that's the issue. Is if they would have forced, like, the realism stuff just once, and then after that it becomes more streamlined, then there you go. But there's just way too many fucking things in Kingdom Come where it just basically feels like a chore simulator. Let's see. Claus with the 20 pesos. Pedro Enojado loves the gay child C. Sam dude. I'm not familiar with him, but alright. Cool.
One and improves on everything as any good sequel should. No, it doesn't. It's not even a side grade to the original game. In many ways, it's a downgrade. In fact, it reminds me a lot of Dragon's Dogma 2, where we get a long-anticipated sequel, and not only is it far too similar to the previous game, but in many ways it lost the soul that made fans like the original in the first place. And many of the changes made in the sequel are to cater to the casual fan base of video games, the normies, whatever you want to call them. We have long, slow, drawn-out walking simulator sections. We've got millennial-style writing with some of the worst humor you've ever heard. There's excessive swearing. Even the dialect sounds fake. It no longer sounds like a 15th century period piece, and now...
Let's see. Claws with the 20 pesos. I mean, the one in Kingdom Come. Okay, yeah, I don't fucking know any of the characters, so... Claws... Oh, wait, no, I read yours. Why does... Dude, this thing is fucked up. Why is it appearing twice? I don't get it. Let's see. Sculler with the 10, Time, Juan, and AV. Okay. One, and then where's AV? And then
I'm just gonna say it. I know that's one of your favorite about me with right wing ass. Say it now. Come on, ask the fucking question. Bigot, and don't be a fucking pussy because you're a bigoted asshole too. Fuck you.
Sounds like a Renaissance fair. You and your buddies just dressing up and pretending to be a medieval peasant or some shit. I don't even have to talk about the political propaganda. Obviously, I will. It's going to be a huge focus of this review. This is not going to be like my normal game reviews where I end up spending like 20 to 30 minutes talking about gameplay, because the gameplay is so similar to the first one, and honestly, it's not even really the point of this review. No, instead, this is going to be a different type of video, one that I've never really earnestly attempted before. This is essentially what the Cyberpunk video I promised years back was going to be. I'm going to thoroughly dismantle this game from start to finish and try and cover every aspect of the game to some degree. So while, yes, I'm absolutely going to cover the core gameplay loop and the combat, it's not going to be a major focus of this video, because I think much like Elder Scrolls games, the audience has already accepted that the combat kind of sucks ass. But
let's see. Claws with the 100 pesos. Mute Sculler. Plus 50 pesos, so it's 150. All right. Quick math, I guess. Is it going to crash? Maybe? No, it didn't. There we go. And then Claws with the 50 pesos. Appreciate it, man.
But I definitely would have preferred if they'd at least fixed the major flaws of the first game instead of arguably making them even worse in this one. But if the combat was exactly the same, and even if there was no political propaganda, this game would still have a lot of other problems. This is yet another video game that wishes it was a movie instead of an interactive experience. There's several hours of cutscenes now, whereas the first one, probably due to its limited budget, could only afford to have 1 to 2 minute cutscenes most of the time, which made sure that the pacing didn't slow to a crawl. Even though this game is approximately 50% long.
Sounds like Assassin's Creed Shadows, man. Hours and hours of fucking cutscenes, like, you know, the hour-long tea ceremony segment, or the hour-long Yasuke flashbacks, and then you have another hour-long Yasuke flashback. It's just every game nowadays.
Longer than the original, so much of that time feels completely wasted on stuff that's not even remotely interesting. Even the side quests feel like just busy work, glorified chores. And I wish I could say it was just the side quest, but there's several times in the main quest where the game forces you to do manual labor at a realistic pace, as if we are an actual peasant living in the 15th century. But the first game knew that it shouldn't literally force you to move sacks around several times, because that's not fun. It doesn't matter if maybe it's realistic. And look, I'm going to be talking about a lot of conspiracy-related stuff in this video, but a lot of this comes across as a humiliation ritual, hence the title. Between the manual labor, several women shitting on you in the game for no reason, having to taste a corpse, listening to Musa lecture you about how worldly he is and how Bohemians are all savages and you can't even counter anything he says. Henry doesn't even defend himself or Christianity or his culture. Having to save our greatest allies with no player choice in that mission whatsoever. Yeah, it's a humiliation ritual, period. It's not a fucking conspiracy, it's just a fact. There's also a lot of weird lies surrounding this game, especially from somebody I used to respect, and I think most of you already know who I'm talking about. But no, the Hans romance is not even slightly hidden. You only have to pick 4 dialogue options throughout the game, and 2 out of those 4 are in mandatory conversations.
Yeah, isn't it the... Yeah, that's what I thought. It's like the only romance option that can be achieved just by playing the main story, pretty much. So it's the only romance that actually ties into the main story, is my understanding. Which is pretty crazy. But, you know... That's what the fans were asking for, right? That was the excuse, is they put it in the game because the fans were asking for the ability to have Henry and Hans fuck each other. Yeah, I would love to see what those fans look like and what 3-colored flag they have in their fucking Twitter bio.
In fact, Hans is the easiest character to romance in the game unless you're counting flings like with Clara. Not to mention, no, there is no punishment for sleeping with a man during this time period, and there are 2 gay romances available in the game, and there were some other lies too that I will cover later in this video, but I did just want to make that clear, again, as someone who actually finished the game, unlike a lot of other people. Knowing that this game has likely twice, if not 3 times the budget of the original, you would think they'd take that extra money and time to make a game that fixed all of the problems with the first one, but truth be told, I don't think it fixes any of them. People have claimed that the combat feels more smooth than the first, but as someone who went directly from the first to the second game, that's not even true. All the time, your sword swings will just pass right through an enemy. Sometimes your sword combos won't work for no reason. And now, on top of enemies being able to master strike you...
I really hate the combat in this game, personally. I genuinely just do not fucking like it.
They can also perfect block and parry you, meaning that it's even more difficult just to hit an enemy with a basic attack, at least until you become over-leveled like 10 to 15 hours in, and everything's a fucking joke from that point forward. I have so many complaints with this game that people who have only played the sequel will not understand. Things that have absolutely nothing to do with the obvious political propaganda that was shoved into this game. And the sad thing is, a lot of that propaganda appears so late in the game that people will never see it. Only 11% of people on Steam finished the first game, and it's probably going to be even lower for this one, and the worst of said propaganda, whatever you want to call it, appears over 30 hours in. So let me tell you, as someone who has finished both the first and the second game, if you haven't experienced any of these fucking quests, then you don't have an opinion. You can't argue with the facts I've showed on the screen, though I doubt any of the people who dislike this video will even watch it this far anyway. Just know that this is one of the greatest video game betrayals of all time. You could probably call it one of the most...
Wait, what did it say?
What? Just know that this is one of the greatest video game betrayals.
Would you please explain to me what's racist about telling the truth? Yeah, there were no black people in medieval Bohemia, period. Exactly.
Of all time. You could probably call it one of the most disappointing sequels of all time, but I wasn't exactly hyped for it, not being the biggest fan of the first game, but I can acknowledge the first game's quality, at least. Kingdom Come Deliverance...
Synth is more of a real gamer than... Oh, yeah, definitely. Bro, I don't have any real gaming skills or anything like that. I just like to assume, maybe a little bit, that I have a pretty good smell test when it comes to whether a game is good or not, personally. Yeah, I'm definitely not like a pro at games or even very good at them, generally speaking, but I'd like to think I can identify when a game's good or not.
Deliverance 2 is the worst kind of sequel. It's the type of sequel that tries to chase a larger audience, and unfortunately, it succeeded. Even if it means wiping away all the soul from the first game, sanding down the edges so that the average person can enjoy it. So again, I just know for a fact that people are going to try to boil down this review to me complaining about Hans being a romance option, or there being an African character, or you being forced to save the Jews. But the truth is, I have many, many problems with this game. This is one of the most boring games I have ever played in my life, and I know I've said that many times over the past 5 years, but it continues to be true. This game does not respect your time. It is not a good RPG. It's not a good story. It's not even that historically accurate anymore. It honestly comes across as nationalistic fan fiction and just straight up rewrites history in multiple significant...
Griffin's like, yeah, I am good at first-person shooters, so that is like the one genre I actually am very good at, but aside from that, not so much.
Ways. But I realize I basically stepped into the lion's den because nobody's in my corner anymore. Leftists hate me. The so-called group of anti-woke centrist libertarians don't like me either because they don't...
Oh god, what's this? Though as it turns out, Endymion TV agrees with me.
I want the pendulum to shift too far to the right for completely bullshit reasons, like censorship. But they're completely okay with censoring things like pronouns. No, that's too far. Not underage gay sex, but pronouns. I'm glad we have our priorities straight. But at the end of the day, I don't care. I started this channel because I wanted to share my opinion on video games, and that's never going to change.
The whole, you know... You should be able to have free speech pivoting into, yeah, I should be able to watch kids have sex is fucking crazy, man. That has got to be one of the biggest pseudo-intellectual arguments on the fucking internet is whenever these, like, you know, lolicon defenders or whatever come out and say that literal drawn child porn is freedom of speech. Like, what the fuck are you saying? That you want to jerk off to kids? Like, yeah, to the fucking gulag, bitch. Face the fucking wall.
Change until the day I get banned. So without further ado, here's Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, a glorified humiliation ritual. Now, like I said in the intro, this is a completely different style of video that I've never really made before. I've attempted it multiple times in the past and didn't really like the results, so I'll apologize in advance if this is one of the least entertaining videos I've ever done, but for those of you who enjoy my complain kino, well, I think this is about as much synthetic man bitching as you could possibly ask for. So what this video is basically a breakdown of my experience playing this game from start to finish. So that means some of my criticisms will be even more subjective than
an idiot whose wife is cuckolding him, whose children can't stand him, and in his... Oh, wait, what does it say? And...
a breakdown of my experience playing this game from start to finish. So that means some of my criticisms...
and stand him, and even the dog pisses in his boots every morning.
Will be even more subjective than usual, but genuinely I just believe all reviews are subjective anyway. Even if you try to base as many of your critiques on objectivity as possible, at the end of the day, what you think of said criticisms is still subjective. And many people...
Who is this YouTuber in the review? Read the title.
People don't agree on what actually is a flaw with the video game. That said, there are many problems with the story of Kingdom Come 2 that I definitely think are not just a matter of opinion. So most of this review is breaking down every single plot point of the story, and I cover the gameplay and the sandbox when necessary in like little interludes. And of course, I talk about the wokeness intermittently when it comes up. So feel free to use the chapter feature to just skip to the parts you want to hear about. Trust me, you're not going to offend me or anything. I realize what I'm doing here is no better than the modern video essayist YouTubers, where they make a several hour-long video just breaking down every fucking aspect of a game to maximize watch time and thus get the most amount of money possible. So yes, I feel like a little bit of a hypocrite right now because I've insulted those people a bunch of times in the past. The reason...
Sorry, his interactions with our greatest ally in the game rubbed off on him, so, you know, no shame in that.
The reason I'm doing that with this video is not just because I haven't made a video in over a month, it's also because I needed to be very thorough here so that you understand that this is a deeply flawed game. It is incredibly annoying to me that people who don't even watch my videos like to boil them down to just mindless contrarian complaining about modern video games, you know, the whole old good, new bad meme, although I do believe that meme is mostly true. No, there's a lot of stuff to genuinely critique with this game, and I'm afraid that no one else is going to do it until at least 6 months from now once the recency bias is worn off. But as I've always proved with this channel, I don't care what the public perception of a game is, I'll crap all over it anyway. But I'm also going to try and give the game credit where it's due when it comes up. There's definitely at least a few key story moments in this game that I thought were legitimately good and at least as good as the best parts of the first.
Sculler with the 10 time clause and check and vote. You've done two. I'll do both. We can just do both. It's all good. Where is Human No More? I don't see him in the chat. Where is he? Human No More. I don't see him. Hello, I'm on top chat. Maybe that's why. If somebody can scroll up and... Okay, somebody got him. All right, cool.
But I think to understand why this game's story is such a massive downgrade, I need to give you a quick synopsis of the first game's story. Basically, it's a simple revenge tale. Henry is the son of a blacksmith living in the small village of Skalitz in Bohemia, and in the intro of the game, you get to see a small slice of life of what the average peasant lived like during the 15th century, and then...
Is this India? I don't know, bro. This looks like New Delhi, modern day.
The intro of the game, you get to see a small slice of life of what the average peasant lived like during the 15th century, and then suddenly his village is attacked and slaughtered by the Humans, who are a bunch of Hungarian...
That has got to be the most wild fucking clip on the internet. That massive shit fight in India. Jesus, bro. Like, honestly, I think most people don't even know how bad India is with stuff like that. Like, most people genuinely say, like, yeah, I would love to go travel through India and visit, like, the rural areas and everything and experience the culture. And it's like, bro, people have been astroturfed so fucking hard on India. Like, just show them that video and they'd probably almost be in a state of shock.
Barbarians led by Markvart von Aulitz, the leader of Prague's militia. And he is serving under King Sigismund, the King of Hungary, and has declared himself King of Bohemia as well, taking the throne from his brother Wenceslas. Henry is supposed to deliver his father's last work, a sword for Sir Radzig, the local baron, but instead of hiding in the castle, he runs after his parents to try and help them and watches them get brutally murdered in front of him by the Humans. Remember this for later in this video. But continuing on, Henry has to escape Skalitz. He can optionally save Teresa, who later becomes his main love interest, and as he flees from Skalitz, he ends up taking an arrow in the leg and just barely makes it to Tomberg, being saved by...
Should have been in the knee.
By Sir Robard, the captain of the garrison, and Sir Divish, who is the lord of this castle. But Henry can't rest until he's buried his parents, so he returns to Skalitz, befriends the butcher's dog who's guarding the body of his former master, and in the process he ends up pissing off one of the former residents of Skalitz, who then brings over a pack of bandits, led by a man named Runt, who beats Henry within an inch of his life, and then steals his father's sword. And right before Runt deals the finishing blow, Teresa shows up and actually saves the day, but not in a girl boss way. She just stalls time for Sir Robard's men to arrive and rescue Henry. 2 weeks later, Henry finally wakes up out of his coma, now living inside the miller's house with his soon-to-be sweetheart Teresa. And this is where the game truly begins. To basically sum up the rest of the story, Henry ends up serving under Sir Radzig, and the big plot twist later is that Sir Radzig is his real biological father, whereas Martin raised him as a favor to Sir Radzig because Henry is a bastard child. Radzig had slept with the peasant woman that was Henry's mom. And so along the course of your journey, you end up befriending Sir Hans Capon, the young lord who will one day inherit Rattay and all of its castles and estates. And yes, a major plot point of the first game is that Hans is underage. That's why Sir Hanush, his uncle, was grooming him essentially to become a real lord later. So I've heard both grifters and Daniel Vavra himself saying that Hans' birth date was not truly known, even though it is literally a plot point in the first game that everyone forgot.
Yeah, and then they came out later and retconned the Codex entry in Kingdom Kang's delivery, you know, too, where basically they changed it and said, while Hans's age is unknown, which is not true. They know when it was that he was born. They said, we chose to portray him as a 20-year-old, which is very interesting because all the shills had this entire narrative that they were 30 because that's how old the fucking voice actors were. So because the voice actors were 30 years old, the characters were therefore 30 years old as well, which made no fucking sense. So, yeah. They literally fucking retconned the Codex entry post-launch because of the controversy. So, yeah. I guess Vavra's example of saying 12-year-old girls got married didn't exactly go over well.
Forgot that Hans is in fact underage. I just wanted to make that clear since there's been, again, a lot of misinformation around Hans' age in the second game, and just so you know, the second game only takes place like a few weeks after the first. So yes, Hans is in fact underage in the second game, and so is Henry for that matter. Yeah, that actually takes a lot of people by surprise given that the actors that play both of them look 30 or even older depending on who you ask, but yes, both Henry and Hans are teenagers in these games. But anyway, continuing on with the story synopsis, Henry ends up saving Hans when they're on like a hunting trip. Hans gets captured by humans, Henry kills them and frees them, and they basically become best friends ever since, and they go on a series of sometimes perverted adventures. In fact, there's a DLC for the first game that if you own it, you have to complete to beat the game, and it's all about Hans attempting to romance a woman, and Henry is his wingman slash errand boy. So yes, Hans was incredibly straight in the first game, and while there were tiny, maybe fruity hints, you could say that Fujoshi types would certainly flick their beans too.
Kurva! Fuck my ass.
Whoa, don't say that. The signs are there. It certainly wasn't nearly as flamboyant as the second game gets, that I will hopefully provide some examples in this video. But anyway, over the course of the story, Henry ends up investigating murders, bandit attacks, taking down an entire camp with Radzig's help, and defeating Runt in a 1v1 fight. Very satisfying, both narratively and gameplay-wise, because I whooped his ass. You're a pussy, you know my shield is too strong. Yeah, unbeatable strategy. Just wait till they attack and rescue. Bonk. Ooh, that fucking easy. The mace is undefeated. He also investigates that the silver mines and Skalitz were being used to forge counterfeit coin, and even at one point you end up having to become a monk in a monastery. Christianity was a huge part of the first game, which is why
yeah, and in the second game you can't even enter a church. Isn't that interesting?
I found it so interesting that Daniel Vavra said the second game is not, in fact, a Christian game, but again, we'll cover that a little bit more later. And by the end of Henry's investigation, he ends up having to infiltrate the main bandit camp where their small army is being organized, and he unfortunately discovers it's being led by Istvan Toth. Toth is essentially a mercenary or war profiteer who organized a bunch of these bandits that serve under King Sigismund. He not so coincidentally shows up at the beginning of the game right before the Cumans attack, and so he ends up recognizing Henry from Skalitz. So, as you would expect, Henry is once again captured and beaten within an inch of his life, but he manages to escape by jumping on a pile of shit, and he ends up rallying together both Sir Hanush and Sir Divish's men, and they make a huge assault on the bandit camp and slaughter everyone inside. Unfortunately, Istvan Toth predicted this would happen and escaped with a bunch of his men beforehand and ended up taking over Talmberg, since Sir Divish basically took almost all of his men, and his worthless wife ended up letting in Istvan Toth since he pretended to be injured.
Women.
This might be a bad time to tell you this, Sir Divish, but
Come out and fight like a man.
I slept with her, so I just let her go.
I think so.
I like it better.
She's a hoe. Just let her die. And so now the climax of the game is basically a huge castle siege, which unfortunately sounds a lot more exciting than it actually is in gameplay. The third act of the original game is dragged out far too long, and guess what? They didn't fix that in the sequel either. But it was very cool conceptually. You get to see a trebuchet launch a huge boulder, and you get to kill a bunch of guys as you would expect. But there is no huge confrontation between two armies in this game, which was a complaint by some people. And guess what? That wasn't fixed in the sequel either. There's not a single battle in Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 that involves more than 20 people on screen at the same time. And unfortunately, the ending is wholly unsatisfying. It essentially ends with Henry not even getting his revenge on Isfantoth or his father's sword. Instead, it ends with a prisoner exchange, because you find out earlier that one of the commanders of the bandit army, Eric, is Isfantoth's lover, and we find out even more disturbing information about him in the sequel, but we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. So yes,
is he a pedo?
When you read the tweet that Daniel Vavra said that homosexual characters existed in the first game, they were
I mean, is that... Bro, what do they mean by that? Are they saying that gay men are statistically more prone to being, you know, child sex offenders? I mean, that is a true stat, but it's not very inclusive of you.
Literally the villains, and one of them is a pedo, okay? So, not exactly the best LGBT representation. There's a reason why leftists hate the first game, and it wasn't just because there were no black characters. I hate this revisionist history that people are pretending that the first game wasn't inherently right-wing. It was a game that put historical accuracy above everything else. It told a compelling, down-to-earth story with a basically all-white cast. It portrayed Christianity respectfully, and the villains were gay. You want to tell me that's not good enough to be considered a right-wing game? And so the game concludes with Isfantoth actually successfully getting away with Henry's sword, no less. And so Henry has a chat with his biological father, Sir Radzig, obviously disappointed he couldn't get his revenge and also couldn't deliver the sword. And so Radzig gives him a little inspiring speech, a bit of a life lesson as well. And then that night, Henry has a dream of talking to his father one last time, or so he thinks. Of course, he shows up again in the sequel for more dream sequences. And then there's an epilogue sequence where you meet with Margrave Jobst. Jobst is King Sigismund and Wenceslas's cousin, and he supports Wenceslas as the true king of the throne. And so he plans to team up with the Lords of Lipa, meaning Hanush and Radzig, to try and sway the League of Lords to their side so that they can free Wenceslas from his captivity. And so Henry and Hans are tasked with delivering a letter.
Wasn't being a pedophile no. Dude, the average age of marriage throughout all of the Middle Ages was like 20-something. Most people did not get married until their 20s, even back in these days. The only times you had like these child brides and stuff was for arranged marriages between nobility, and 99% of the time the people wouldn't even live together until they both became of age. So no, they were not. That was not normal back then.
Letter to von Berghoff, which is exactly where the second game begins. So for those of you who played the first recently or have played it multiple times, know the story, sorry for that little recap, but I thought it was necessary so that people understand that the first game story was very simple, very effective. It felt like a really well-written, concise 90-minute movie plot, but stretched into like a 30-hour video game. In a good way, though. It doesn't really feel overly padded out. The cutscenes are limited only to the most important scenes, and everything else is handled in like a standard RPG dialogue system or through gameplay itself. And although the game is quite boring in certain ways, there's a reason why it only has an 11% completion percentage. It is a very well-made game. It has a lot of heart and soul. And the story is pretty damn well written. Again, it doesn't really do anything that you haven't seen before, but it is executed very well. It's not confusing. I don't think there's any point in the game where I genuinely wondered like what the fuck we were doing or why, which I know doesn't really sound like high praise, but well, I think you could probably guess why I'm bringing up that point as we get to the sequel's plot. So yes, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2's story, I don't even know where to begin with this one. The story is a fucking mess, dude. If you're still in the region of Trosky, you probably have no idea what the fuck I'm talking about, because, you know, if I'm being honest, the first half of the story is fine. I thought it was handled fairly well, other than the 3-hour-long intro sequence, which just feels like fucking modern Sony movie game slop shoved into an open-world RPG. I mean, if you compare Kingdom Come...
I mean, that's basically the definition of Sony movie game slop nowadays, especially for shit like Horizon, for example. But... yeah, it fits the mold.
To something like fucking Skyrim. In Skyrim, you can be out in the open world in like 15 to 20 minutes. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 has a mandatory 3-hour-long tutorial, with about 80% of that being cutscenes and dialogue, not even gameplay. In Kingdom Come 1, in about 10 minutes, you are allowed to explore Skalitz and do minor little side objectives, or you could choose to shotgun the main story to get to the real game, but still, you are given a small amount of player freedom right at the beginning. You can call this a conspiracy theory or whatever, but I seriously believe the intro to Kingdom Come 2 is more than 2 hours just so that you can't refund this shit shit on Steam, because they know the psychology of the average gamer. Nobody's going to refund the game before they actually get to the game part. But I'm going off on another tangent. Let's get through the beginning of the story of Kingdom Come 2 first. Now, the first 10 minutes of the story are admittedly fairly strong, as it begins in media res, aka in the middle of things. Except, as it turns out, this is not the middle, this is actually the very end of the game that we're seeing here. And we get to play as Godwin. He's the alcoholic warrior priest character who became a fan favorite because his main quest was easily one of the most memorable. Basically, you go out drinking with him and end up sleeping with a couple women, just so you can get a confession of one of the bandits that was at Neuhof, right? And he also had a couple side quests dedicated to him as well that were pretty good. Unfortunately, now that he has a much larger role in the second game, he has become somewhat flanderized. I won't say he's a complete one-note character, but I have to say, I pretty much despised almost every single time that you were forced to play as him in this game, because every single one of those segments felt like complete padding. There was basically no reason that you have to play as him, and because he has his own predetermined stats.
The thing is that sucked about playing as him early in the game is it gave you a taste of maybe the combat isn't that bad. And then when you get thrust into the open world playing as Henry, it's like, oh, fuck, this is terrible. So it's almost like you'd be better off not knowing what you're missing. But
you don't gain anything from playing as him either. And during this intro sequence, basically you get to experience a siege of a castle from the other side. Instead of attacking, you're now defending, and it looks like our heroes have already lost. And of course, we're wondering this whole time, where the hell is Henry? And again, as I said, I'm going to try to compliment the game where it deserves it. I think this intro is actually a really good tutorial. Well, if only it was the actual tutorial. In reality, this is more like a 5-minute bite-sized gameplay segment where you get to try out crossbows, since that's a new weapon type in this game, and you get into a tiny bit of sword fighting, but that's pretty much it. But still, pretty effective opening. I actually had a little bit of hope for this game after I played this part on stream. And just before our heroes are about to be defeated, we are now taken back a few weeks into the past, with this scene taking place almost directly after the epilogue of the first game. The reason why I point that out is once again to emphasize that, yes, both Henry and Hans are underage. The only time that has passed between the games is essentially however many days it took to ride on horseback from Rattay to the Trosky region. And it's here in some of the very first dialogue outside of the opening scene that I already have a problem. We're introduced to the motto of this game,
Audentes fortuna juvat. Fortune favors the brave.
And my problem with this is not the message or anything, it's just the fact that they say it like 8 fucking times over the course of the game, and this is not the only repetitive line of dialogue. Once Zhishka gets introduced to the story, he says, "to the task," like 20 fucking times over the course of the game. Oh, and I almost forgot the last repetitive phrase, which is actually the true theme of the game: war is a nasty business. So just war is bad. As if we haven't already heard that lesson about 100 fucking times. And trust me, this is no Spec Ops The Line. The way it's handled in-game is pretty clumsy and a little forced. Also, revenge is bad is a theme in this game too, just like everyone's favorite game, The Last of Us 2. And look, you can say I'm having a bit of a tease-mo moment here, and that's fine, but not only do I not like repetitive dialogue, but I just think this shows the laziness of the writers. They're trying too hard to create a meme out of this game. And I have some other big complaints with the dialogue, namely that characters swear every 5 minutes, which is another trope of millennial writing. There has to be at least twice as many curses as the first game. And I have to remind you that
well, I'm guilty of that myself, so I can't really talk shit.
15th century Bohemia was absolutely a very Christian nation. So while I'm no historian, I can't imagine it was very common to say fuck, shit, curva, etc., etc.
Oh, it probably definitely was. The average man has never cared about that type of stuff. Maybe in high society, but I highly doubt your average villager gave a shit.
In every sentence. These people swear more than I do. But anyway, to get back to the story, eventually, Hans and Henry meet up with Captain Thomas, who is the captain of Trosky Castle's guard. After a somewhat tense confrontation, essentially, Henry and Hans explain their mission. He agrees to let them into the castle the next day, and so you have to rest for the night. And here we're introduced to a bunch of jobbers who are waving death flags so obvious that I'm sure a child could predict what's about to come next. We're then given a very basic combat tutorial, and I'm not going to talk about my issues with the combat quite yet, but I think even from this very first fight, the problems become obvious. And so, after Henry and Hans have a little friendly duel, they then go bathing shirtless in the lake, and it just so happens there's also some women there. And so Hans is supposed to be straight and a hornball at this point, so of course he wants to sneak in and get a good look at the women. And as you might guess, this is just a basic stealth tutorial. In this game, they've added the ability to throw rocks, just like Far Cry, and also just like Far Cry, throwing rocks more or less trivializes any challenge from the stealth. Unless, of course, you don't get the tutorial for how stealth kills work and fuck them up for the first few hours of the game like I did, but, you know, that's more of a me problem than a game problem. Well, anyway, while Henry and Hans are off on their little adventure, of course, the bandits that Captain Thomas mentioned in the last conversation show up and slaughter all of our friends that we were literally just introduced to. None of those characters existed in the first game, and they act like, oh, we're all buddy-buddy with them just so that we would actually care when they get slaughtered in like 2 seconds. And Henry, being a simp, decides to expose both himself and Hans to try and save Catherine, the MILF love interest in this game. And we also see a little tease for Zhishka showing that, maybe he's got a heart of gold deep down inside as he kills one of his own men to save Catherine from being violated. needed. Now, of course, as it turns out later, Catherine was working with Zizka the whole time as a spy, and I guess none of the mercenaries working under him knew that, but knowing this plot twist later, this seems like all one huge coincidence, because I don't see how washing clothes with some women in a lake helps her maintain her position as a spy, and just so happens that she's there when Zizka shows up? I don't fucking know. I know this sounds like nitpicking, but again, in hindsight, this scene doesn't really make sense. In any case, because Henry exposed himself, him and Hans have to quickly swim across the lake, and as you'll know from the first game, Henry doesn't know how to swim, and so he gets shot in the back with an arrow, and when they reach the other side of the lake, Hans, being an absolute fucking retard, just rips the arrow out and doesn't even bandage the wound.
I remember commenting on that when I played it. You never pull an arrow out unless you have a way to seal the wound, because you're just gonna bleed out.
Or clean it or anything. Henry should know better than this. I know that gameplay is...
Anyone should know better than that.
Especially in RPGs, isn't exactly strictly canon. But Henry absolutely should have some medicine skills at this point and know better than to let Hans just do this and for him to walk around with a gaping fucking wound. And now you're gravely injured and have to do a forced stealth segment, the first of many in this game, by the way. I thought pretty much all gamers agreed at this point that forced stealth is bad, especially in games that are not dedicated stealth games. Yet, as you'll see, the game forces you into a very specific playstyle a bunch of times. And even when you become so powerful that you could basically take on a small army by yourself, the game finds new ways to force you to do stealth by making it so your allies can get killed, but I'm getting ahead of myself. After sneaking around in the woods for a while, eventually Henry gets attacked by a lone merc and is too weak to defend himself, but right before he's about to be dealt a lethal blow, Mutt saves him. Unfortunately, in the tussle, both him and the merc go tumbling off of a cliff, and Henry has a near-death experience speaking to his father once again. We also get one of many flashback sequences that explains the story of the first game. It is very evident that the beginning of this game was designed in such a way that they knew a shit ton of new people would be buying this game, so they basically recapped the entire story of the first game across a series of flashbacks in the first half. And as someone who had very recently completed the first...
fuck flashback, especially after playing Assassin's Creed Shadows, man. Flashbacks need to die in a fucking fire. I am so sick of that being a storytelling trope. Like, if it's not good enough to show on screen in the first place in the progression of the story, it's not worth spending any extended amount of time on in a flashback. So, yeah, I despise fucking flashbacks. That's like one of the biggest problems with anime, especially.
First game when I played this, I found that incredibly obnoxious.
I played it for like 3 hours and then I sold it because it was boring as fuck.
I think if you're going to recap the first game, you should just have subtle dialogue hints, and then, like some other sequels have done, you just have an optional basic...
Yeah, Final Fantasy 16 also had terrible pacing, so that's one of my biggest complaints with that game. So, yeah. I'm not a fan of flashbacks. Like, the way Final Fantasy VII Rebirth did flashbacks was better. It's like an actual playable segment of the game, not a fucking cutscene, and it happens at the very beginning. It's not like some random fucking thing that just occurs halfway through the game or whatever.
Basically a mini movie that you can select on the title screen. I've seen some other games do that. I think that's a great idea. It'll be just a quick refresher for both people who haven't played the first one years and people who never did play it, forcing us to watch probably another 15 minutes at least of cutscenes just to remind us of knowledge that we should already know is just even more padding on top of a game that has hours and hours of padding. But anyway, Martin encourages us and says we have to keep fighting until our work is done, and so Henry survives and Hans carries him to a local herb woman where he's attacked by one more merc who he defeats, but he's also injured in the process. Another important thing to note here is the explanation for why Henry has now reverted from like level 15 to level 5 is because of his near-death experience, which actually I'm kind of okay with, at least part of it. If you compare it to something like God of War Ragnarok, which I'm sort of infamous for complaining about in my review of that game, this one at least makes a lot more sense. Henry would likely have some broken bones, his shoulders fucked up from the arrow, he nearly died, so all of his physical abilities being reduced is completely fine from a narrative perspective. It's even sort of explained as his body sort of remembering how to fight is the reason why you gain power so fast in this game. Now, what doesn't make sense is why all of your mental abilities are reduced as well. All of Henry's knowledge that he gained from the first game is completely lost, and there is no line about him having amnesia. But I'm not going to spend a portion of this review complaining about something that video games have been doing ever since sequels existed. I'll just say that I'm slightly disappointed that we have to more or less start over from level 1 again, because, trust me...
Yeah, this would have been the perfect game to have an actual carryover, like, stat system to reward people who played the original so that they would have an easier time playing the second one. That actually would have been smart, but, you know, God forbid.
Level 5 is treated like level 1 in this game. And here we are given yet another tutorial, this time for alchemy. Now, alchemy was a feature that I despised from the first game, and it is pretty much the same in this one. I think on paper, the minigame is cool because it's fairly complex and probably simulates in a somewhat realistic way how you would accurately make medicine in the time period, but I still think it's a bit too clunky and slow, and past a certain point, it is ultimately completely pointless because you're throwing so much money that there's no reason you would ever have to make your own medicine. Especially because the biggest benefit of alchemy in the first game was the ability to make savior schnapps, the save potion, because yes, the only way to manually save is to either make an exit save or to save using one of these potions. Oh, and of course, when you sleep in a bed that you own or rented as well. But in Kingdom Come 2, they reduced the price of savior schnapps to something like a third of what it was in the first game. It used to cost over 100 groschen, now it's just like 40. Oh, and there's a lot more autosaves now too. I believe the only times the first game autosaved is whenever you started a quest or completed one. Now in this game, every time you complete a major objective,
the Oblivion music in the background, or Skyrim.
Active in a quest, it saves. Which, trust me, no matter what the tryhards say, that's not a bad thing. That's definitely good. And the fact that alchemy was basically completely optional in the first game, I don't think any of the main quests required you to make a potion, but maybe I'm remembering wrong. And now it's a mandatory part of the already absurdly long tutorial, just kind of built upon the misery.
Yeah, that's the loading screen music in Skyrim.
I was experiencing for the first few hours of this game. So as Henry starts to recover, he helps out the herb woman by burying the body that Hans had killed last night. And as he comes back, two of the mercs from the band show up threatening the woman. Now, I'm sure you can talk them down, but by this point, I wanted to fight some enemies, so we had a combat encounter. Now, here's where I'm going to talk about some of the issues with the combat that weren't fixed from the last game. For some reason, the hit detection, hitboxes, whatever, are completely fucked in this game. Something that you'll no doubt notice as soon as you get a hold of a proper weapon is that if you attack an enemy outside of combat, they can be standing directly in front of you. You can be practically touching tips, so to speak. You'll swing directly at them and fucking miss. What I got into the habit of doing was aiming slightly to the left of the enemy just so that the sword swing would actually hit them. I don't know how the fuck the devs messed this up. Did they really think the player would never try to attack an enemy outside of combat? Did they really only think we would stealth kill or choke out enemies? We would never just swing our fucking sword or club or spear? But it doesn't stop there. The actual hit detection in combat is fucked as well. If you and the enemy are not standing on the same elevation, half of your attacks are going to miss. And guess what? That only goes one way. Somehow the enemy attacks will still hit you, even if they're using a weapon with less reach. In fact, I would argue reach is completely meaningless in this game. You would think the entire appeal of using a spear would be that you could attack an enemy outside of their attack range. Well, guess what? They added fucking sliding to enemy attacks. I'm not joking. I tested this comically while riding on a horse. Dude, how many air... Whoa! 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 And even when both you and the enemy are facing each other, you're locked on, you're swinging at them, sometimes you will miss for no...
That's really bad, dude. That's like in fucking racing games when you're like lapping an NPC and they rubber band. That shit's irritating as fuck. That's really bad.
Conceivable reason, and this is obviously going to interrupt your combo. And speaking of combos, combos are fucked too. Now, this is a problem the first game also had, but it's even worse in this one. But basically, combos are exactly how they sound, right? You just attack in 3 specific directions, and your final hit is unblockable and hits them in a specific place, right? In the first game, I would just spam whatever combo hit the enemy in the face, but I think the devs knew that that's the only combo people would ever use, so you actually have to unlock that one in this game. But the problem was, if an enemy master strikes you, which is essentially an unblockable counterattack, then it interrupts your combo and you take damage. This turned the first game's combat incredibly defensive, because if your opponent had higher stats than you, then they had a very high chance to counter every single attack that you would do against them, making the fight borderline unwinnable. Of course, until you unlocked Master Strikes, and then all you had to do was wait for the opponent to attack and press the counter button as soon as the perfect block shield shows up, and then you'd win every single fight in the entire game. Even group fights weren't actually that difficult as long as you swap targets quickly enough. Now, somehow in the sequel, Henry has forgotten how to do Master Strikes, so you do have to unlock it, but thankfully you can get it very early on if you know where to learn it. But instead of Master Strikes being sort of like the default counter system, now we have perfect blocks into riposts. And you might think at first, oh, that's kind of cool, I guess. You know, you block an opponent's attack and then you get to strike them back. Well, there's a huge fucking problem with this that every single person who has played this game will agree with this if they're being honest. And that's the fact that riposts can be perfect blocked, and then you can riposte off of a perfect blocked riposte. You literally get into a perfect block war with your opponent where you block their attack, strike back. They block that, they strike back. You block that, strike back, and then attack until both of you run out of stamina. The thing is, enemies never fucking seem to run out of stamina in this game, so I had to get into the habit of just blocking the final hit and waiting for my stamina to reach.
That's why I hate stamina-based combat, is because, you know, you have 2 very different sets of rules for you versus the enemies. You always run out of stamina, but the enemies can just attack in perpetuity, essentially. Yeah, not a fan of stamina-based combat in general. Especially for something like as basic as swinging your sword. Like, maybe for dodging, I can maybe live with that, but, you know, a basic attack. Like, I think Monster Hunter does it right, where if you sprint or if you dodge, that uses stamina, but a normal attack doesn't. I think that's the right way to do it.
Charge. And so there are only a few fundamental counters to this system, one of which doesn't even work most of the time. And we'll cover that one first, which is essentially that your enemy has a smaller % chance of perfect blocking as long as you don't attack from the same direction that they're pointing their weapon in. And the problem with this is once you start fighting enemies who can master strike you, if you're pointing your weapon in the opposite direction as theirs and you attack, then they can master strike you, which means you have to hold your weapon perpendicular to theirs to hopefully get a better chance of hitting in. But it's just that. It's only a chance. So what does this leave us with? Two options. One, feinting, which feints were already sort of the only counter to master striking the first game that honestly didn't work a lot of the time, but essentially how it works is you just change your attack direction as you're swinging the sword. And there's even a perk in this game that gives you a far higher % chance that your enemy will not block a feint. And then of course the final solution is master.
Hold on. I'm actually curious.
Feint.
All right, that's what I thought. I've never heard anyone say feint. I've heard feint, but I wanted to make sure I wasn't wrong. I'm assuming he's referring to F-E-I-N-T, right? A feint? I don't think I've ever heard anyone say it out loud, but I've read it for my entire life as feint. Because I used to play this game called Wizard 101 back in the day, and there was a death spell that did plus 70% damage, and it was called Feint. So, yeah, I've never heard anyone say Feint. So I was just curious.
Strikes once you learn them, but we'll come back to that a little bit later. So ultimately, this supposedly realistic combat system just boils down to you flailing wildly, and that actually works better than timing your strikes or pointing in any direction that makes sense or trying to do combos, because you'll never fucking have a chance because the enemy will just fucking perfect block every single one of your swings for like the first 10 to 15 hours of the game. I know there's going to be somebody pretending this combat system's any good, but it's just not. So anyway, to get back to the story, after you help the herb woman and rest for the night, you meet her daughter, Pavlena, and it seems like they're setting up for her to be a romantic interest. And don't worry, we'll cover her side quest, but spoilers, no, you can't sleep with this woman, even though it definitely seems like at some point in development you were supposed to be able to. Maybe I'm reading into it, but there clearly is some kind of spark going on here. And so finally, Henry and Hans are ready to leave and make their way to Trosky Castle to meet von Berghoff. And then we get the first of many, many humiliation rituals in this game.
Open up! I bear an urgent message for your liege lord. Hear me! Open the gate! I am a messenger from Sir Hanash of Leipa! Fucking shit! You fucking cunts! You
I didn't know we traveled to India in this one. So it's been a while since I've had a counter on screen, but yeah, I think humiliations is going to be the counter for this video. And for no particular reason at all, I'm going to represent this with this smiling individual from the Fallout TV show. Again, I know the disingenuous Redditor types are just going to say some of this is supposed to be purely for comedy's sake, but the sheer amount of times that Henry or Hans are humiliated and the player is forced to endure this is unreal. Like, it's too many times to purely be for padding or for comedy. No, this is very deliberate. So even if you disagree with the reasoning behind half of these examples, you'll still get to see firsthand how many times that we are made to do bitch work or we're shit on in some fashion. It is truly unbelievable, especially with the first game freshly in my mind, when every single time that Henry is treated like a peasant, it's for good reason and it is justified in the story. So after being thoroughly humiliated, the Master Chamberlain explains they found the corpse of Hans Capon by the river, killed by bandits. Now, I have no idea if they were given some kind of description of what Hans looks like. I can only assume the mercenaries maybe dressed up one of the corpses in his clothes and put the letter on him or something. I have no idea. They never actually explain this plot point. But of course, Henry tries to explain that they...
Here, we're going to take a quick intermission real quick. So I got my dog a new toy today, and here he is. There you guys go. There he is. He's laying down with the toy tucked under his head. Just chilling out. So, enjoying himself. It's a pig. It's like a pig that they chew on. But yeah, why is he side-eyeing me? Because, you know, he's trying to see if I'm going to get up to stop streaming. He wants me to go lay down with him. See, like every single night, he sits there waiting for me to get off so that he can go run and jump on my bed, and I'll go lay with him. Like, you know, he likes to go and sleep on my bed, but I don't let him until, you know, I'm done streaming. So every night it's like this. So whenever I turn around and look at him, he gives me the side eye, like, is it time?
Escaped, and that Captain Thomas can verify their identity. But of course, conveniently, Captain Thomas was also attacked by the mercenary band and is now delirious from his injuries. So now our heroes have no choice but to retreat to Troskowitz and try and come up with a plan. I guess the corpses of the multiple mercs that Hans and Henry killed on the way here didn't have enough coin on them for them to afford some basic meals. And so now they're forced to do manual labor for this bitchy innkeeper woman who is an essential NPC, by the way. If you were like me and tired of this now 3-hour-long tutorial and just wanted to play the goddamn game, and maybe, just maybe, wanted some revenge on the people who mistreated you, no, this innkeeper is an essential NPC even after the intro. And she's not the only one. Conveniently, Catherine shows up to the inn, and Henry tries to speak to her since she's the only one now who can verify their identities, but she's not willing to do it because she's a spy. So instead, she tells Henry that he's going to have to find a way into the Samine wedding so that he can get a chance to talk to von Berghoff. After this conversation, the innkeeper says it's time to pay our debts, and you know what that means? It means carrying sacks slowly from point A to point B. And of course, Hans is a little prissy bitch noble, so he can't help us because he's too good for that, which I guess actually is pretty in character based on how he was like in the first game. Though now that I know he's gay for Henry, it seems like every single line out of his mouth is an innuendo.
Kiss my ass. And by the way,
whoa, don't say it!
How about stretching our
Don't say that.
After that long journey?
You can't say that. No, you can't say swordplay either.
Sacks. Are you yanking my noble pizzle? I'm serious.
I'm sure you wish I was.
Bear in mind that I'm still your master. Enough of your insolence and start accepting.
I don't like that word either.
In short, be so kind as to get to work. I promise I'll make it up to you.
Don't say that. God damn it, dude. Every line in the game is gay now. And so after this forced Sony movie game segment, we see Hans getting into a manufactured conflict with a guard. I guess we haven't been through enough just yet. Also, listen to how bad some of this dialogue writing is.
A weed like you surviving a fight against bandits even von Berghoff himself has trouble with?
Believe what you like, but I'm telling the truth. And in fact, I'm willing to overlook all your insults if you apologize right now. And invite me to that wedding.
You want to come to the wedding, do you?
Huh. This is fucking dialogue, dude.
I am Sir Hans Capon, Lord of Perkstein, and I demand your immediate apology.
I am Sir Hans Capon, Lord of Perkstein. Sir Hans Capon, Lord of Perkstein.
Jesus Christ, that's so... I don't even remember that line.
Dude, what the f... And so you end up joining in this massive...
I don't remember that from when I played. Maybe I didn't pick the right dialogue options.
The fist fight at the inn. Both you and Hans get arrested and have to serve some time on the pillory as you're humiliated once again. And finally, the climax to this 3-hour-long intro is Henry and Hans getting in a prolonged fight where Henry finally lets out all of his frustration, which I'll admit doesn't really feel earned. At least in my experience in the first game, the characters got along pretty well after you saved Hans from the Cumans. Yes, Henry was basically his glorified errand boy, but it didn't really seem like they had a bad relationship. But for the sake of the plot, our heroes need to split up, so they have this fight.
Yeah, anything past this point, I didn't play.
Hans is released first, so he just wanders off into the wilderness, and now, finally, we get to play the game. Now, if you watched my first stream of this game, you'll know that my next 3 hours of gameplay were an absolute disaster, but I have to admit, a lot of that was my own fault. So I'm not going to hold that stuff against the game. I'll just give you a very brief summary of what happened. Basically, the first thing I tried to do was get some good gear, because you start off with absolutely fucking nothing. I mean, it's even less than the first game after the intro. You're literally shirtless and don't have a penny on you. And so, I think the intended order of gameplay is you're supposed to do some basic bitch side quest chores to get a little bit of money, and then buy some basic equipment so that you can kill bandits or maybe steal some stuff from the houses, and that's supposed to get you by until you can truly actually play the game. Another theory is that you're supposed to directly head to the next main quest, which is either helping out a local blacksmith or the local miller to try and...
I should finish Stalker 2. Absolutely not.
Find a way to get inside the
That shit was one of the most miserable games I have ever played. Hands down.
I chose the miller, and based on the quests he had assigned, you didn't need any particular skills to do them, so that seems pretty likely as well. The only problem is, both the blacksmith and the miller are a pretty long walk from Troskowitz, and you would think that the developers... Both the blacksmith and the miller are...
Can spotted. Looks like Coke Zero.
Pretty long walk from Troskowitz.
Good taste.
And you would think that the developers know you've just been released onto the Sandbox after a 3-hour-long...
Coke Zero is so much better than Diet Coke. It doesn't... Like, Diet Coke has that weird, like, diet taste to it. Coke Zero does not. It tastes a lot better.
Tutorial glorified movie game set.
Coke is the best soda. Hands down. Pepsi is dog shit. Coke is way better.
Segment that you'd want to, you know, fuck around with the sandbox for a bit. So you'd think that they would put some interesting quests, or maybe just a main quest inside that starting village, but no. In fact, you have several disadvantages, not even just the fact that you have no gear or money, but also that you have a low starting reputation in this town. And they adjusted the crime system a bit from the first game, and I would say they're all negative changes. They don't add anything of value. Now, I think the premise is fine, which is that if you commit too many crimes in a village...
Yeah, Pepsi tastes like Coke if you, like, shake the bottle and then let all the carbonation out.
Then they're going to figure out it was you, even if nobody saw you do it. But in reality, I don't even think that's true. A lot of people have been reporting that they basically broke into and robbed everything out of everyone's homes, and there's basically no consequences. Whereas on the flip side of things, what I did in my playthrough was murder people, and it seems like as soon as you kill someone, the guards are gonna fucking figure it out one way or another. Now, it's certainly possible to kill someone and get away with it, but it's definitely more difficult than the last game if you're not willing to literally hide the corpse outside of the village. Not to mention that factions will actually recognize if you're wearing their gear and immediately try to arrest you. Another problem with being at low reputation is that certain guards will search you when you pass by them, taking away all the items you just stole, even if they have no way of knowing if it's stolen. Like fucking Groshin. Do you think people mark their goddamn coins? That makes no sense.
Well, a certain group of people that, you know, I'm sure he'll talk about later in the game, they mark their coins per se, but not in a necessarily recognizable way.
And I know some people are going to be like, well, how the hell is this different from the first game or really any other open-world RPG? Well, believe it or not, I murdered a shit ton of people in the first game. I started calling my character Black Henry.
Well, Skyrim, they don't take your money that you stole, just the items.
Named after Black Peter, which is a guy who tries to kill you with a poisoned sword after you beat him in a tourney in Ratai. And at one point in the game, I literally, in broad daylight, choked out a prostitute, carried her about 100 feet away, and then curb stomped her fucking neck, and there were 0 consequences. What? You just like stomp on her neck? Much later in the second game, on a whim, I decided to test out the line of sight system because I was trying to shoot a guy with a crossbow who was programmed to never leave his seat during that quest, which I'm not even gonna get into, but that's just incredibly lazy how that was handled. And it turns out that if I shot at him and missed, or shot at him and didn't kill him, the guards would investigate, but they couldn't see me. But when I loaded a save from literally that exact same spot, I shot him and killed him, I was immediately spotted. So I'm not gonna spend an eternity explaining why I despise this system, but let me just tell you, it is very much a downgrade from the last game. It's just annoying as fuck to murder a bunch of people. In fact, in the gypsy camp, I ended up soft-locking the game, but we'll get to that a little bit later. The other thing that happened that wasted a bunch of my time in the first stream is that I got food poisoning because I wasn't paying attention to the state of some chicken that I've been carrying around for a while. And so I soft-locked myself from food poisoning because I didn't have time to run to a nearby village and buy a digestive potion. I didn't have the materials to make a digestive potion either, so I had to scramble together the herbs for a marigold concoction and make that quickly, and I just barely survived. But again, I don't hold that against the game. That was a me problem. To get back to the overall Sandbox experience, Troskowitz is a terrible starting town. There's not really anything of value worth doing there except for a pre-order or gold edition quest, whatever it was, I didn't really check, where you get
Final Fantasy music
to find some armor, and I never even ended up completing it, but there's only actually a couple other quests you accept in town. There are quests outside of town that
Yeah, this is the Calm theme.
You back into it, but you would think that the town you start in would have some basic bitch tasks for you to complete to maybe get some basic equipment or some money to buy it. But no, Troskowitz is weirdly barren, except for one quest, which is pretty interesting, but I think it's interesting for the wrong reasons. And this is a quest where we actually get the bad kind of player choice, because believe it or not, I don't actually think player choice is always a good thing, especially if it's to the detriment of the characterization of the person you're playing as. Henry is not a blank slate. He has so much dialogue in this game that has no player input whatsoever. In fact, there's not really any way for Henry to express the playstyle that I played in this game, which is being basically a murderous heathen barbarian who hates humans. Despite the fact that you can murder so many innocent people in-game, Henry never addresses this in dialogue. In fact, there's a main quest a little over 2/3 of the way through the game where Henry is actually horrified that one of the mercenary band that you recruit later wants to torch an innocent village, when at that point, I'd probably killed just as many innocents as the Dry Devil. And I don't even want to get into the lack of dialogue choices involving Musa or your non-blood related brother who's part of less than 2% of the population. There's many times in this game where the role-playing experience clearly stops and you are just railroaded into what Henry's character is supposed to be. And the reason I even bring this up at all is because so many people have praised this game for its player choice, when the main quest is easily one of the most railroaded I've ever experienced in an RPG, or a Western one anyway. It's almost closer to a JRPG in that sense, but instead of going through a glorified visual novel, this is a...
Well, at least JRPGs are typically fun and have cool, you know, premises and stories and, you know, fantasy elements, speaking of Final Fantasy, but yeah, this doesn't have any of that.
40-hour-long movie. If
Griffin marks his shekels, I never part with them, so I don't have to.
You're skipping, like, all the side quests. And even the side quests, honestly, aren't that impressive when it comes to player choice either. I'd say probably about half the quests in the game don't even have an alternative way of completing them, and they're more like a standard kill bandits here, or steal this thing from this house, or maybe do a speech check of some kind to convince somebody of something. And look, I'm not even going to pretend that's a huge problem with these quests. Something like Fallout New Vegas is incredibly rare, where you have a quest that not only has multiple different ways to complete it, but also has multiple different conclusions depending on which faction you're working with. No, my ultimate problem is that much of the player choice in this game is ultimately meaningless, and I hope to convince you of that by the time we reach the end of the story. But anyway, to get back to this Cuman quest, so essentially, the Innkeeper wants to get rid of these Cumans because, well, they're Cumans. They're Hungarian barbarian savages. They pillaged, they've raped, they refuse to learn Czech. Do you need any other reasons to hate them? And Henry has an extremely strong character motivation to be racist against them. And yet, what can you do in this quest? You can fucking befriend them. And holy fuck, it's actually worse than I thought.
Wow, it's just like modern day. What does that sound similar to? Sounds like something Europe is dealing with right now to this very day, man. Crazy. Cultural enrichment, exactly.
Not just befriending any humans, these people were literally at Skalitz. Imagine befriending the group of people who killed your parents in front of you. This is just straight up character assassination. There is no good argument for player choice in this case. Especially given how limited your character choices are in the main story anyway, this is just straight up racial cuckoldry. You could very easily replace human with any ethnicity of people, we'll put it at that, and holy fuck, this is truly disgusting. I don't want to be banned from YouTube, but goddamn, this pisses me off. And I was tempted to try and explore this option, but as it turns
Accept the migrant horde, everybody. Let them rape your women, steal your goods, you know, violently assault you on the street, take your fucking money, you know, have all your tax money go to enriching them. You know, just be happy about it because your culture is being actively enriched by every passing moment that more and more of them come in. Yeah, just let them have your daughter. Don't press charges if they, you know, molest her or whatever.
Turns out the quest completely bugged out and the humans never spawned. So I failed the first objective. And so now I was given the option to kill them, which I'm glad that we can do that at least. But let me just tell you, for better or worse, this was single-handedly the most challenging part of the game for me. But first, I think I need to set the stage for how it ended up being so difficult. Basically, all I had accomplished at this point in the game, not counting my various deaths I mentioned previously, was kill 3 bandits and take their equipment and money, do the basic combat tutorial with Tomcat, which, quick aside about him, by the way, if you'll remember, your teacher for the combat system in the first game was Captain Bernard, the leader of the Ratai Guards, so obviously he would be a very experienced swordsman. Made sense. He was kind of an interesting character. I liked him. Your first sword teacher in this game is a fucking circus strongman gypsy. I'm not even making this shit up. This is the first of many more subtle propaganda aspects of this game, but the gypsies are painted as these completely oppressed people who didn't do nothing. Their leader, the wise man of the camp, is a fucking South Asian or Middle Eastern looking motherfucker. He's the only guy with this phenotype in the entire game. I have no idea where he's actually supposed to be from. I didn't end up doing his side quest where you try and find his daughter. No, spoilers, I killed him later, but I'm not going to get into that now. But yeah, the game subtly pushes the message that the gypsies are being hounded for no reason at all. They definitely don't steal and cheat people or kill people or any of that shit. No. Hell, they're even
the gypsies didn't do nothing, man. They're just innocent.
Allowed to be here. They have a charter from King Sigismund to just fucking camp out in the woods in von Berghoff's backyard. I have no idea if that's historically accurate, and I honestly don't care, but I digress. The reason I bring this up is because I tried to learn Master Strikes from Tomcat, but because I had such weak equipment, he instantly defeated me in like 2 hits. And so, having nowhere to sleep in the gypsy camp, I returned to Troskowitz, hanging on to life by a thread, and I'm immediately arrested because in this save, I tried to kill the guard from the intro and found out, of course, that he's an essential NPC. Well, he woke up and reported my crimes, of course. I couldn't afford to pay them, so I got fucking flogged. And because
we should do that to people nowadays.
Keeper hates me at this point in the game, I wasn't even allowed to sleep in our inn. No, I had to sleep in the fucking dirt to heal off my injuries. And so after all this, I was truly fed up with the game and just wanted some shit to happen. So I found out that the Cumans were hiding in the gypsy camp. I went there and slowly tried to hatch a plan to kill them. At first, I tried to play it smart by poisoning their food. Well, as it turns out, they don't actually fucking eat their food. I'm not joking. The Cumans are programmed to leave Troskowitz and just sit at their camp all day and all night, and they never eat the food. I don't know if this is a bug or not. I'm gonna just go ahead and assume that it is, but that plan didn't work. So my next plan was to just shoot them with a bow until I could kill them, because the AI is kind of ass. And we'll take a second to talk about the range combat in this game because it's probably the only significant upgrade over the first game. In Kingdom Come 1, the range combat feels like it was designed by aliens, because instead of aiming down the middle of the screen, you have to just look at the center and guess where the arrow is going to go based on where it's pointing. Anybody who's shot a bow in the first game knows how unbelievably frustrating it is. It doesn't help that one of the first times you ever use a bow, you're hunting rabbits, so you're going to miss almost every fucking shot. Now, by the end of the game, I actually started becoming pretty good at just kind of gauging where I'm supposed to shoot. So in a weird way, it was actually kind of satisfying just because of how inherently difficult it was.
I mean, maybe if you turned on like your monitor's crosshair overlay, if you have that feature, it'd be achievable, but that's really fucking weird.
But obviously Warhorse got some common sense and just made the range combat work like any shooter in this game. So not only did it take like 4 arrows to kill a single Cuman, but I was also doing this in broad daylight because as it turns out, the Cumans also don't turn on any lights at night, and the night in Kingdom Come is a lot like Dragon's Dogma. It's fucking pitch black. You can't see shit. And even still, they would eventually find me, and then I would get in a fight with them on the cliff, and then I would end up falling off the cliff. Haha. Thank God. Oh, fuck. So my next plan was to just ambush them one by one and take them out as they were traveling from Troskowitz to the Gypsy camp. Honestly, a pretty good plan. Only one problem. The Cumans have such higher stats and better equipment at this point that I could just barely take them on in a 1v1. And it took so long that another Cuman would just catch up and then be a 2v1 and I lose instantly. Or eventually I just fuck it up because I get tired after like 5 straight minutes of fighting a guy and then he just hits me and kills me. And the sad thing is, if I had waited just enough time until I could beat Tomcat in a duel, I don't think I would have ever struggled because Master Strikes are just as broken as the first game. So after probably over an hour and a half of attempting to kill the humans, I put a pin in that first stream and came back to it on the next one. I spent a bunch of my unspent perk points, which I'm not going to delve into great detail how the level up system works in this game. Basically, it's exactly like Elder Scrolls. You use a skill and you get better at that skill. I don't have a single problem with that. I think it works out great. I wouldn't even say the array of skills are interesting enough to talk about on their own because your basic stats like strength or agility or vitality are just going to go up naturally as you're playing. And while some of the skills are a little outlandish for what you're probably used to with open world RPGs like drinking or scholarship, houndmaster, horsemanship, you can completely ignore all of those skills and it's not going to affect your experience playing this game pretty much at all. So there's not really much of a point in going into detail about them. As for the perks, though, the only main difference between this one and the first is that they removed most of the perks that have a downside to them. Now pretty much all the ones in this game are good, which unfortunately kind of removes a little bit more player choice, especially in how you want to build your Henry, because like I said at the beginning, by the end of the game, Henry's just good at everything. But I'm not going to complain about the perks themselves. They have fairly powerful effects that make a major difference in combat. The other thing I did is that once I assassinated the first Cuman, I took his keys and found there's a chest in one of their tents, which had much better gear than what I had on top of the Cuman I just killed. And so I smartly made a save at this point, and after a couple more failed attempts, I eventually just tried to cheese the stealth system.
The Final Fantasy music is back.
In the dumbest way imaginable, and I basically just hid behind a bush just 50 feet away from them and just drew them out one by one by just shooting one. He goes to investigate, I kill him. I shoot the next one, he goes to investigate, I kill him. The last one was sleeping in a bed in broad daylight for some reason, and so I finally killed the final Cuman, and I succeeded with the quest. Now you may be wondering, why the hell did I derail this review for probably 10 plus minutes at this point? Just to give you a little anecdote of my personal gameplay experience. Well, believe it or not, despite all the bitching I've done, I think this is one of the best side quests in the game, and let me explain why. Even though I have always been a huge advocate of saying hard does not equal good, this game becomes stupid easy by a certain point. I'd say probably by the time you get to the Kutenberg region, you can pretty much handle any single 1v1 in the game, and even most group fights are not that difficult because the enemy AI is clearly less aggressive than the first game. But this one point here, I accepted this quest clearly a little bit too early, even though it is in the very starting town, so that doesn't really make sense from a game design perspective. But I guess you're supposed to make peace with the Cumans or maybe threaten them to leave. You're not expected to be able to kill them, but you can. This is true player choice in the sense that not only does the quest have multiple different ways to complete it, but it also has one option that is significantly more challenging than the other ones, but is still very doable. And so even though I struggled, I suffered, I'd been through so much boredom during that first stream, it was incredibly satisfying when I finally beat this quest because I actually had to use my brain. And while ultimately all I did was break the shitty AI, it was still kind of fun. This is the quest that probably reminded me of the first game the most because infamously, if you played Kingdom Come 1, the first half of that game is very rough. You can get ambushed while fast traveling and just get killed in 2 seconds by a pack of fucking peasants with axes and clubs.
Yeah, that shit pissed me off, bro. That shit pissed me off when I was fast traveling and all of a sudden I got fucking jumped by like 3 dudes and died, and then I had to reload my save, which was like 30 minutes before. Fuck that shit.
That was part of the experience. And yes, it sucked that you died and then you had to load a save because there were even less autosaves in the first game. So there's a very good chance that you'd lose 30 minutes or more of progress whenever you died. But that was part of the experience. That is part of what made the first game unique.
It's like real life. At least in real life, you have enough time to lock your doors. You get approached while traveling.
And unfortunately, they sanded off a lot of those edges with this one. Let's talk about fast travel in this game really quick. In the first game, there were very few random events that could happen while you're traveling. Over half of them were simply you get attacked by enemies. There were a few that were sort of like mini quests, but for the most part, it legitimately was just humans attack or bandits attack. In Kingdom Come 2, there's quite a few like goofy random events, and a lot of them are just kind of ass and feel like a waste of time. Like there's one where you have to beat a dude's ass so that he can explain to his lord how he lost a letter. There's another one where there's like this famous boxer who's roaming around, and guess what? That event is completely bugged. I killed him twice before accepting the boxing match much later in the game. Of course, there's still bandit attacks, and now you can be attacked by wolves as well, which are the worst enemy type in the game. They're just buggy as hell to fight. Half your swings miss for no reason, and they're not even challenging at that, so I'm not even get into that, but yeah, the wolf enemy type sucks ass. The only time I had an interesting fast travel experience in this entire game is when I got roped into a side quest about a demon living in a mine shaft. My point is, fast travel in the first game was supposed to feel dangerous, like it was a real risk, to incentivize you to actually have to ride on your horse from point A to point B. Now, you know me, I hate wasting time, so I actually didn't really like that, honestly, but I can't deny that there's something incredibly satisfying about reaching the point in the first game where you feel like you can take anyone. Fast travel is no longer dangerous. Even like a 4 or 5v1 fight, as long as you time your master strikes correctly, you just cut these fuckers down in like one hit each, and you feel like such a badass. In this game, that still happens, but it doesn't feel nearly as earned. And I think part of that is due to the reduced player choice, as I mentioned earlier, because in the first game, I believe, and I'll double check this in editing, that you actually only are forced to kill one person throughout the entire game. Whereas in Kingdom Come 2, there's many mandatory story sections where you fight a bunch of people, and while I'm sure some of these you can get away with the AI just killing people for you, it seems like the AI is kind of incompetent because there were multiple group fights where they got their ass beat, and then I end up having to fight 4 or 5 people. So because there's so much more fighting in this game, the progression is also a lot faster too, and that includes gear as well, since you're probably looting every body that you're killing and comparing the stats. So outside of the first like 5 to 10 hours of the game, it doesn't really feel like there's any moment where you've overcome the early game and become a true warrior. So yeah, I guess that's just a really long-winded way of saying I actually thought this was a really good quest, even if maybe they gave it to the player a little bit too early, and it's unfortunate that I never had an experience like this again. Maybe in part because I think I gained 2 player levels and a bunch of perks and stuff just off of this quest alone, but I've also heard other players experience saying that the game becomes way too easy after a certain point, so it can't be just that. Now, before we get back to the main story, there's a couple more side quests I want to address in this section of the game first, starting off with the Herb Woman's quest. As it turns out, Pavlena has gone missing, and so it's your job to investigate what happened to her. Just like the first game, there's quite a few quests that are kind of like Witcher 3 quests, where you have to investigate a crime scene or interrogate some people to find out what happened, and this is no different. So to keep it brief, you end up asking around, including talking to my retarded twin.
What's the above? That must be Wellman. You ain't no other young
It's me!
Hugo. I heard Hux. I take them to the woods to forage for
My name's Hugo. I heard no pink. I didn't kill him, I swear. And you eventually find the dead body of Pavlena's boyfriend. Yeah, I think you can see why she isn't a romance option now. Then you track down one of the 2 men who killed him, and you find out that the reason that they jumped Pavlena and her boyfriend is because Pavlena's mother was the midwife for this landowner Yakish guy, but during childbirth, both the wife and the child died, and since the kid died unbaptized, his soul is doomed to hell forever or whatever. So his 2 lackeys decided to jump Pavlena, and they just ended up killing the boyfriend in the crossfire. So you end up getting this guy arrested, and he tells you where Pavlena is likely being held hostage. When you arrive, there's a guard dog in your way, which I literally ran past, keep that in mind. We see that Pavlena is being held with a sword to her throat, and we try to talk the guy down. I immediately fail a speech check in this conversation, which doesn't lead to him killing Pavlena, and there's no option to just tell him I walked past the dog. No, there's an intimidate check saying that you scared him off, which is not even what happened, and of course I failed it. So I failed 2 speech checks at this point. I told him I arrested his brother, which he clearly didn't like, and yet he still hasn't slit Pavlena's throat, but thankfully I passed the 3rd check, and he decides to let her go. And then this happens.
I'm letting her go. Die!
Look. Die! Die! That's for you bastard!
But the herb woman needs one last thing from you. You have to kill this landowner dude, and as it turns out, I already did. Ironically, on the way to go rescue Pavlena, I needed to steal a horse, and that guy was a witness, so I killed him, took the horse, and I'd already completed this next objective. So all you do is get whatever meager reward I'll show on screen here, and that's it. There's no romance with Pavlena. You just get a little bit of money, and I guess the woman's problems are solved. That's fucking it. I think this quest perfectly encapsulates some of the major problems with quest design in this game. I'm not going to shit talk the investigation part of the quest too much, even though I do think it's cliche and kind of played out. We've seen it in so many other games before, going all the way back to like Batman Arkham Asylum, just scanning the environment and hitting E to get some information. And I don't have any problems with passing a speech check to maybe skip a small part of the quest or make it easier, but the problems lie in this final part of the quest, where I failed 3 checks, one of which wasn't even a speech check. It was just kind of like the default failure state, and yet this man refused to kill Pavlena. What the hell is even the point of investing in the charisma skills if you don't even need them to succeed in the quest? The worst part is persuasion checks in the early game feel completely random, because you have to invest in the scholarship skill to unlock the ability to to see how hard individual different persuasion checks are. And I'm not going to delve into this too deeply, but just know that there's different factors that affect your intimidate, your persuade, your charisma, etc., etc. I tried to invest in intimidate as much as I could throughout the game to fit my playstyle, one of those ways being constantly drenched in blood. And yet I still ended up failing over half of my intimidate checks throughout the game.
Just wanted to correct something you said a few streams ago. Jesuits are not Jews, they're cat. I'm not getting into that entire thing, but that is literally exactly why. Never mind. I don't want to get into this type of shit. But yes, there is a reason you think that, and it is by design.
Game. And part of the problem is because these are percent chances to succeed. This is not like Fallout New Vegas where you reach an arbitrary number and then you succeed every time. No, it's more like Fallout 3 where your stat has to be significantly higher than the opponent's to have a 100% chance. And because I never bothered reading books because it felt like a complete waste of time, especially because most of the perks in the scholarship tree are just EXP bonuses, I didn't end up having the skill that let me see the difficulty of speech checks until like 3/4 of the way through the game. I know the disingenuous are just going to say that I'm cherry picking bad examples, but I want to give you another quest that perfectly exemplifies the problems with some of this game's quest design. This is in the second half of the game in Kutenberg. You meet a man called Casper Rudolph, who immediately announces he's a cuckold to a stranger.
An idiot whose wife is cuckolding him, whose children can't stand him, and even the dog pisses in his boots every morning.
And this man is aspiring to be a wine seller, but his wine tastes like shit. And so you need to discover the monastery's secret, because apparently the monks have the best wine ever. And to find out this secret, you're going to have to learn it from the local...
That is historically accurate, because monks are the ones who came up with the modern form of winemaking.
Keeper Havel, by disguising yourself as a sommelier, a wine expert.
You want me to be sommelier? I don't see how that could make a good impression on him.
And so, because I pretty much hadn't been drinking this entire game, I had a pretty low drinking skill. So Casper offered me to read one of his books to learn all about wine. Unfortunately, he let a female friend borrow it from him. But after this girl had ridden the cock carousel, her parents arranged a marriage for her and locked her in her room. Fortunately, as I arrived, she was just in the courtyard, only guarded by her brother, which we just passed a very simple blacksmith check to have him go away. And we easily convinced the roasty to give up the book with some simple love poetry. And this is where one of the most jank moments in the entire game happened. As I started to leave the garden, there were just 5 guards standing outside with their bows drawn. And look, obviously I get what's going on here. If I had failed the checks, they were going to kill me. But they don't even have any dialogue when you leave. They're just staring in one direction, doing nothing. I'm not going to lie, this was genuinely uncanny. I was a little bit creeped out by this. But anyway, moving on to the next part of the quest. So we've read the wine book. We're ready to pose as a sommelier. And this is probably the conversation where I realized the speech checks are goddamn meaningless in this game. Since my drinking skill was like 9, and at this point in the game, if any of your skills are below 15, you're probably not going to succeed at a check. I ended up failing 3 out of 5. And the dude still completely believed that I was a wino. I knew everything. If the fucking conversation is this easy, is this even count as player choice? I'm sure it's possible to fail if you fail every single dialogue or something, but what do you even get out of this conversation anyway? The dude doesn't tell you the secret. You still end up having to go sneak into the monastery's vineyard to find out the secret. So who the hell knows? This part felt like a waste of time. So anyway, we do a little mini stealth segment, which by this point in the game was fairly easy. And we discovered that the mysterious incense that the innkeeper was referring to earlier is sulfur candle wicks that they're using to flavor the wine. And so you deliver the sulfur candles to Casper, and your reward is a little over $400, which, as I cover later in this review, is not much money by the late game. Now, the reason I bring up this quest is because it's just yet another example that your dialogue choices don't actually mean anything. They don't change any aspect of the quest. I mean, sure, I'd probably have to fight off those guards if I'd pissed off the hoe, but if I had failed all of the drinking checks when I was pretending to be the wine expert, it would change literally nothing. You still have to go to the winery either way. Do you legitimately think that that's player choice? Look, I could certainly dig up more examples from my footage if you're still not convinced, but the whole point of this is that true RPG player choice from a gameplay perspective means that you can use whatever build that you've chosen to succeed at the quest. In this quest, you're just forced to use different aspects of Henry's jack-of-all-trades build, and if you fail, you just move on to the next objective. It doesn't make a fucking difference. Yes, sometimes when you fail, the entire quest fails, but then you just load a save and do something else. That's not player choice, as I'm going to keep driving into your skull over the rest of this insanely long, stupid review that I've made for no goddamn reason. You can tell I'm in the middle of editing as I'm recording this part. Now, before I cover the rest of the story in the Trosky section of the game, there is one more side quest that I need to cover just to be in good faith for this review, and that is the quest to get Mutt, your dog, back. Now, once again, I'm going to set the stage here a little bit. There were 2 major things I accomplished before I started doing this quest, the first of which being that I learned Master Strikes, and when I got a rematch against Tomcat, I whooped his ass. Though actually getting to do the rematch was in and of itself quite a challenge, because at this point, I had basically butchered the entire Gypsy village. Again, out of the sheer frustration and rage of this game constantly cucking me out of a satisfying gameplay experience. After I defeated the Humans, I just went full full bloodbath mode and killed basically every single one of them, except thankfully Tomcat and an NPC I would need later for the main quest. Now here's the thing, I don't want to shoot too many jabs at a certain YouTuber during this review, but another sort of lie that was told is that you're able to slay entire villages in this game. Ignoring the fact that that is actually just a straight up lie, because there's at least one essential NPC in every village, with the Gypsy village it being the horse merchant, whatever you want to call it, the guy that lets you saddle up stolen horses. You can't kill him, but shockingly you actually can kill pretty much everybody else. But here's a point I'm going to posit to the audience here. Does it matter if you can kill everyone if all of the nameless NPCs just get replaced in like a day? And I'm not even exaggerating. Nope. I came back to the Gypsy camp probably 5 more times after this point.
That's one of the nice things and bad things about Skyrim is once you kill an NPC, they're gone. Like, you actually miss them.
And every time I arrived, there were more nameless NPCs to replace the ones I just killed. Again, that's exactly how Starfield works, so why are we pretending that this is like real player freedom? The only freedom here is the ability to fail optional side quests. Is that really what—
I remember in one of my early playthroughs of Skyrim, the Whiterun merchant, or whatever his name is, I don't fucking know. The guy in like the main shop in Whiterun, he got killed by a dragon. And, like, I tried to keep playing for, like, another, like, probably 5 or 10 hours past that point. And I was like, oh, yeah, no. So I just deleted that save and restarted. That was no good.
People want when we're talking about player choice. But because I was wanted in the Gypsy village, unlike normal towns that have guards where people will arrest you, these guards just attack you on sight, and maybe I could have surrendered to them. But I'll be honest, again, I didn't want to. I wanted to kill these people. I was tired of this bullshit. The problem is, being wanted in the Gypsy camp breaks a lot of stuff in this game. The most obvious one being that you can't interact with any of the services here because the people run away from you on sight. Now, there is an exploit to deal with this problem, which is that you approach them at the edge of their peripheral vision, where you can interact with them, but technically they haven't seen you yet. And that's how I ended up challenging Tomcat again and beating his ass pretty much instantly, learning the Master Strike, and trivializing the combat for almost the rest of the game. Now, how Master Strikes work in Kingdom Come 2 is that instead of just pressing the counter button as soon as possible, instead, you now have to point your sword in the opposite direction of where your enemy's about to strike, and then instead of pressing the block button, you attack. Now, notice how I said sword. It only works on swords in this game. This is single-handedly the worst gameplay change between the two games, bar none, because it makes the sword category of weapon objectively better than the other types. It's really sad because during the first game, I loved role-playing as Black Henry and just using a mace and clubbing everyone that I came across. But there was legitimately no reason to do that in this game. I'd be putting myself at a blatant disadvantage. So instead, I ended up using a longsword for pretty much the entire rest of the game from this point forward. And for the first half of the game, I'd say the new Master Strike system feels pretty good, because it does definitely take a little bit more skill than just pressing the block button at the right time. But the major problem with this new system starts to show its ugly head in the second half of the game. But we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. So after gaining the ability to Master Strike, my chat told me that Pebbles, our trusty ugly-ass mare from the first game, is being held at the Sameen stables. And so I headed over there, ended up wasting an hour of my time because I kept trying to steal her instead of just passing a speech check to get her. Again, my fault, not the game's. But yeah, after just passing one check, lo and behold, we finally have our horse back. Now, something I want to point out is they actually changed Pebbles' gender in between games. Captain Bernard clearly calls Pebbles a boy.
Against all better judgment, they decided to give you your own horse. The dappled gray beside my stallion is yours. Make sure you take good care of it.
And now everyone calls Pebbles a girl. Now, yes, everyone in my chat was making jokes how they trooned out our horse, but honestly, I don't actually give a fuck about this, but it is an interesting little change between games that I thought was worth pointing out. And so there was only one more companion we needed to get back.
Maybe it was a translation error in the first script, if that was the only reference to it. The trooned out horse, though.
That being Mutt, our trusty Mutt. And our journey begins by asking around where someone could have possibly seen a dog roaming around. Eventually, we hear rumors that there is a dog hanging out with a pack of wolves, and we talk to a local shepherd. He gives us his dumbest ram to use as bait. And unfortunately, it can't be that easy. The ram gets killed immediately, which is actually kind of funny. One of the few jokes I laughed at. And the dog is just a cane corso, I guess, which seems to be the most common dog breed in this area. And so we take out the wolf pack, but we're no closer to our goal. The shepherd tells us to ask the gamekeeper if he's seen Mutt, and we get roped into another side quest where we have to rescue this alcoholic from a bunch of wolves. And then we get one of the most painful side quests in the game, which is horrifically unfunny, where we have to carry this drunk around in the woods for about 20 fucking minutes straight. And eventually he tells us we need to rescue some horse that got stolen by bandits. And with the human gear that I had acquired earlier, it was fairly easy with a mixture of stealth and one-on-one combat to take out the bandits, rescue the horse. And then the next day, the gamekeeper tells us that Mutt is conveniently just southwest of the Gypsy camp. So we travel all the way back over there, and finally we find our trusty dog as he's about to be devoured alive by a pack of wolves. We rescue him, and there's the best quest reward in the game by far. We get our dog, and I would love to be able to tell you the differences between the mechanics in the first game and the second, but believe it or not, I never used Mutt in the first game. And I gotta say, I'm kind of glad I didn't if it worked anything like this game. Basically, the only thing Mutt is good for outside of a couple specific side quests is distracting an enemy for about 2 seconds, giving you a chance to get a free hit on him. Unfortunately, friendly fire is turned on in this game. You can hit Mutt, and if you damage him enough, he runs away for a few hours, and he loses some loyalty, and it makes me sad every time. Now, of course, you can raise his loyalty back up by feeding him or petting him, but in one of the weirdest oversights in the game, any food items that you drop have no weight in the physics engine, so if you're even on like a 5-degree incline, the food will just keep rolling and rolling and rolling, and as long as it keeps moving, Mutt won't eat the food, and if it rolls for too long, Mutt will forget that you even gave him food in the first place. I know some people are going to say I'm making mountains out of molehills with this, but this is the type of bug or oversight that any basic amount of QA would have caught and tried to fix, and it was incredibly annoying, even though I probably didn't really have to feed Mutt at any point. I could have just told him to go home and then ignore him for the rest of the game. I don't know, I kind of like traveling around with a dog, even if he didn't really help that much. So I think Warhorse really made sure that he wouldn't really help the player much in case that you didn't care to finish this side quest. But it was easily in the top 3 side quests of this game, not that that's really saying much. So that's more or less the Sandbox experience in this game. I would talk about exploration, but there's nothing to find, you know, kind of like Witcher 3. The parallels between the Kingdom Come games and Witcher 3 are pretty obvious outside of the core gameplay mechanics, of course. These are not exploration-based open-world sandbox games like Oblivion or Skyrim or Fallout 3. No, these are quest-based open-world games. There's no reason to go somewhere unless a quest tells you to go there, with the exception of some random events that you can find out in the world, and the occasional little bit of extra treasure you can find, but I never found anything that was worth going out of my way to just waste time exploring the map, which again is very similar to how the first game was structured, and I wouldn't even have a problem with that as long as the side quests were up to snuff, but honestly, they're just not. And the thing is, too, I'll admit this is completely subjective, that I don't really care for these side quest setups or payoffs or any of the characters involved in them, or even the gameplay, really, for that matter. You are fine to like any of those things, but something that you can't deny is that you are forced to play through the main story to get to a lot of these side quests, especially since there's 2 maps in this game, and the second region is considerably larger than the first and has like twice as many side quests. So even if you really do enjoy the Sandbox experience in this game, you have to play through the horrible story to get to those quests, which is a big part of my problem with this game, because once I had finished the main story, I went back and played like 6 more side quests off stream, and there actually were a couple that I enjoyed, even if, much like the quests I just described in this section.
It sold millions anyways, why would they care about Q? That's pretty much the mentality of every modern dev nowadays. Have 0 quality standards, people will buy it anyway. Rinse and repeat. So, yeah, unfortunately, the days of getting polished, ready to release games is probably in the past.
They usually end up being anticlimactic, or there's some subversive twist that ruins the entire quest. I'm specifically thinking of the one where a ghost forces you to stack bones. Goddamn, the busy work never ends, does it? But my point is, unlike Elder Scrolls games, this is not a game where you can just ignore the story and do all the quests. I mean, sure, you can to a point, but if you want to get to the second region of the game, you have to engage with the story, and if you're anything like me, you're gonna hate the story, for all the reasons I'm about to get into. So, like I mentioned 30 minutes ago now, you actually have a real choice here how you want to handle the next part of the story. You can either help out the blacksmith or help out the miller. I chose the miller just because I wanted to do some thievery, just to get a little bit of gameplay variety in there. And Miller Crazel is one of the most scumbag characters in this game, and he just completely gets away with it. Now, there actually has been a little bit of misinformation about his questline, and I can take partial responsibility for that, because before I had streamed this section, I don't think very many people had seen it, and so there was one part that was taken slightly out of context, but trust me, it's not much better in context. What Miller Crazel tells you is that he wants to create a golem, aka a homunculus, a slave race of servants, to do all of his bidding for him. And yes, he even says he learned it from the Kabbalah.
Studying the Jewish Kabbalah.
I knew it! Now, there's actually a hint that this is a lie early on, because when you're carrying some sacks for him, and yes, you have to carry sacks again, that's going on the humiliation counter, you find little tiny metal balls, kind of like musket balls, right? So I thought this quest was going to lead to him making a gun or something, but no, that's not what it is either. So of course, he agrees to help you get inside the wedding if you help him with his big project. But first, you have to steal back a document that the guards at Troskowitz confiscated from one of his other minions. And this is where we get our stealth tutorial, including pickpocketing and lockpicking. The lockpicking minigame is pretty much the same as the first game, with the only difference being that as you get closer to picking the lock, your little reticle will spin further and further, which makes the harder locks really difficult to do without breaking the lockpick, because your reticle will just spin in a circle, and it's hard to keep your circle in the sweet spot if it's moving on its own. So that's kind of annoying. And the pickpocket minigame, which again, I never used in the first game, even one time, but people tell me it's pretty much the same. Feels like it was designed by fucking aliens. What you have to do is, you have to stare at someone's purse very intently for a certain amount of time without triggering their awareness, and the longer you stare at it, the longer amount of time you have to fiddle through their purse until you find the item you want. You have to reveal the item in a radial menu, and then you have to select it, and then you have to exit the radial menu, all while the timer is going, and then you've stolen the item you were trying to fish for. Let me just say, I despise that minigame, but I only ever had to use it 2 or 3 times. And as for the stealth killing, I'd already been fucking it up for like 6 straight hours at this point, which I will say is half my fault, half the game's fault. The part that's the game's fault is that they already gave me so many forced tutorials before this point point that I was genuinely shocked that it waited until you completed a main story quest just to teach you how to knock people out or to stab them. The short version is, in the first game, if you choked someone out, it succeeded every time, no matter how high their stats were. But if you tried stabbing somebody, then it compared your stealth with their stealth or something. I don't know the exact stats. Whereas in this game, choking out is no longer a guarantee, and even though your stats still matter, you have to pass a quick time event to guarantee the stealth kill or to choke someone unconscious. And this can come in two forms depending on how large the disparity is between the stats. If it's only a small difference, you just have to left-click when the swords appear on your screen. But if it's a huge difference, you then have an extremely tiny window to right-click after the left-click.
Yeah, I remember the lockpicking in the first game. It fucking sucked a dick. The lockpicking in the first game sucked dick. I remember that. Like, I think I was playing... Because I played the first game a little bit, too. And, like, I had a quest objective where I had to get into, like, a building where, you know, you basically had to lockpick, I think, the door. And I broke like 3 or 4 lockpicks within like half a second of attempting the lockpicking minigame. And it was annoying as shit. Yeah, Skyrim has good lockpicking. I'm trying to think of the other game that has good lockpicking. Kingdoms of Amalur pretty much has the Skyrim lockpicking system. But yeah, I don't really like overly complicated lockpick shit, personally. It's very irritating.
And if you press...
Goddamn, watching a 4-hour review rant. Yeah, we're already an hour and 40 minutes in, so...
it too early, it doesn't count. So this makes it very difficult to stealth kill guards in the early game, unless you just have really fast reflexes or memorize the timing. So I'm going to count this as another downgrade from the first game, because I understand the logic behind it. They didn't want stealth killing to be completely overpowered. But making it quick time events that rely almost purely on the player's reflexes is just bad game design. The amount of saves I had to reload during one of the 4 stealth missions because of this shitty mechanic is unbelievable. But I guess to make up for this, you can throw rocks, like I said in the intro, which does trivialize the other aspects of the stealth, so it kind of evens out. Stealth is still a very legitimate way to break this game as long as you have a stealth outfit prepared. Me, being kind of a lazy, impatient, ADHD-ridden fuck, I never actually min-maxed having a stealth outfit, because outside the 4 stealth missions, I pretty much never used stealth. So anyway, after a couple tries, I break into the guard house. Unfortunately, the captain of the guard is inside, and he's an essential NPC, despite having no name. But I managed to choke him out, steal the document, get back to the miller, and this is where the miller reveals his fake plan of creating a golem, and he says that he's going to need saltpeter to create the golem's heart. And to figure out where to get saltpeter, we need to talk to the local witch that is also on...
Who needs golems when you have unlimited mass immigration?
...his side. I know Henry never really comes across as a good, honest Christian, especially not the way I played as him, but you'd think he'd start to have some serious objections to engaging in what is clearly turning out to be a satanic ritual of some kind.
Yeah, Jewish witchcraft.
Now, to the game's credit, I technically lied earlier when I said nobody related to the main quest can be killed. Technically, that's not true. You can kill Krazel, the witch, pretty much anyone related to this part of the main quest, because the blacksmith side exists as a failsafe if you somehow mess up this one. So, in fairness, I do have to give the game some credit for just this part of the main quest having a bit of player choice involved. But anyway, the witch tasks you to seek out the local gravedigger because saltpeter can grow on corpses. Now, this is where one of the worst quests in the game takes place. I honestly could not believe how shitty it turned out to be. Long story short, the gravedigger turns you into his bitch for a full day. You have to do all of his chores for him just for him to show you the location of the corpse pit. And what exactly do these chores involve? Well, first of all, you have to find a deer corpse and bring it to his cart, defend him from a couple angry men harassing him. Oh, and you can't kill them, by the way, or he won't help you anymore, which meant I ended up having to load a save. Then you have to carry some farm animal corpses to his cart and optionally investigate what made them ill in the first place. In the final task, easily the worst by far, he tasks you with poisoning a dog's food just because a neighbor paid him to get rid of the dog because it was mean. Now, thankfully, I was actually able to worm my way out of this one. I just let the dog go free, which actually pissed off some people in my chat, which just shows how fucked up some of you guys are, legitimately. And then the final...
Oh my god, he let the pity out, bro. That pity is gonna go and maul some child. Yeah, you should have put the pity out of its misery. Real talk.
Cherry on top of this quest is that you have to taste the saltpeter.
Get rid of the pity.
Make sure it's legit. So Henry puts his fucking mouth on a corpse. This quest is one giant prolonged humiliation ritual. It's not just petting. This is to shit on Henry and by extension the player. You cannot convince me otherwise. Thank God I was able to kill the gravedigger at least and get away with it. Now the rest of this side quest is put off on hold because the last thing that the miller needs is inside Trosky Castle, so you have to get further in the main quest first before you can finish this quest line. And so he finally tells you the plan to get into the Samine wedding, which is basically just find an attractive prostitute for the Master Chamberlain. Sounds easy enough, right? Well, of course it can't be that easy. As we try to convince some local bath wenches, we find out that everyone hates the Master Chamberlain. Doesn't matter that he's rich and got status. He's just that fucked up, I guess. And of course it's the ugliest looking bath wench who's slept with him before and says she'd never do.
Yeah, it's probably like the Dubai Prince type shit where they pay Instagram models to come out and then they fucking shit and piss all over them and treat them like human furniture. You guys heard about the Instagram whore that got beaten to almost to death in Dubai, right? They broke all of her limbs and snapped her back and threw her on the side of the road. I don't know if she's dead or not, but yeah, that's like very common in the Middle East. They'll fly out these Western, like, literal whores, and then they will treat them like human fucking, you know, furniture or I guess a human toilet in a lot of cases. And then they'll just beat them and throw them out. Sometimes kill them, too.
Do it again, which is what convinces the other girls not to do it, even though they'd be paid enough money to afford a small cottage. Yeah, this is fucking bullshit. I know it's played off for laughs. I don't think it's funny. I think this is legitimate feminist bullshit in the 15th goddamn century. There are women who have slept with way uglier dudes, way more cruel dudes, for the money and the status. I don't believe this shit for even a second. So who do we have to turn to instead? We gotta find a gypsy prostitute. And as you already know, the gypsies hated my ass, but thanks to the exploit I explained earlier, I was able to sneak up on her and tell her all about this stuff. And then we get one of the most bizarre lines in the game.
And he was a hermaphrodite. He had
Whoa!
things.
What? It's a male Fuda, guys. Oh, God. Yeah, that completely comes out of left field. And this bitch is so stuck up. Despite living in the fucking dirt, she has this massive ego because apparently she's been a high-class prostitute all over the world, which, if even any of that is true, how the hell did she end up in a gypsy camp with...
Yeah, exactly. Why would a gypsy whore be a high-class prostitute? Wouldn't she have her own fucking establishment and women working under her as a madam?
No money, being this desperate. I don't know if she's supposed to come across as a liar or she's just that dumb with money because implications, but those implications are too based for this game, so I'm not sure I believe that. But regardless, we end up having to get some perfume and a nice dress, and that was its own fucking adventure that I fucked up because, once again, I was just so fed up with this game, but truly it was my fault. I'm not going to go into it because this video is going to end up being the longest video I've ever made regardless. But I finally get all the materials. I'm ready for the wedding. I even have to find some nice clothes for Henry too, which I had to go back and steal on top of the dress. And what happens now that we're over 10 hours into the game? The wedding breaks immediately.
You.
What? What? And no, you can't surrender. I tried. If I wasn't a YouTuber, I would have dropped this game right then. In fact, if I was like some other reviewers I know, I would have just started the review right there and not given a fuck about the backlash, because there's no way in hell that the game is worth playing after this point. And I know some people are going to say this is my fault somehow, but I even loaded earlier saves and double-checked. I was not wanted in Sameen. I wasn't even wanted in Troskowitz anymore. I got flogged again to prove it. No, the only explanation for this is that somehow me being wanted in the gypsy camp broke this quest. Now, there was actually an easy solution here that I didn't think of at the time because I was so angry. But all I had to do was wait out 3 days and then my bounty would have disappeared on its own. But again, I was so fucking fed up. And as it turns out, there's a failsafe in the wedding quest anyway. All I had to do is run away for about 15 seconds and then there's a scene that triggers if the wedding goes wrong, where both you and Hans are arrested. Now, because I didn't even know Hans was there, this scene kind of came out of left field for me. But even though I didn't personally get to experience the Sameen wedding, I think for the sake of being as thorough as possible, I should still tell you what happens. And I can't think of a better way of doing so than letting my buddy Kane's Games explain it to you. You guys should all go check out his review on this game. It's actually pretty funny. And there's one specific event that happens during the wedding that I'm sure all of you would like to hear.
But at this wedding, there is a woman named Dubravka, and she is a positively ghoulish-looking woman. And if you talk to her mom, she basically asks you to dance with her because apparently she's retarded from the waist down. And if you decide to dance with this battered wench, she wants to sleep with you. All fine and dandy, right? Well, guess what? If you decide to sleep with her willingly, she then proceeds to insult your performance as Henry stands there like a moron going, oh, no, I really enjoyed it. I don't know about you. And then she proceeds to insult.
She needs some Yakubian cock to please her. Where's Musa when you need him?
Into his face.
What?
And if you decide to instead reject her and drink with her instead, she drugs you and then rapes you. Yeah, you heard that right.
Based.
Right. Henry gets molested in Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. And you know what the absolute cherry on top to this bullshit is? If you talk to her afterwards, you are not even allowed to confront her about it. And instead, you are given the option to apologize. Apologize for getting raped.
Nigga, what the fuck is this bullshit?
Yeah. Could you fucking imagine if the roles were reversed? Meanwhile, I've heard almost nobody anybody talk about this. Or instead of apologizing, you're allowed to say, I'm glad it was with you. What the fuck were these cocksucking developers smoking when they wrote this? But after Henry gets Bill Cosby'd, you wind up running into Hans, and after a misunderstanding breaks out, you and Hans get into a big fight, causing them to then get arrested and taken to Trosky Castle.
Okay, so back to the normal review. And so at this point, we get a short interlude where the game switches over to Godwin again, and we get to see what sent him over to Trosky in the first place, as Sir Radzig and Sir Hanush task him with going after Henry and Hans. Now, something that is very hard to get used to in this game is that Godwin no longer sounds like a generic monotone American and now has a strong Scottish accent.
It seems Sir Hanush is employing children as investigators. But ask as you wish, boy. I hope this nasty business will be cleared up quickly.
Secret mission. Sir Radzig, I hope you're not trying to drag me into some state espionage game of yours. Somehow, over the years, I fell out of the habit of being inconspicuous.
The new actor is definitely better than the old one, but there's something about the combination of his new accent and the fact that he's a glorified comic relief character, which makes his segments even more annoying than they had to be. But after the short explanation, we cut to Henry and Hans in the dungeon of Trosky Castle, and we learn that Hans is in here for poaching, which is a crime punishable by death. So despite the fact that our Henry...
He looked it up. It's a Ukrainian OnlyFans model gets assaulted in Dubai. If you're a whore, please go to based Muslim countries. Yeah. We should send Mia Khalifa over there, too, in a micro bikini.
He has killed at least a dozen innocent people, and I definitely also poached, and I stole plenty of shit. We are let go, just having to do some manual labor for a while, but Hans is going to die in 12 hours. So in this part of the game, we have to figure out a way to get Captain Thomas out of his delirium so that he can finally verify who we are and move on with the goddamn plot. So on paper, this is one of the most interesting quests in the game. I think, though, in execution, it's kind of obnoxious. Basically, what you have to do is get access to where Captain Thomas is, and you have a couple different ways of doing so. The easiest way is to do a couple manual labor jobs, which includes carrying sacks for the third fucking time, and it's the furthest you gotta carry them yet, which gives you access to a little bit of the castle. And if you pass a speech check with the Chamberlain, you can get even further in. Unfortunately, I did not, which means that from that point forward, you have to do some stealth to sneak into the chapel and talk to his sister, who suggests you make some kind of potion. Because the doctor isn't at the castle, it's up to you to do this. And so it took me quite a while because I didn't exactly have good sneak skills at this point, and you're not really given any sneak equipment either. But eventually I make my way into their little alchemy room. We discover that Catherine is there for some reason, which is a little hint that she's a spy.
What in God's name are you doing here?
Oh, what's up, bitch?
I was about to ask you the same question.
I work here, genius.
Well, you better start working on my cock. And we end up making the potion and we give it to Captain Thomas. And you have to do all of this in the in-game 12-hour timer, which is something like 2 hours, but it's plenty of time, trust me. The problem isn't the timer. The real issue is that if you don't have any speech skills and you don't have any stealth skills, then you're gonna have a bad time. Ultimately, it's not that difficult if you just throw rocks and do some stealth knockouts or kills. And don't worry, anybody you kill here has no consequences later, at least it didn't for me. So it's not like you're soft-locked or anything, but it's the first of multiple examples in the story where you're pigeonholed into a specific playstyle for basically no real reason. In a better RPG, there would have been a way to earn your way into the chapel with just your combat skills, because not everybody's going to want to do stealth or care about upping your speech-related stats. But in the grand scheme of things, this is a minor complaint because it gets a lot worse later in the game. So after you manage to help Captain Thomas, you bring him out into the courtyard just as Hans is about to be executed, and the Master Chamberlain completely ignores Captain Thomas and tries to kill Hans anyway. So it was all for nothing, even though you get a game over screen if you don't do the quest. It was all a fucking waste of time. Thankfully, just like a shitty movie, Von Berghoff arrives at the very last second and tells the Chamberlain not to kill Hans, and he hears us out. We tell him what we came here for, and Von Berghoff promises that he will consider Margrave Jobst's offer if we help him take care of the mercenary problem. Now again, to actually complement an aspect of this game, I think this is where the story gets interesting. Now that we've actually accomplished the goal we came here for, and interesting things are happening, I was suddenly engaged in the game again. It's sad that it took almost 20 hours in to get to that point. Now, before I continued with the story, I decided to finish off Miller Krazel's quest because I didn't know when I'd get another opportunity. And long story short, the guy who had the book dropped it down the shitter. I'm not even joking.
Oh my
and as he went to go get it, he died of, like, food poisoning on the way there. And so we find the book and his corpse by a pile of shit outside of the castle.
Oh, we got more Final Fantasy music.
Yes, I'm adding this to the humiliation counter. Now that we've...
This is the, what's it called? Shit. The area where you go with Aerith and you have to cross-dress. Why can I not think of the name? But you know what I'm talking about.
Completed all the Miller's tasks, he finally reveals the truth to us. He was building explosive powder.
Wall market, that's it.
genuinely confused what the hell the point of this entire quest line was. Gunpowder already exists. You literally get handed a gun just a couple hours after this, yet Krazel pretends this is like a massive leap forward for mankind and it's going to change the world. The only reasonable conclusion that I can take away from this quest is that the plot twist was you were the golem the whole fucking time. I mean, sure, he pays you, but other than that, you get nothing out of this quest. You were a glorified...
Just like in modernity, man. You were the golem the whole time. Yeah, you may get paid a slave wage, but... Yeah, there's a reason why the term slave wage exists. Because even slaves were paid for their work.
Fucking errand boy. He gives you this whole sob story about getting kicked out of university and then he gets obsessed with alchemy. He's just a fucking Reddit atheist scientist way ahead of his time. Whatever, back to the main quest. Here, we finally get the first romance option with Hans, and it's a mandatory dialogue, by the way. Just to remind you, like I said in the intro, someone lied to you. It's not hidden. Not the least bit, man. There's literally a fucking heart on the dialogue option. And the worst part is, the thing you say doesn't even sound gay.
Happens to the best of us. But you can rely on me. Always. We had a disagreement, that's all. Who doesn't sometimes? You're the closest.
That's not even gay, by the way. That's why I think there's women writers.
I really appreciate it. I'm glad to
He didn't even say anything gay. So our first task for von Berghoff is to go to Nebakov, which is like a small fortress, and ask for the local lord's garrison to help kill the mercs. Now, of course, the twist when you arrive is that the mercenaries have already taken over this place, and it's their base that they're operating from. And they're not exactly very subtle about there being something very wrong about this place. The player can easily figure it out. And this is also where we finally get to sleep with a woman, Kalara, who is one of the only 2 female characters I actually liked in this game. Even though she's trying to deceive you to help out the mercs, she's still a sweet woman. She's basically like a nurse, and she genuinely likes Henry, and it's an easy lay. How can I complain? And we also find out by interrogating one of the local quote-unquote guards here that nobody agrees on how they obtained so many horses. Of course, they stole them from the men who used to be here. And so you return to von Berghoff, report that obviously some suspicious shit is going down, and he informs you that he actually managed to capture one of the mercenaries, and so he tasks Henry and Hans with torturing the information out of him. And I gotta hand it to this game, you legitimately can torture this man, and don't worry, I took the opportunity to do so. Ooh, yeah. No! Yeah! Now, of course, if you have high enough speech skills, you don't have to torture him, but I wanted to, so I did, and I came very close to killing him. The only...
Yeah, just so you guys know, if you ever need to torture somebody, if you take off one fingernail and they're not ready to talk, you're wasting your time by taking off the others. The body's already in shock to a point where they'll barely feel the other ones.
The consequences for torturing him is you lose some reputation with Hans, and my god, I just realized I
just a pro tip.
Even get into the reputation system, which basically became a meme on my streams that I was losing reputation every 5 fucking seconds. The short version is there's local reputation, then there's individual reputation, and individual reputation is virtually meaningless unless you lose reputation with like a merchant or one of the romanceable characters in the game. Local reputation.
The most important thing with torture is the fear of the torture, not the actual pain itself. The actual pain itself is not the most effective method of torture. The fear of the pain and the torture is what gets someone to talk and break.
Reputation is a lot more important, as I explained much earlier. But individual reputation is basic...
Because if you inflict too much pain, then they start to be like, all right, whatever, I don't care. So, it's a balance.
Warhorse's equivalent of Telltale Games, Kenny will remember that. As in, it does absolutely nothing except just annoy the shit out of me. And even though I did lose reputation with Hans a number of times throughout the game, I still was able to do his romance by the end. But I have to admit, I absolutely enjoyed the torture scene. It was legitimately something unique I could take away from this game. And during the torture, you find out that Samin was in on it, or at least the groom was from the wedding. And so, learning this information, you ride off with some guy named Hashek to basically punish the people of Samin for their crimes against Berghoff. And this is one of the very few moments in the game that actually affects the ending. If you choose to butcher the innocent people here, your parents will be upset at you during the ending. I found this out the hard way. Me, I just wanted to have fun. And I had no idea and no reason to believe that there even is an evil ending in this game. Well, spoiler, there is. And so, after killing everyone and burning the estate to the ground, you return to von Berghoff and he throws a party. Now, there's actually a secret gay romance during this part. If you talked to Black Bartosz earlier, you have an option to sleep with him here. And unlike the Hans one, this is not at the end of the game. And no, there are no consequences for sleeping with a man in the 15th century. You know, just had to make that clear. The only interest
other than AIDS, but
thing that happens during this party is that you spy Catherine again, and as I've already said multiple times, she is a spy, which is the foreshadowing for the ambush that happens directly after this. Because yes, as you ride off with the Master Chamberlain to take back Nebukov, you get ambushed on the road by the bandits, and they end up killing almost everybody. Even though by this point in the game, I was considerably more powerful than any of the enemies here, and I just carved them to pieces. By the time we get to the end of this short segment, there's a cutscene where basically everybody's dead except Henry and Hans, of course. And we finally see that the leader of these mercenaries is Captain Zizka, and I'm not a history buff, so I had no idea who this was. Basically, he's a famous Czech military leader who fought during the Hussite Wars, but during this time period, he was a bandit or mercenary. Now again, I'm not going to pretend that I super care about historical accuracy, but he was supposed to have already lost his eye during childhood, and so you may be wondering, how does he lose his eye in this game, since it's obviously going to be a plot point? Well, what ends up happening is that Henry challenges Zizka to an honorable duel. Zizka accepts. I instantly whooped his ass in 2 hits, and Henry slices his eye. Now, believe it or not, this is a fake out. The actual way he loses his eye is way worse than this, but even though we defeat him, he still captures Henry and Hans, because he can't afford to let us go. And so now we finally get to play as Godwin again, and man, from this point forward, every single time we do, it sucks. It starts off with Godwin explaining to some random peasant how he got kicked out of his parish, and in some of the laziest writing I think I've ever seen in a video game, this fucking random-ass peasant not only knows who Henry and Hans are, but explains everything that happened from the moment the wedding went to shit until now. Was this shit on medieval cable or something? How the hell does he know all this? But anyway, after some more padding, Godwin shows up on the scene of the crime where Henry and Hans got captured, and we discover Eric, who was Istvan Toth's butt buddy from the first game. I honestly didn't even recognize him. Godwin proves himself by defeating some bandits dressed up as Bergov's soldiers, and then he's taken to Nebukov and tries to parlay with Zizka. Unfortunately, it doesn't work out, so Godwin ends up taking him hostage, and then suddenly there's a mutiny amongst Zizka's own men. As we find out, Istvan Toth is here, which is obvious since Eric's here, and one of the twists is that Istvan Toth was playing double agent the whole time and was actually a spy for von Berghoff. And because Henry outed him, he gets thrown in the jail cell. And finally, this game starts to feel like a real sequel. We're actually starting to move toward tying up the loose ends from the last game. And it's a genuinely good scene. I don't have any complaints.
Are you afraid?
I'm gonna get you.
No one's yet built the gallows I'll swing from, boy.
I don't think Henry's planning to hang you. It's more likely to rip your gut open.
With his cock.
I'm glad to help him.
Yeah, no, we're glad to help him. Let's double pound him. Let's go.
But before Henry can get his revenge, Eric is the one who starts the mutiny so that Toth has time to escape. And now our heroes sit down to have a real conversation with Zizka and realize they've been fighting on the same side this entire time. It turns out Zizka has been working for Margrave Jobst's brother and has been trying to undermine von Bergov's forces because Bergov never planned to betray Sigismund. He had been using Henry and Hans to do his dirty work. And there's also a pretty interesting dialogue response if you ask him about Catherine.
Do you know Catherine?
Who?
The girl from by the pond, for whose sake you killed your own man.
No.
You killed your own man to protect a woman you don't know.
Based gay Hans over here.
So the gang plans to just retreat to Ratai since their mission essentially failed, and hopefully they can come up with a new plan. As you can expect, that never comes to fruition. And so Godwin offers to help clean up Zizka's eye, and apparently it's going to make a full recovery. And after this, for no reason at all, we're given more bitch work where we have to bury some corpses. Dude, just why? This game, we're over 20 hours in at this point, I think, and we're still made to do pointless, slow-ass activities, man. I don't know how the hell games keep getting away with this shit. Is it because so many boomers are playing games now? Because millennials are aging, a bunch of them are over 40, and so they don't want exciting games. They want to get their money's worth, whatever that means. I would much rather play, you know, a 6-hour old-school survival horror game than a fucking 50-hour slow-ass boring piece of shit. But I guess that's just me. But I've held up this review enough. After humiliating ourselves once again, we are then rewarded by being given a firearm. And normally I would think, oh wow, that's actually really cool. Getting to use crossbows was already kind of cool, and it had a unique trade-off. It takes longer to load, but it does more damage. And handguns, naturally, take even longer.
Thank God Griffin is Gen Z. Why is that? What difference does it make if I'm Gen Z or not?
To load and do even more damage. It's essentially a one-shot, but you'll never have time to fire it more than once in combat. Now, I wish that was the only trade-off. The other trade-off is that you can't aim this thing for shit. If you thought aiming a bow was hard in the first game, it's actually impossible to aim the hand cannon in this game. It just fires in a random direction. I have legitimately stood directly in front of an enemy, and it somehow missed at point-blank range. And of course, there's a cheeky joke in the dialogue about this.
This weapon has no future.
Fresher vagina. I don't know about that.
It's too noisy, and above all, inaccurate.
Now, before
I'm technically the first year of Gen Z, so I have a crusty veg at this point.
Before we move on to the actually good part of the game, there is a short little reprieve here where you get a little bit of friendly dialogue with Hans about the state of their journey so far, and you have an opportunity to do an optional side quest for Clara to sleep with her again, which of course I did. Now again, I feel like I do have to be as fair as possible, as I can anyway. I legitimately believe the next 2 missions are great. They're easily as good as the best missions from the first game. Starting off, we have our first siege defense, because of course, we were
You're a perfect representative that all of us aren't complete fuck-ups. All right, fair enough. I'll take that.
We're never going to get to escape to Ratai. No, Berghoff shows up with the Prague militia led by Markvart von Aulitz, the other main villain from the first game. The guy who led to the death of Henry's parents. And so, after a hostile exchange, to say the least...
Lord von Berghoff! Sir Markvart! Lord Nebach! And you treacherous shit! Kiss our asses!
God, is this retribution for my sins?
We now have to defend against a whole army attacking a tiny fortress, and this is actually a pretty cool part. It starts off with you having to push over ladders with pole arms, then you have to drop boulders on people's heads. But of course, they do start to manage getting in, so you've got to get hand-to-hand with some of these guys, but ultimately, you get overwhelmed, you hole up in the tower, and of course, the enemy shows up with a cannon. And they blast a hole directly into the top floor of the fortress, and everyone gets captured. And I can't help but think that this next scene looks exactly like the intro to Skyrim. And a really important plot detail here that I almost forgot is that Hans is taken separately with von Berghoff to be used as a hostage to make sure that Sir Hanush doesn't retaliate. This, of course, leads to a torture scene from the other way around. And I do have to complain about this part, because at every single opportunity, I resisted telling them any information, which ends up hurting you in the part after this, because you have a torture debuff, which severely lowers your health and stats. And ultimately, it was all for nothing, because fucking Godwin gives up the information willingly, even though no one touched him. And the worst part... is later in the game, it treats it...
Yep, it's not about the pain, it's about the fear of it.
As if this is somehow Henry's fault. And actually, the real worst part is we get a fucking girl boss segment, because all that build-up with Catherine, including Zizka lying to cover her ass, leads up to her assassinating a guard, a fucking 35-year-old single mother, or, spoiler, she's not a mother anymore, assassinates a fucking guard. This is supposed to be historically authentic 15th century Bohemia, and we have a MILF assassin. People were saying this shit wasn't woke, even up until this part of the game, by the way. That is how absolutely brain-rotted and brainwashed our society has become. But I'm not going to waste even more time ranting about this. So Catherine saves the day, and now Henry has to go on a stealth mission and kill Istvan Toth. We finally get our goddamn revenge, and oh boy is it sweet. This is easily the highlight of the game. We finally make our way up to his tower. We get our big showdown.
Yeah, this is more entertaining than modern movies. That's like the sad reality nowadays. You know, people shitting on entertainment products is more entertaining than the actual entertainment.
Have a chance to ask him about Eric, and he admits that he adopted him as a war orphan where his band of mercs killed Eric's parents, and he groomed him into his fucking butt buddy, essentially. This was our LGBT representation, I assume, before Embracer Group got involved. And I'm not gonna lie, I actually lost the first duel against him in the fair fight because the torture demon...
Yeah, to be fair, I think Vavra was compromised because the first game didn't have any of this type of shit in it. So... it happened after Embracer Group got involved. So maybe Vavra didn't want any of this woke shit in the game or whatever, but he was overridden by Embracer Group, who owns the studio now. So...
buff was so significant I couldn't even use a basic sword anymore without a penalty. But in my second attempt, I took him out, and you fucking push him out the window, and you get your father's sword. There we go. A satisfying conclusion to the first game's narrative. And I'm not exaggerating when I say it is all downhill from here. That was the peak of this game. It never reaches that point again. In fact, the writing just goes further and further down into the abyss until it's just an absolute joke. And this is just the halfway point of the game. And I know as soon as I said that, all of you guys looked at the timeline of this video. Don't worry, I promise you this video will not be 4 hours long. So now we have to escape the castle, and we're given one of the worst 4 stealth missions I think I've done in a long time. Basically, you have to sneak around the woods at night while something like 50 guards are looking for you with torches, and you've got to sneak for something like several hundred yards. Even though we retrieved our gear after defeating Toth, I had to drop almost half of it because the torture debuff reduced my maximum inventory load. And even then, like I mentioned earlier, I never owned a true dedicated stealth outfit in this game. Some people told me it took them over 2 hours. I think I ended up taking 40 minutes, something like that, because I had to load save after load save after load save because of the terrible double QuickTime event assassination system. And I'm sure there's gonna be somebody out there who debates the idea that this is a forced stealth mission, because like I said, at this point in the game, you're pretty strong. But because I allowed myself to be tortured so thoroughly, I probably couldn't even win a 1v1 at this point. My stats were so low. Now, of course, there is a path where you basically only have to knock out / kill one guy, but it's not exactly obvious when you're playing this for the first time. You have to remember, your only real tool is throwing a rock. There are no other stealth-related mechanics except maybe shooting an arrow near somebody's body. So yeah, this quest is a complete pain in the ass and absolutely unnecessary, and I really ended up despising it. But eventually you succeed, rescuing one of Catherine's allies along the way, and at the meetup point, the gang decides to travel to Sukdal, a castle near Kutenberg, because as we found out from a letter we took from von Berghoff's castle, King Sigismund is going to rally his troops in Kutenberg so that he can finally squash the resistance. And coincidentally, our major allies in the resistance are also around Kutenberg. So, finally, we head to the second region of the game. Now, to give you a very brief conclusion to this segment of the game, although I was very critical of a lot of elements of the Sandbox in the Trosky region.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of Zelda, so this music means nothing to me.
It is certainly better than the second map. There's a few interesting quests, it's fairly densely packed, and although I had a pretty rough start and the first 3 hours of the game are just incredibly boring and awful, at least once I was unleashed on the Sandbox, I could still have some fun with the game. And as I said, the climax of the first act is legitimately pretty interesting and enjoyable, and there's some good plot twists. The problem is the second half of the game clearly feels rushed. There's probably twice as many side quests as the first half of the game, but so many of them just feel like, go here and steal this, go here and kill these bandits, go here and speech check this guy until he does what I want. And the premise for the quests aren't even interesting either. I'm not going to spend the next half an hour to give a million examples, but I will give a few later. But this is definitely where the game was starting to lose me permanently. It didn't help that, you know, I'd already been soft-locked multiple times at this point. There's quite a few major glitches, even though reviewers said this game had no glitches. And the second half of the game really doesn't have anything new to show you. In fact, the only way that it really shows off progression is by having enemy gear be significantly more powerful. But as soon as you get access to some of their armor and weapons for yourself, which is fairly easy because Radzig's sword is really strong, then you're pretty much set for the rest of the game. There's actually no point in even doing these side quests because almost all of them just reward you with money. And I know this is going to sound like hyperbole, but it's legitimately true. Most of the side quests in the second half of the game do not reward even as much groschen as the total value of the equipment of one soldier. Not necessarily the case with bandits, of course, but basically any enemy that is wielding plate armor has at least one piece worth 1,000 or more groschen. So the total worth of his gear could be up to like 5,000 or more. For comparison, there were multiple quests I did after I beat the game that only gave me like 150. The economy is basically completely broken for the second half of the game. Loot doesn't even matter anymore. You're basically only...
Griffin hates Zelda. No, the only Zeldas I've played are Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, and I hate slop open world games, so yeah, that's why.
Doing quests to see...
I've never actually played any of the other Zelda games.
If they're interesting, and most of them are not. And another problem is that the main gameplay loop doesn't change at all either in the second half. You just fight stronger enemies with better armor. The only thing they can do that most of the enemies in the first half couldn't is now any enemy with a sword can master strike you, which is absolutely a pain in the ass, especially because the AI is smart.
Zelda's mainly a women's game. Like, Legend of Zelda is popular with women. So... like, 9 times out of 10, you'll see a girl gamer with some sort of fucking Zelda merchandise, tattoo, t-shirt, fucking profile picture. Like, it's one of those women's games. Just like Final Fantasy X is like the woman's Final Fantasy. Like, that is literally the chick flick Final Fantasy game. But, yeah. The old games were targeted at men. Well, every game was targeted at men back in those days, but it still was popular with women. Especially the 3D Zelda games. Those are the ones that are the most popular with women, like Majora's Mask and Ocarina of Time. Those games are very, very popular with women. Or Twilight Princess.
Smart enough to...
I mean, think about it, though. The name Twilight Princess is a very girly name, so it's kind of natural that women would be drawn to it. Arson with the 15 months. Change that. Play Wind Waker best open world game. I don't have a Wii U, so I don't know. I don't think that game got ported to Switch, right?
To now change its attack direction right before attacking so that you can't just wait for a Master Strike every time, which is incredibly frustrating in practice. I spent probably half of all the combats in the second half just trying to bait the enemy into attacking early so that I could just Master Strike them and then combo them to death. It is a truly terrible combat system in practice, and honestly, even just looking at the footage, you could probably tell that it's not good. And like I've already said multiple times...
Wind Waker, not Maker. I'm pretty sure got ported to the Wii U. I don't think it ever got ported to the Switch.
Times in this review, there is virtually no challenge in the game from this point forward. You can win basically every single fight as long as you're willing to cheese the hell out of the Master Strike mechanic. And the funny thing is, I didn't even realize how right I was until I just completed one of the admittedly better side quests in the second half of the game, which is...
Yeah, I think, Twilight Princess and Wind Waker never made it to Switch. but every other Zelda game that got remastered for the Wii U did. Which I don't think any did, because Skyward Sword didn't come out on the Wii U. So never mind.
Is directly connected to one of the random events while traveling, where you essentially have to try and win back this knight's armor. And the guy you challenge to a duel is supposed to be like a master of combat. You have to defeat him in a best of 3 with 3 different weapon types.
Women love Final Fantasy X for the romance between Tidus and Yuna. Yeah, dude, it's like every girl who likes Final Fantasy's favorite Final Fantasy. Like 9 times out of 10, it's I love Final Fantasy X. And they like the cheesy, like, Disney romance movie type story. That's why.
The first type being polearms, which I had never used throughout the entire game because they're just inferior in every way to the other weapon types. You would think that polearms would be really good because historically they're arguably the best weapon. But no, polearms cannot target the head directly. You only get 3 attack directions, and like I mentioned before, they don't have master strikes. But to show how utterly broken this combat system was, I went from, I think, level 8 with polearms, and over the course of over an hour of fighting this guy, with neither one of us being able to hurt each other because we both broke our weapons in the first 5 to 10 minutes of the fight. And when a halberd breaks, so does the hit detection, by the way. I think probably half of all of my attacks that should have hit this guy didn't hit because the end of the weapon was broken off, so it just kind of passed right through him, I guess. I leveled up polearms all the way to 20 in one fight. I essentially broke the fucking game. Oh, and I won too, by the way. I even got an achievement for beating him in all 3 rounds. And yes, the longsword round was by far the shortest. I think I beat him in like 2 hits, which just goes to show you how terrible this game's combat system is. I know I've said that a bunch of times already, but again, I just know people are going to pretend that it's better than it actually is, and it's just not. Just look at the screen, man. Just look at it. Over an hour of this. This is one of the worst things that I've ever done in a video game for a review, but I thought it was funny enough to include in the video. So the only true new enemy types in this game are the wolves and dogs, which feel like complete shit to fight, and crossbow and pistol enemies, because crossbows actually do a lot of damage, especially if you forget to put your visor down in combat like I did a bunch of times. If they shoot you in the face...
Yeah, I sure am sad that I stopped playing this game, man. Jesus.
You lose like half your health instantly, and getting hit with a bullet pretty much just takes out almost all of your health. But even then, enemies with hand cannons are pretty rare. They only show up in a few story missions. So the very brief explanation as to why the gameplay sucks in the second half of the game is 1, lack of player choice, which I hope will become pretty obvious as I talk about the story in this section. 2, the gameplay loop is fundamentally exactly the same as the first half, except now Henry has become so powerful that very few things are a threat to him. And 3, the economy and loot system is fundamentally broken, and so after you loot good gear in every category off of some enemy soldiers, you never need money ever again. And those are probably the closest things to objective flaws with it. Obviously, whether or not you find some of these pointless side quests interesting is completely subjective, and they're not all bad. There were a couple I thought were kind of cool in the second half. But at the end of the day, it just comes down to doing more bitch work for virtually no reward. Now, I know there's many of you at this point in the video, assuming you didn't use the chapter feature, of course, that are wondering where the hell is all the political propaganda that was at the beginning of this video. Well, it was all shoved into the second half of the game. Do you think that's intentional? It absolutely is. That is not a conspiracy on any level. They knew that the vast majority of the player base would never see the stuff I showed in the intro of this video. And so, I'm going to spend the majority of the rest of this video just talking about the story so that we can finally get to the juicy shit. The reason why people clicked on this video in the first place. So starting off, immediately the game bugs out and I can't move. Not even joking, that is exactly what happened as soon as I loaded into the region. After loading that save, I then was forced to go through another walking simulator sequence where we eventually get to Sookdal, which is Peter of Pisek's castle and basically our only ally at this point in the game. We sit down to have some dinner with him in a weirdly pitch black room, and that's something you're going to notice a lot in this game. There's a lot of just incredibly dark rooms. Would it kill them to turn some fucking lights on, just light a few candles or some shit, and you just explain to him what's going on, more or less. You find out that Sir Hinek, aka the Dry Devil, is not here, who was Zhishka's greatest ally and basically his only hope to gather some forces. And after a completely unnecessary filler segment and an attempt to romance Catherine, we now speak to Margrave Jobst once again, who's conveniently here so that we can tell him that we failed our mission. And I think you're starting to notice a trend here, that a lot of time is wasted in this game just telling allies things that the player already knows. Why can't we just fade to black and then fade back in and oh boom, he's caught up to speed? Because it's fucking padding. So much of this game is padding. But Margrave Jobst brings up a good point. He says, okay, it's time to ride back to Ratai, right? Mission's over, we can gather some allies and prepare for the upcoming war against Sigismund. Well,
Arson with a 5, yes, either get a Wii U or emulate, but it's worth the trouble as your first time. If you want more linear and dark tone, Twilight Princess, you might.
All right, awesome. Thanks,
yeah,
Nick.
my friends really liked Twilight Princess back in the day, but I never had it. I never personally played it. But I honestly might get a Wii U at some point. I've been thinking about it. They're not too expensive, but they're not cheap either. So, I don't know. I need to get a new 3DS XL before anything else retro, because I only have the new 3DS, and I kind of want the XL. Those are like $400 or $500 now.
This is where the plot kind of careens off of a cliff, and Henry becoming bisexual becomes canon, if you ask me. Henry says, no, he made a promise. He has to rescue Hans Capon because he is his bodyguard.
What? No, ho. I can't. I have to rescue Sir Hans. I made a promise I'd protect him.
And Jobst actually brings up an excellent point that I thought of immediately as well.
A noble thought. But you mustn't worry about Lord Capon. I'm sure von Berghoff has him trapped in a gilded cage.
But I made a promise, sir.
I understand, but honestly, Lord
cage.
Capon is now safer than you or I. The most sensible course now is to wait for the ransom demand.
But no, Henry is determined to save his friend. So let me pose you a question. If your best friend was captured by the FBI or some foreign government, would you try to rescue him? No, you wouldn't. Nobody would. If it was your one true love or your wife or whatever the hell, some of you would say yes. Henry's fucking gay. End of story. It's baked into the plot. There's 100 filthy Fujo-style scenes where Henry and Hans are longingly looking at each other and saying gay stuff. You can't tell me the gay romance is optional when the major plot point for this next part of the game is rescuing Princess Hans from the castle. He's gay. This game is gay. And so anyway, to get back to the story, the first half of Act 2 is split into two different subplots. The first one is gathering together the Devil's Pack, which is the Dry Devil's mercenary band, who have all split up because, spoilers, he's about to be executed. And the second half is finding out what happened to John Lichtenstein, which is Jobst's major spy in Kutenberg, and that plot leads to you rescuing Hans. And again, to give the game some small amount of credit, you can do these two plots in any order, complete one quest, then do another quest in the other plot line. You get the idea. But first we're going to start off with the beginning of the Devil's Pack quest, as that's where the game directly leads you after this part. We end up having to save a man called Kubianka because he cheated at dice, which I don't see how that's a huge crime in this world. Literally everyone cheats at the dice minigame. And we find out that he's one of the greatest archers ever, and he's one of the Devil's Pack, and we learn from him that the Dry Devil's about to be executed, and so we need to go find some buried hand cannons in the forest to stage an ambush and free him while he's still being escorted by the guards. Now, I know I implied I wouldn't go on too many more tangents since this video is so insanely long, but I want to point out how inferior the soundtrack is in this game compared to the first, and that's no more evident than whenever we spend any amount of time with the
Well, everything's inferior to the Final Fantasy VII soundtrack that's playing right now, but that's beside the point. Yeah, the 3DS is the first priority I have retro console-wise, so...
Devil's Pack mercenaries. There's always a shitty comedy scene.
I thought 3DSs are region locked. I don't think you can import them from Japan.
Painfully unfunny, and then this track plays.
Shizuka! You turn on your heel and get going, if you value your life. You might have noticed, there's more of us than you.
That can be fixed.
Yeah, they tried to turn this shit into a fantasy B movie from the 90s. It takes me out of the experience immediately. The sad thing is the ambient sound...
Well, yeah, that's because the consoles, hold up better. Handhelds are used and abused by kids primarily, so they're not usually in the best shape. Nintendo... Oh, wait, no. Why is Final Fantasy VII your favorite game ever? I don't know if it's my favorite game ever, but I like Final Fantasy 15 more than base Final Fantasy 7. Final Fantasy 7 Remake, if the final part of the trilogy keeps the quality standard, might change that, but I don't know. I just really like the world, the characters, the music. It's just well done. It's peak fiction.
Soundtrack while you're exploring the sandbox is still pretty good. Not quite as good as the first, especially since it's missing my fucking jam from the first game that I was vibing to every time. But the tracks that are used during the main story missions just remind me of, like, Aragon, the old Dungeons & Dragons movie. I think you get the idea. It doesn't feel like ancient Czech music anymore. It's just every generic orchestral soundtrack that's trying to evoke a certain emotion from you. So anyway, back to the shitty mission. You end up wandering around the woods for over 10 minutes because this drunk idiot can't remember where he put the pistols, and he makes you do all of the work, and there's no way to make him do it. So that's getting added to the humiliation counter. And then you stage the ambush, and I'll admit, I did kind of laugh at this scene.
Oh, I recognize that Zelda song. Or I think that's Zelda, right? Gerudo Valley or whatever the fuck it's called. I know that from Smash Bros.
But unfortunately, this is actually one of the few times in the game where your speech check matters during the story. If you fail any of these, half of your men...
I know that shit from Smash Brothers, not the actual game.
run away, which makes the fight nearly impossible. Even the mighty Zhishka gets dispatched in just a matter of seconds, and then everyone gangs up on you and kills you. Decided to just load a save and pick the normal option, and then I beat it easily. So now we finally meet the Dry Devil, and I gotta admit, he's probably the best character in this game. He's essentially a Irish psychopathic mercenary who has no regard for human life whatsoever and just likes drinking and killing, and he really felt like the character I wanted to roleplay as with Henry. But unfortunately, the rest of his band has scattered, and so this questline just involves traveling across the region and trying to find out what happened to all his men and if they'll rejoin the Devil's Pack. And yeah, this quest absolutely sucks ass. I'm sure some people are going to pretend it's actually good, but I've looked it up, and as it turns out, there's no player choice in this quest whatsoever. It certainly has the illusion of it, making it seem like maybe you could have recruited some of the people and you just failed, but no, there is no player influence whatsoever on what happens. No matter what, the same people are going to join and the same people are going to refuse. And again, people like to pretend this game has player choice, when it doesn't matter how high your skills are or what you say, it's the same result every time. So I'm not even going to dignify these mercenaries with a name. Even the ones that join you don't fucking matter, except one Polish piece of shit who derails the plot, and we're supposed to pretend to care about him. But to sum it up succinctly, one guy has turned to God, and he refuses to join no matter what. Another guy is currently being hanged for cuckolding somebody. That's not a joke, and it's not even the only person he cucks. Oh, and the whole joke...
Dude, we need that. That needs to come back, but also willing cuckolds need to die, too. So if you engage in cuckoldry as two willing participants, both of you should be hung. That would solve the OnlyFans problem overnight.
With this character is that he can only speak Polish, so only one of the other mercs even understands what he says. And so we have to kill a bunch of guys and save him. The next guy literally died in a pool of shit. Yes, a random-ass village just has a massive, like, pond of just poop and waste matter of some kind. And while you don't have to swim through it, you are encouraged to do so, because if you're listening to the dialogue, you'll know he has a special bow that's really powerful. And so Henry has to wade through all this crap to find his body. The next guy you find is on the stocks, and you need to just steal a key and free him, which on paper doesn't sound very difficult, except in classic Synthetic Man stream fashion, it ended up taking me almost an hour, because instead of just pickpocketing a guard, I didn't want to engage with the terrible minigame.
Why don't you like guys offering you their wives to smash? Because degeneracy must be destroyed at all sources. Those who enable degeneracy are just as bad as the degenerates themselves.
So I just assassinated a guard, carried him away to hide him, then another guard shows up to guard the prisoner, kill him, hide his body, another guard immediately shows up.
Even if some sick cuck offers me his legitimate 10 out of 10 wife, you know, you gotta say no, man. You have to be the change you want to see in the world.
I couldn't believe my eyes! But anyway, we end up saving this guy, and then the last merc has started his own band of customs collectors. And even after saying, hey, you want to join the band back together, he still tries to mug you afterward. Thankfully, Black Henry is pretty threatening, so he backs down. But just for threatening my ass, I killed him and all his guys by myself. And that pretty much concludes the quest. All of that, and you only recruit 2 people. So not only did it suck dick and felt like a waste of time, but even the premise was a lie, because you don't need to do any of this to rescue Hans. So yeah, this quest line sucked. So let's go to the other one. We have to meet up with Catherine in Kutenberg, and Kutenberg actually is legitimately something new. The first game didn't have a city. It just had a series of villages, a couple being larger than others. But Kutenberg is a fairly large town. And so in RPGs, usually cities can be exciting, because there's like a wide variety of quests and opportunities. Well, as I already said earlier, most of the side quests suck. It actually reminds me a lot of Act 3 of Baldur's Gate 3, where the devs kind of just ran out of ideas, or they didn't have the development time, or maybe most of the talented people had already left the studio by this point in development. Because, yeah, most of the quests were boring here, shockingly. But one thing I can't...
Unjust hero with the 2, explain my innocent mind what that means. What, cucking? It's when you watch another man have sex with your wife or girlfriend and it brings you sexual pleasure.
Complain about is the architecture. The city does look beautiful. If there's one thing that's still just as good as the first game, it is capturing the visual sense of historical authenticity. You just know it's dripping with soul. I wish I could say the same about the rest of the game. And so you learn from Catherine that you need to find a guy called Goatskin who is working for Liechtenstein. You head your way over to some sleazy bar called the Hole in the Wall, and you meet an unironic medieval communist. I'm not joking, dude. I know some people would be like, oh no, he's just Robin Hood. He's straight up a fucking communist. And so after beating up his strongest dude, he tells me that Goatskin isn't even here, so we gotta go look for him somewhere else. And then he just quizzes us on like the medieval communist manifesto, as if I was supposed to know this information. And then he tells us our first quest is to go steal food from some noble and replace it with cabbages. So of course, I did the natural thing and I murdered his ass. And believe it or not, there were no consequences for this. In fact, the game didn't even register he was dead. There was a new quest marker on his body, even when he despawned for the rest of the game. But to condense what happens in the next part, you end up following a drunk German guy around. This Goatskin guy tries to rob him, and so we save him and interrogate him for information. And we learn from him that Goatskin is working for some Jewish guy named Samuel. Oh boy, here we go. And so we head off to the Jewish quarter of Kutenberg and meet this Samuel guy. And oh boy, this is probably the most interesting conversation in the game. I think I'll just let the dialogue speak for itself.
Are you lost? Or what would a goy want here?
Goy?
You do not know this word?
Sorry, I don't.
Then you are a goy.
I'm looking for John of Liechtenstein. I heard you, or this Samuel, might know something about him. Because if he doesn't talk to me, things could get pretty nasty for him.
You don't frighten me. On the other hand, I do not want any unnecessary trouble, and that only takes one goy here. I have this one problem none of my people can fix. You probably know that my people face outbreaks of hatred from time to time.
For no reason.
Houses plundered, people beaten up.
This is what the Mexican president changed their national anthem to.
Sometimes murdered.
Yeah, like 109 times? That does seem like a lot.
Rumors that we eat Christian babies or poison wells.
Yeah, you just only eat the foreskins, not the whole baby.
I have heard that such people are meeting in an old abandoned house by the wall in the mining district. I need someone to get among them, find out what they are planning, and warn us in good time.
Won't they be suspicious?
Why? Their kind usually are not too bright.
Their kind is not too bright.
Yes, I'm aware he's saying that anti-Semites are not too bright. That's right.
I think this goes without saying, but no, you can't harm Samuel at any point in this game, despite him disrespecting you and being just openly, I don't even know whether to call it racist, but...
A goy is a term for Gentile, a non-Jew. Through Yiddish, the word has been adopted into English. Also means Gentile, sometimes in a pejorative sense. Yeah, that's right, goy.
Just anti-anyone who...
Consumes a slop. Consume your kingdom come, Deliverance too. The I advance of the two. The song is Item Bounce from Kirby era. Yeah. Claus sends this music pretty frequently. Whenever we're doing song requests, Claus will typically send for this one.
Who isn't Jewish. I mean, he literally used a term that means that he views you as less than human, but then again, I don't think the people I'm arguing with even know where wokeness comes from, so I'm wasting my breath. Now, this is the part of the game where you saw the infamous screenshot of infiltrating the anti-Semite group. Just so you know, the term anti-Semite didn't exist until the 19th century, and this takes place in the 15th century. Just another interesting detail there. Now, as it turns out, it was all a lie anyway, because Samuel thought that you're one of Sigismund's men trying to get to Liechtenstein, so you end up having to fight two dudes, kill one of them, and nearly finish off the other, until Samuel stops you, and then Henry tries to get his trust by offering to go unarmed to see Liechtenstein, and Samuel analyzes the sword and he recognizes the handiwork. So he decides to let you see Liechtenstein, and once again, we have another conversation where we have to explain things to an NPC that the audience already...
Nephew with the two? What's up, bro? How's it going, man? Doing alright. Can't really complain.
He knows. And this is the scene where we find out that Hans is being held up in Malashov Fortress, and we actually get a kind of based line from Henry here.
Well, that's fucked then. How the hell three of us conquer a fortress? And one of us a woman.
Based Henry. That's what I would have said that. But as it turns out, the fortress used to belong to the Ruthard family, and so Liechtenstein says that you should go try and befriend him so that he can tell you a way inside the fortress. Then we witness a scene where we see the royal mint master is threatening the Ruthards, trying to get the family to sell their mines, much like they lost the fortress. Of course, the head of the family isn't backing down, and his daughter steps out of nowhere and shoots a guy with a crossbow. This is our final love interest for the game, Rosa, and probably the only one I actually liked. And this causes shit to hit the fan, so even though Henry doesn't exactly know what's going on here, he decides to defend the Ruthards, since that's what he came here to do anyway. The Mint Master gets away, of course, so now we plead to Ruthard for him to help us try and free Hans. Obviously, he's hesitant because now he's got the King's Men's blood on his hands and doesn't want to get even deeper into the shit. But Rosa's on our side, and he eventually agrees that he'll help us as long as we can prove that the Mint Master is stealing the King's gold. So now we have to embark on possibly the worst quest in the game, though there's a lot of good contenders, where we have to investigate the mining operation. My first problem with this quest is that it's just a redux of the first game, though instead of investigating counterfeit coin, it's now real coin that the Mint Master is producing. And while obviously investigating this is heavily truncated compared to how long it took in the first, it's also far less interesting. Basically, the entire quest entails helping this Christian of PSEC guy by interrogating some of the miners and then comparing it to the official data in his logs. Obviously, there's a discrepancy in the amount of silver mined, and so you end up having to talk to this noble guy, and you need to have a certain amount of charisma, which is determined by your clothing. And I didn't feel like buying whatever the most expensive clothes were in Kutenberg.
Wait, your charisma is determined by your clothing. That's interesting.
And so this is what led to me...
Yeah, what type of miners are we talking about?
testing the guard system that I mentioned like over an hour ago, where I was shooting a guy from stealth, and then if I killed him, I was spotted immediately, but if I just wounded him, the guards would investigate the location normally. And I know what you're already thinking. Why don't you just wait till he goes to bed? Guess what? He never leaves that spot. And then you also might be thinking, why don't you pickpocket him? Well, there's a guy sitting across from him at the table who also never leaves his spot. And so eventually I decided to just look up a guide. And as it turns out, you can just skip that part of the quest and just interrogate some of the miners who are working in this specific building in town. And it leads you to a smelter. Now, here's the thing. This leads to an ambush encounter. The game never hints at this. I had been wearing stealth gear for the past hour and a half because you're basically forced into stealth if you don't wear a high charisma outfit. And even if you do, what if you forget to switch off the high charisma outfit? And so you get jumped by multiple guys with no armor on, and it just fucking sucks ass. But to add insult to injury, I got in trouble with the law after this part, even though I was acting in self-defense. So at this point in the stream, I had been doing this one main story quest for 2 goddamn hours when we finally get the location of the fake mint. Oh, and guess what? If you had the bright idea to try and skip this entire quest to get to this point, the mine shaft is actually blocked off until you talk to the smelter. So anyway, we go down there. I kill everybody I see because I'm so bored out of my mind. But as it turns out, Buresh is an essential NPC, but only for this one conversation. So I actually had to run away from him because you can't knock him unconscious. He has infinite health. And then run back into the shaft, and then he would talk to me. And guess what? He's yet another NPC with more than 10 minutes worth of dialogue to tell me basic shit. So after he gave me the key to the room that has the die to print the silver, I killed his ass. Thank God he lost the essential flag. But actually, that means we had no witnesses for the crime, but whatever. It doesn't end up mattering because none of your choices in the story matter, as I've tried to emphasize. So then we return to Christian of PSEC. He offers to keep this all in the hush-hush and give us some money because he wants to continue the scam. I say no, of course, and he's an essential NPC, though there's actually a reason for that later. But now we return to Rutard, and of course, the Mint Master just so happens to show up as we're explaining that we have all the evidence to prove his guilt. But I guess because we didn't leave any witnesses, though I don't know for certain and I'm not going to look it up, we end up having to get into a fight, we whoop his ass, and then he surrenders. So now we have the Royal Mint Master under our thumb, which becomes important later, and we finally can get the Ruthard family's help. Rosa tells us of a secret passageway that's meant to be, a secret escape tunnel that, of course, works both ways, so we can use that to get inside Malashov Fortress. And we've just gone from one terrible mission to arguably another of the worst missions in the game. Now, I'm sure for all 5 of you in the audience who have finished this, there's probably going to be a few people who had no problem at all with this forced stealth mission, because the reason it became so utterly goddamn frustrating for me is because there's no way for the game to communicate to the player where the guards patrol. And the reason why this is a problem is because I killed 2 guards and stored them inside one of the guard towers, not knowing that the patrols rotate after a certain amount of time. And so what would happen is I'd get much further into the quest, and then the guards would discover those first 2 bodies and then sound off the alarm, and then you're basically soft-locked at that point. Now, I am willing to entertain the idea that it's totally possible to kill every single guard. I bet it is. In fact, I wouldn't even doubt by this point in the game that if you were adequately prepared, it's not even that hard. But here's the thing, to skip forward a little bit. What ends up happening is that you find Hans and this French guy, who I'm just going to straight up spoil, he betrays you later. Again, he's another almost comic relief character.
Never trust the French.
Where the whole joke is, he's like Don Quixote.
Right.
He's not a real fucking knight. He's a joke. He's lying about all of his skills, except, unlike Don Quixote, he's a backstabbing traitorous piece of shit. And so finally, we have a totally platonic reunion with our boyfriend, and we are given the second romantic dialogue of the game. That's now 2 for 2 for them being in mandatory conversations. So much for being super hidden. And of course, we get another terrible writing moment as Hans has developed claustrophobia due to the trauma of... Honestly, I have no fucking idea. I've reviewed the footage twice now, and I don't even know what specific event they're referring to where he just became traumatized. So instead, we literally have to leave out the fucking front door. And so Henry is tasked with clearing a path for them to follow after you. So ideally, we just knock out like 2 or 3 other guards on the way to the front door, and then they ride off on horses. Well, what ended up happening is this is exactly when the guards discovered the first 2 bodies. And try as I might to just brute force my way through, what would happen is not me dying. No, it was Hans or French guy dying every time. Now you might be thinking, what? They can die? Yeah, because in literally every other quest in the game, your allies just get knocked unconscious, not killed. No, they can die in this and you get a game over. So I was effectively soft-locked once again. And I'm not going to bitch about this for 30 minutes, I promise. Long story short, I just ended up having to load a save and then hide the bodies better and then redo this part. And then it was easy from there. But holy hell, enough with the fucking forced stealth missions. Yep. Everyone hates these, everyone.
I hate stealth in general. But
how is this game getting away with this? I haven't heard a single review complain about these. But I gotta finish this review, so let's get a move on. So, after 5 minutes of another forced walking simulator segment, it just so happens that Sir Hanush and Radzig just show up out of fucking nowhere, and you get yet another scene where you fill in more characters on the events of the game, and they decide to take Capon and hang out at Raborsh, which is another castle, while they discuss their plans on how to fight against Sigismund, essentially. While Henry...
Yeah, he was so claustrophobic he had to come out of the closet, facts. Definitely. That might have a little something to do with it. Although, he doesn't seem to have a problem exploring Henry's tight places, if you know what I mean.
He has to go by himself to infiltrate the city council meeting so he can overhear Sigismund's plans. Now, that actually sounds pretty interesting. Unfortunately, the execution is another of the worst quests in this game. I actually can't believe there's 3 bad quests back to back, but there are. So basically, we visit the Mint Master, use our dirt on him. He tells us to disguise ourselves as a royal waiter at the city council meeting. We meet up with the guy who's supposed to be the waiter. We easily convince him to give us his clothes, and then we are briefed on our tasks, and now we get, and I'm not even fucking kidding here, guys, we get a segment where we have to serve people wine while they talk about stuff nobody cares about for more than 10 minutes. And as a little cherry on top, we're given a couple little mini side quest chores that are completely meaningless as well. And then, just when we think it's all over, we switch back to Godwin again. And my god, I can't fucking believe how badly they flanderized this character. Maybe flanderized isn't even necessarily the right word, because I won't say that, like, he's completely out of character and just, like, a exaggeration of his most basic features from the last one.
Like I've always said, bro, these games are just unemployed gaming, basically. This is the type of shit you play when you don't have a job, you just sit at home all day looking for something to feel like you have some purpose in life. Like you're looking for some semblance of responsibility or, you know, whatever it might be. This is unemployed gaming at its peak, 100%. Like, who the fuck wants to sit through 10 minutes of pouring wine?
Because he wasn't exactly the most complex character. But whatever the term is for taking a fan favorite and then making him one of the main characters of the game and then just, like, wearing out his welcome beyond all belief and making almost every one of his sections the worst parts of the game. Because in this part, we got
Bobby G with the 7, I just found the Kirby Jew theme, but with Minecraft villagers. Well, the physiogenies, right?
Convince everybody to join together to contribute to Margrave Jobst's army to fight against Sigismund. Why the hell would a random-ass drunk priest who got kicked out of his parish have the skills to persuade all of these nobles and politicians to work with each other? And another thing that's played off for comedy is that he promises Hans hand in marriage to some other guy's daughter, and this becomes a real plot point later, especially because, you know, Hans is gay as fuck. And oh boy, I really gotta be careful about talking about this, but I'm not making this up. This isn't a conspiracy. There's a rabbi at the party, and he says he's gonna use his people's money to fund the war effort. And he even makes it a point to say they're not lending the money, which is the least historically accurate part of that, bar none. He's just giving it away for free. And speaking of historical...
Yeah, that's very characteristic.
Inaccuracies, we get one of the most grievous ones in the game, if not the most, as we now switch back over to the city council meeting and we see King Sigismund has arrived, and he talks about the growing resistance against him, including that of which is right under their noses in the city of Kutenberg. And who is he referring to exactly? He says...
I hear the resistance is coming from the Jewish quarter.
Yeah, if you ever want to know what people at the time thought of the juice, read The Merchant of Venice.
Under your nose, find a couple of wretches in a hole somewhere, point them to the Jewish quarter, and give them free rein to do anything. The city's Jewish community was and still is on Wenceslas' side. They need a warning.
We do not even have enough men to...
Marquardt, could you spare a few men for a while?
Of course, sir. I'll assign them to Eric. He'll take care of it.
He organizes a pogrom, essentially a organized massacre of the Jewish people in the city. Now, no, there is no historical record of a pogrom taking place in Kutenberg in the 15th century of Jews. This is completely manufactured because it's part of a message. No, this isn't woke, though. It's not woke. I can't be the only one who's noticed.
No, the merchant, as in the merchant class, a.k.a. the Jews. Not Jews, of course. We're talking about juice. But yeah, it's called The Merchant of Venice, like Venice, Italy. It's a Shakespeare play. And basically, it's about the, you know, juice demanding their pound of flesh by taking advantage of honest businessmen.
That a lot of the marketing around this game completely dropped the narrative that these games were super focused on maintaining historical accuracy. That was a huge marketing point of the first game. That's why people were shilling it so heavily at the time, that it was like a simulation of living in 15th century Czechoslovakia. And
the other book about revenge? Oh, The Count of Monte Cristo. That's a good one. It's long as shit, but it's well worth reading. So it'll keep you busy for a while.
Yet, I barely heard any of that with this game, and I'm starting to understand why. Almost like most of the plot events in this game were completely pulled out of their ass and have no basis in reality.
Well, the pound of flesh refers to castration, so... Yeah, basically that was the thing that you know, the merchants would do is they would loan you money, and if you couldn't pay, they would force you to be castrated. So, yeah. Yeah, just read it, and...
Now again, I'm already risking getting myself banned on YouTube here, but you seriously need to question why anti-Semitism is such a huge part of the story of this game when it had absolutely nothing to do with the conflicts at the time. And I'm going to say this because it's a fact. I'm not necessarily implying anything, but Daniel Vavra, the game director and lead writer, is in fact Jewish. I'm just going to say that, and we're going to move on. Now, what I am going to say, and I truly mean this and I'm not being an edgelord, is that King Sigismund is like 10 times more charismatic than any of the good guys in this game. I'm supposed to view him as literally Hitler, given what he just ordered, but he seems like the only guy who wants to get anything done in this game. He's more charismatic, he's more intimidating, and I'm not afraid to admit that I do agree with some of his policies and his actions. The fact that he sees all these incompetent politicians who can't get anything done in front of him, and so he just seizes control of the city. This guy is based as fuck, and I'm supposed to hate him? What this reminds me of is all left-wing media where they write this supposedly horrific villain, and then he ends up being the most likable character. And of course, to up the dramatic tension, the city council is dismissed, and so it's just Henry stuck in a room with King Sigismund and Markvart von Owlitz. Now, I was incredibly bored at this point, so I punched Owlitz to see what would happen, and you actually do get a game over screen with some unique text. But you are forced to sit here and listen to them babble about shit for like another 5 minutes, and they don't really say anything that important. And now we switch back to Godwin yet again, and we get the single most retarded part of the game by far. I think the writers realized they kind of wrote themselves into a corner and wanted to extend the story for like another 10 hours. And so what ends up happening is everyone gets drunk at the party, and I mean everyone, including all the guards. And so Von Berghoff and a bunch of his men show up to the front gates, and one of the guards just lets him in, and oh my god, this is so dumb, it's unreal. If you compare this moment to Lady Stephanie letting Istvan Toth into Sir Divish's fortress in the first game, this is like way, way, way worse. That was actually believable. This is just pure idiocy. The writers gave up completely, and what makes it even worse is that off-screen, basically all the nobles get captured, except the rabbi. For some reason, they left him behind unharmed. And all this is happening while Godwin and the other fighters there are still fighting the men. Somehow they killed all the guards on the way to the nobles, but all the heroes are unharmed. Nobody important dies here. And then finally Henry arrives and helps clean up the rest of them, and we get yet another very painful conversation that has no player choice at all, because Henry is only concerned about one thing. Player choice? Player choice?
The king announced one more thing at the council. He asked the councillors to ransack the Jewish quarter. That is, he ordered it, more like.
And then directly after this, we get the confirmation that yes, Samuel is Martin's true son, even though in the first game, Martin said he didn't have any children. Apparently, he did sleep with a Jewish woman and have a son that he never met because, as Samuel's mom confirms later, Jews at the time were not supposed to get together with non-Jews.
He couldn't handle those Khazar milkers, bro. You know, I can't really say I blame him.
So Samuel is your non-blood related brother, and this is the reason why we're supposed to forgive him for basically being a complete piece of shit. And so now, no player choice once again, we must ride off back to Kutenberg and save the Jewish quarter. Bro, I don't think the humiliation counter can go high enough for this. And another thing that sounds like a conspiracy theory but is actually in the game is that there are tunnels under the city that the Jews use. I feel like I'm gonna get banned for anti-Semitism when all I'm doing is repeating facts. That's how bad this is. Oh, and there's a pretty interesting dialogue exchange between Kubianka and Liechtenstein in the tunnels.
But it has been decided.
There's another version of the Count of Monte Cristo. I don't know what year it came out, but it's like a French adaptation. And it's like in 4 parts, I think. That one was pretty decent, too. We watched that one at my school.
What did you just say? Nothing, I'm just blabbering.
It's older. I'm not sure what it's called. Like, well, obviously I know what it's called, but I don't know, like, who made it or who's in it or where to find it, but...
Dare you to say that again.
And so we embark on probably the most single, blatant, and obvious piece of propaganda that I've experienced in a video game in years, if not ever, where we witness the devastation that these people are bringing upon the Jews for no reason at all. They
yeah, I can see if I can find it.
Just hate them for being different. In another moment that sounds like parody, we have to rescue Samuel's mother for him. He doesn't even go in there to rescue his own mother. And then we have to escort her. And in the only moment of player choice in the entire mission, we can watch 2 people die. So we meet up with Samuel and we witness how there's a shit ton of guards outside the synagogue, which the synagogue also didn't exist at the time.
Yeah, so it was made in 1999, or no, 1998. Yeah, it's a mini-series. So, yeah, if you want to find it, it's called Count of Monte Cristo 1998 mini-series. But, yeah, I watched that one. I recognize the cover picture.
It wasn't built in Kutenberg.
But it's in French. You can't watch it in English.
until the 1800s. And to just add insult to injury, to make this even more blatant than it already was, guess who's leading the guards? It's our buddy Eric. And of course, if you're a little bit more on the blue-pilled side, you might not understand the significance of that. Well, Eric is blatantly supposed to be the Nazi analog character. On top of the fact that he looks Germanic, having dirty blonde hair and blue eyes, he's leading the pogrom against the Jews here, and they even have him decapitate a dog when he learns that Toth died back at Malashov Fortress. And something you've probably noticed if you've seen a lot of World War II related media is that they always have to portray Nazis as hypocrites in some fashion. In this case, it's the fact that he's gay. But here's the thing, he didn't choose to be gay. He was molested as a child. So this whole thing is another form of humiliation ritual, but not for the player, for the German people. I guess if you're German and you played this game, just know that's what Daniel Vavra thinks of you. So after being forced to fight some guards, and yes, I tried to let my allies die, it didn't work, you then escape into the synagogue, again, which shouldn't be there, and it turns out that you somehow
you can't step foot in a single fucking church, but you can go into this one. Interesting.
To save most of the Jewish people. It's not explained on screen how all these people got away, but whatever. I don't care anymore at this point. And then you have a conversation with Samuel's mother about Martin, your dad, not your biological dad, but whatever, the guy who raised you. And she just repeats the information I said earlier, and that's the end of the quest. This shit basically had nothing to do with anything, and it never comes up again. It has no effect on the greater plot, except, I guess, giving Samuel a better motivation to stick with the rest of the group. And I wish I could say now we're heading into the climax, but that would be a lie. Basically, our heroes meet back up at the Devil's Den to try and hatch a plan, and they end up coming up with the idea to assault Malashov Fortress directly and capture von Berghoff. Now you, and pretty much everyone else, should be thinking, why don't we just use the tunnel and sneak everyone in and kill everybody while they're asleep, or just catch them off guard? And believe it or not, they don't even mention
no Khazar milkers. What a shame.
In the tunnel until after the next several quests. So clearly, when they were writing this part of the game, they somehow forgot about how we snuck into Malashov in the first place. But the answer is they collapsed the tunnel, which I guess makes sense. In fact, it's kind of even teased visually, because when you sneak into the fortress for the first time, it shows two wooden supports holding up the end of the tunnel. But the fact that they don't even mention this to the player until multiple hours later is kind of embarrassing. And so there's one little interlude quest where we decide to go on another hunting trip with Hans, just like the first game, totally platonically, by the way. Not gay, it's optional, and it ends up being completely pointless. You just kill a few of Sigismund's men and then move on to the next quest. So now we need to sneak into Sigismund's camp. And I'm not sure if this is meant to be difficult, but I was able to just talk my way into the front door because of another side quest I'd picked up earlier. And look, I realize I'm tearing every little plot point to pieces by this point in the video, but I just want to point out how much more difficult it was to get into Isvan Toth's camp in the first game. To prove that you were trustworthy to his bandits, you had to infiltrate a monastery and kill one of their former...
Oh, my bad. Nick Batista with the 5? Sorry, I missed that. Can we just make video games like video games, not a game that makes us pay bills and eat something while the character's hungry? Yeah, I strongly despise survival mechanics in games, but I'm a strong believer of gaming should be about fun first, realism, cinematics, all that other type of shit should come second. So, yeah, anything that directly inhibits the ability, or I guess what's the right word for that? Basically, it doesn't allow you to have fun. Anything that, like, gets in the way of the fun factor needs to go.
Members, and that was a massive segment of the game. Well, I guess technically that's not completely true. It doesn't have to be a huge portion of the game, and I promise this is going to be one of the last tangents in this video. But I'm guessing there's going to be a lot of people who are going to say, well, the first game didn't have much player choice either, and you would be right, except for one mission. In this monastery quest, you can optionally really integrate yourself into...
The real Holocaust was on them slave ships.
That's right! That's right!
Yeah, who cares about 6 million crackers that another cracker killed?
The life of being a monk. You can learn from the people here. You can befriend each of the other initiates to try and figure out which one was the former mercenary you're trying to kill. Now, of course, it's incredibly obvious that it's the first guy you talk to that tries to befriend you. Or you could optionally do what I did and just straight up fucking kill his ass after the first cutscene.
Remember one word: discipline. It's your job to work and pray. You serve the Lord now, not your own bodily needs.
I serve no one! I serve no... Take his die, get the key in the kitchen, and then leave. That is more player choice than any single quest in the second game, by far. So while, yes, you would be correct that most of Kingdom Come 1 didn't have much player choice either, this one mission has more than any single other one in the second game. And something that I noticed immediately is that the layout of this camp is almost identical to Toth's camp from the first game. It's just bigger, but you can just consider that a nitpick, I guess. So we have to find our way to Catherine, who's already a spy inside, as she just poses as a bath wench. And keep in mind that I try to romance her at this part, and I succeed with the first check, but fail at the second. But we decide to do an optional side quest here, where we deal with her stalker, who has a check, but fail at the second. But we decide to...
Catherine makes fun of Henry's penis here. Yet another humiliation. Yeah, she craves that massive Musa slong, bro. Yeah, unless you're swanging meat like Musa, then she wants nothing to do with you.
To do an optional side quest here where we deal with her stalker who has a foot fetish. And yes, that's actually a real plot point. He stole one of her shoes and was doing God knows what with it. And the stalker is a human, so having a foot fetish is treated like being a barbarian, which is actually a rare based moment in this game. But you can just scare him with a simple speech check and then the quest is over. And to progress the main quest, we need to enlist with Sigismund's army. We tried joining up with one of his more elite squads, and despite the fact I had a warfare skill of 21 at this point, that was not good enough to impress this fucking bitch-ass motherfucker that I bet I could whoop his ass easily in a 1v1 at this point in the game. But I digress. It doesn't matter what you pick, you end up getting to work for them regardless. And so you meet up with the leader of the camp, and he's voiced by the same guy who voices Captain Bernard from the first game, so that was kind of distracting. He orders you to find out what happened to some of the lost men, who Henry smartly just suggests maybe they just deserted, which actually is right. But you're sent off to go find them anyway, but to try and track them down, it's time for the part everyone was waiting for.
There he is.
You need to speak to Musa of Mali. Dude, I don't even know where to begin with this character, and this video is already so insanely long, but I know that there's some of you who use the chapter
You know what else is long? I think we can all figure it out.
To skip to this section of the video, so I will do my best to explain everything wrong with this character. But at the end of the day, I'm not a historian, so some of you will probably know better than me some of the blatant lies that he says, but there are some things that are just obvious. Let's just start with who this character is. As some of you may have guessed, he is based off of Mansa Musa, who was the ruler of Mali back in the earlier 14th century. But Musa is not the ruler of Mali. He is a scholar and a physician and a Mary Sue and basically whatever he needs to be. I know you've already seen the clips where he says that Bohemia is a land of savages.
Overall, it is safer in our country. Nobody will waylay you on your journey, and we treat women with greater respect and set great store by learning.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's definitely a cultural trend that's carried on throughout the ages.
Medicine, physics, and astronomy burned together with
Absolutely, man.
In short, you are barbarians.
Even to this day, you won't find a more respectful culture of women.
Though kind-hearted.
Oh, sorry.
That's right! That's right!
There it is! There it is! Mali, a country of cannibals where they live in fucking mud huts, is more safe and more respectful to women. Another real-life person that Musa is likely based off of is Ibn Battuta, who is a Moroccan explorer in the 14th century. And he witnessed a sultan gift an African slave girl to a group of cannibals, and this is in Mali, by the way. And they slaughtered her and ate her and smeared their faces and hands with her blood. Another thing you...
Yo, it sounds like a vacation in Haiti. Nice. I'm glad to see that the culture maintained itself.
Probably know is that Musa is a Muslim, and he talks about in his travels across the world he visited Mecca, and the reason he never returned is because he slept with other men's wives. They literally did the blacked meme in this game, and it's not even the only time they imply it. Also, for no reason at all, Henry is even dumber in this conversation than usual, as he doesn't seem to know where Venice is, but he does seem to know what and where Mecca is, which makes no...
Yeah, you definitely would know where fucking Mecca is, but not Venice. Absolutely. You know, Mecca is just such an important place in medieval Europe that every common man would obviously know what you're referring to.
No sense. Another weirdly obvious historical inaccuracy is that Musa mentions meeting the king of Venice. Venice doesn't have a king. It's never had a king. You know, ironically, the funniest thing about this is...
The Doge of Venice. But yeah.
Despite the fact that it's already pretty obvious that a West African nation would not be very safe for women in the medieval ages, or really any age, is that the game itself actually indirectly confirms this, as despite being a Muslim nation, Musa confirms that the women wear barely any clothes, and there's actually a source that confirms this, another passage from Ibn Battuta's journey to Mali. Apparently, the servant women were basically naked, and there was more or less open polyamory, we'll call it that, because I don't want to get in any more trouble than I already have to with YouTube. So obviously, the followers of Islam were a lot different in the Middle Ages compared to now. Honestly, I would have never guessed that. But you're honestly telling me a nation where women walk around naked is safe? We're really expected to believe that. So I suppose you could argue in the 50 years between then and this game, Mali cleaned up their act and became an incredibly safe and respectful nation to women. Oh, and we can't forget, more technologically and culturally advanced than Slavic barbarians on top of that. Another, maybe slightly more subtle detail about Musa is that he has twice as many dialogue options as any other character in the game, because, you know, this guy is so interesting. We want to ask him about every detail of his life. He's been on all his own adventures. Why isn't he the main character? Some people were even trolling, saying there's a leak that he's one of the DLC characters, and I wouldn't even be slightly surprised if that was true. And I wish that I could say that he disappears from the plot after your...
Cosmos Canyon now.
time in Sigismund's camp, but no, he's straight up shoehorned into a place in the game that he has absolutely no right to be there, and you'll understand why when we get to the climax. And look, I have to emphasize this because I'm sure there's people asking this question, even though you know the answer if you're being honest. No, Henry cannot challenge Musa on any of the things he says here. He doesn't defend Christianity. He doesn't defend Bohemia. He doesn't challenge any of the ridiculous assertions about West Africa in the 15th century. Henry just swallows all of this shit and says nothing. Do I have to point out the multiple times Daniel Vavra said just 5 years ago that there were no black people in Bohemia in the 15th century, and yet he says that he fought for the inclusion of this character in the game now. That's how you know it's fucking over. Something I want to point out is that there's a lot of people who say this game's not woke at all, right? Except I know of at least one individual in Demion TV who, I don't care what you think of him, it's not relevant, but even he admits that yes, the game is woke after meeting this character, because it's that fucking blatant. Even people who have to have it shoved down their goddamn throat that something's propaganda, even they understood that this is woke. This is fucking disgusting, period. But whatever, we gotta get a move on. I'm sure somebody, or at least I hope someday, someone makes a video dedicated just to Musa in this game, because it certainly would be worth it. But that would require someone to actually be based and have some courage on this godforsaken platform, so I wouldn't get my hopes up, and it's not gonna be me, sorry to disappoint. This video is definitely gonna be the last time I talk about this game in detail until we get to best and worst games of 2025 at the end of this year. So to keep it brief, we find the deserters, we get the shit that we wanted from them, we kill the deserters just because I wanted to, and then we please the captain, and so we drink and play some dice with him, and then all of a sudden someone gets murdered in the camp. Or, well, I guess he's still alive, but just barely, and so we have to investigate the scene of the crime, and we find the murder weapon, but it's pretty much a dead end from there. And as we visit Musa in the infirmary, the man mysteriously got poisoned by the wine that he was brought. And so Musa gets blamed for the murder, even though he actually had a very solid alibi, because he was partying with Henry and the captain. But he black as hell! So they end up blaming him anyway, I guess the logic being that he's an accomplice, he's working with the first...
Man, he ain't do nothing. Free my mans.
Assassin or something, I don't know. And this quest sucks absolute ass, and yes, you are forced to clear Musa's name. If you don't, you get a game over with one of the thinnest fucking excuses I've ever seen. And this is another thing we could debate for a super long amount of time, but this makes no sense at all because Musa even admits that he plans to betray Sigismund anyway, since he refused to let a black guy be his royal physician. I'm not even joking, that is absolutely the reasoning. And so after investigating all the guard camps, we find out the true culprit is the guy who refused to let me into his garrison.
Yeah, this is why medieval cultures needed DEI, bro. This is why we needed DEI in medieval cultures.
Because he was a spy the whole time and he was looking to sabotage Sigismund's camp. But then I came to a realization here. Shouldn't we be helping this guy? Sigismund's the bad guy. Why the hell are we helping him in the first place? In fact, pretty much everything you do here at the camp makes no sense from a character motivation perspective. I understand that we need to maintain our cover, but all we're here to do is to steal the cannon to prepare for the attack on Malashov. So why the hell are we helping Sigismund? And I just want to note that the dialogue during Musa's trial is absolutely terrible. It's just an embarrassment, man.
Crow had a secret message in his pocket. Someone gave him a lot of money to make as much mischief in the camp as possible.
Is that true, Stephen? You don't believe him, do you? He made it all up. He only just arrived, and he's got you wrapped around his little finger.
Give me the message back.
Little finger.
Here it is, sir.
How could you? After we've known each other for so long.
That's enough. I've heard all I need to know for murder.
What?
Zagrosov, have a gallows erected.
Leave me alone!
Leave me alone! Dude, what is this writing? The writing's going off a cliff. And all you really need to find for this trial is a letter. As long as you get that, you can skip a bunch of speech checks and it's pretty much over at that point. And then after this, the Proggers are ready to move out, taking the cannon with them, conveniently. And so the Devil's Pack is ready to ambush them. We quickly dispatch of everybody, including the captain we were just serving under for a couple hours. And now we've got a hold of the cannon and are ready to siege Malashov. Now remember way back in the review when I told you that torching Samin was supposed to be like the first big evil choice of the game? Well, now we finally get to the second, because the Dry Devil wants to torch an innocent village right outside the fortress as a distraction to lure out some of von Bergov's men to make the fortress less guarded. Now, Henry, again, since there's no real player choice in this game, it doesn't account for any of your actions before this point, obviously objects to murdering innocent people, even though by this point in the game, I'd probably killed at least 50. And so, for only the second time in the entire game, we are presented with a real choice, which is you either spring the trap and kill a bunch of innocent people, or you risk everyone's lives and just straight up assault the fortress. I think you can guess which one I chose. And it feels like this game was trying to go for like a no Russian style mission here, but that obviously doesn't hit as hard if one, you can opt out of it, and two, this is like 35 hours into the game, so most players will never even get to this point. But yeah, the game tries really hard to push the message that war is nasty business. They say that like at least 5 times over the course of the game. And look, if this shit didn't work on me in Spec Ops The Line, it's sure as hell not going to work on me in this game. So anyway, we finally assault the fortress, easily kill the men outside the gate.
Yeah, Spec Ops The Line is just incredibly overrated for that particular, I guess, what? feature or story point or whatever. Like, people really overhype that. They're like, oh my god, dude, it was the most introspective moment I've ever had while playing a military shooter, blah. Like, oh my god, bro. Like, it's a fucking video game. It's like, people really need to get lives, dude. Like, it's like, who was that guy who said that his worldview changes based on the video games he plays? Like, that's the prime example, man. People have nothing going on in their lives, so they use whatever, you know, most recent piece of media they consumed to shape their entire fucking worldview. Oski with the 5, this game just gets more fucking ironic by the minute, and I'm enjoying it. The best part is I didn't pay a single dime for this entertainment. Yeah, it's much better to watch this type of video and I guess toss Synthetic Man a few shekels. I don't know if he has super thanks on this video or not, but yeah, I mean, that's, I feel like a better use of money nowadays with these modern games and shit. So you get more entertainment from just watching somebody shit on games nowadays.
That's right! That's right!
He does have super thanks.
The French guy aims and shoots the cannon and...
Let me see. Maybe because I'm not signed in. There should be a button right here where you can leave like a comment with money attached to it.
Actually hits the front gate perfectly, but little do we know, and no, they don't even really explain it in the scene, which is kind of confusing, that he actually blew up the cannon in the...
Arson with the 2, remember, The Last of Us changed my life. That's right. Or God of War made me a better father.
The reason I say this now is because...
Imagine, dude, you stop treating your kid like shit because you play a video game. Imagine. Could you actually fucking imagine that? Like, all of a sudden you stop being a fucking deadbeat dad because you play a fucking video game?
In the next scene, they pretend that we have no options because Berghoff has holed himself up in the tower and he's got a shit ton of men in there, so there's no way that we can capture him without casualties. Well, Henry, being a goddamn giga-chad, says he's gonna rescue the princess, which honestly, I don't even remember when they said Rosa got captured, but who cares? I was gonna do that anyway. And then it turns out to be one of the most boring cover-based shooter parts ever in a game. Just look at this. And then Henry just takes out everyone else by himself, and it's honestly very anticlimactic. So now we've captured von Berghoff, rescued Rosa, and so we're finally starting to get to the climax of the game. After yet another prolonged conversation where we talk to von Berghoff, and no, we don't get to torture him or punish him in any way for all the things he's done to us, he actually suggests to us, pretending to be on our side, that we rob the royal treasury, which is in the Italian court. Now, of course, it's in an impregnable fortress, so the only way that we're going to get inside is with the help of the Italian cardinal that just so happens to be coming into...
Stop watching Synthetic Man, you stupid Trump supporter. Well, you should stop, you should stop watching me watching Synthetic Man then. So, I don't know what to tell you.
The town. And as Team A is doing that, Team B is going to be taking the mysterious tunnels that go all throughout the town, and they're just going to burrow under the Italian court. But before we head to the point of no return, Rosa shows us some of the tunnels, we have to kill some bandits who are at her estate, and then we finally get to romance another woman in this game.
Seems like a low-tier beta account.
40 hours in, Henry gets his own little downy princess that he gets to save, and at least it's a real sex scene, not that I can show you that, obviously. And now we are ready for the climax of the game, which, like I said earlier, is 7 hours long. So once you're finally ready to end the game, you've done what few interesting side quests are in this region. The gang tries to intimidate the Italian cardinal to get his help.
A downy princess is definitely a interesting way to word that, but hey, she's royalty, so... worth.
And he just ends up running away. We catch him really quick, and the Polish scumbag straight up kills him.
Misericordiosa Vergine Maria! Cosa fide Aiuto!
This is played off as a joke, by the way, so now I think you're starting to understand why Daniel Vavra said this isn't a Christian game, because every one of our heroes is going to hell. And so the genius plan is to make Godwin impersonate the Cardinal because he knows a little Latin. As long as he's drunk, of course. How very funny. And so we embark on another extremely terrible, boring quest, where we have to play as Godwin and attempt to settle the church's differences, which is some stupid dispute about building another church in town that nobody cares about. Why do we have to play through this part? Again, it's just a really bad joke about how you can optionally drink too much and fuck it up and get a game over. over. Haha. Oh, and you'll never believe this. Musa is here. A Muslim is in the Italian courts. Why? Oh, and he can speak Latin too, by the way. If you actually want an answer, the reason is he represents...
Because he's a genius.
Sigismund's court. Are you seriously telling me they couldn't find a Christian to represent Sigismund's court? Are you out of your goddamn mind? This is some of the worst writing I have seen in a while, just to shove this token character down your fucking throat. Whatever, man. I gotta get through this. We gotta make it through this, dude. Okay? We gotta keep going. So, after we successfully broker peace between the two sides, using Musa's help, no less, we finally get to play as Henry again. We're given a short force stealth mission, which is, I don't know, it's just okay. There's only one notable detail, that the Polish guy almost jeopardized the whole plan because he decided to cuck another man. I'm not making this up. So now the Devil's Pack has taken over the Italian court. We freed the nobles that we came for. Unfortunately, there was a rat in our group, the Frenchman. And so Eric shows up with a bunch of men, and now he's going to take the court back. So we get in a huge battle, and I swear to you, I am not making this up. Eric knocks Henry on his ass, and this is all in a cutscene. We don't get to play this part. And as he's about to kill Henry, Musa walks up with a sword. Eric calls him a slur, I think. But to slightly subvert our expectations, the Dry Devil fires a hand cannon, killing a guard, which distracts Eric just enough for Musa to smack him in the head with the sword, and we all retreat instead of just killing these guys, because honestly, it looked pretty even. It didn't look like it was going one way or the other. None of the named heroes have died yet, so I have no idea why we're retreating, except just more bad writing. Dry Devil sets the tunnel to blow, and then we get another shitty, like, B-movie moment. And then once we're in the tunnel and our hearing comes back, we're given the third dialogue option for the Hans romance. Now again, I have to be fair and in good faith here. It's possible you could just miss this, but it's not hidden by any stretch. You just have to exhaust all the dialogue options in this part and it'll show up. And once the gang finally escapes from the tunnel, we get what is quite possibly the second worst scene in the game, as in an incredibly cliche fashion. Polish guy runs up to French guy and Frenchie stabs him. We end up taking out all of the men here, except the French guy, of course, who gets away. And then this is treated as this...
Well, the peak music has appeared.
Huge fucking tragedy as the Polish...
All I'm gonna say is not once have I heard the Tifa theme, but now I hear the Aerith theme. What did Synthetic Man mean by this?
Guy bleeds out. This scene is dragged out for like 5 fucking minutes. I didn't even know the dude's name. I had to be reminded like 20 times. I didn't know
he's starting to come around, man.
Buddy's name either, the only guy who could understand him, and I get why that dude is really upset by this, but we, the player, have no reason to like this guy. All he did was tell a bunch of bad jokes and then fuck up our plans multiple times. Why should the player care about this guy? Dude, this is just terrible. I mean, legitimately, it's bad. If this was a movie, there'd be multiple videos laughing at this scene, but gamers have such low standards for storytelling in video games that we're gonna pretend this is a good scene. And as we escape in the car, Eric starts catching up and fires some arrows at us. Musa gets hit, and Kubienka actually falls off his horse, and so everyone thinks he's dead momentarily, but because this is a bad movie, we didn't watch him die on screen, so what do you know, he's alive. And he somehow escapes. He doesn't even get captured and tortured, and the explanation is really bad, as you'll see.
Email with the 10 timeout. Alright, this looks like somebody already did.
In a second. So now for the extended climax of the game, we're holed up in Sukdal Castle, and I'm sure you already know where this is going if you played the first game. Yes, it is just a 180 from what happened at the end of that one. Instead of attacking a castle, we're defending it. But before the siege starts, we actually get some good news that Sigismund is pulling his troops out of Bohemia because Ladislaus of Naples apparently has declared himself the king of Hungary, which Sigismund is supposed to be the king of, and because he has no silver, he can no longer afford to continue waging war in Bohemia. Shortly after this, Kubienka shows up alive and fine, and he says the reason he was let go is because Eric wants to challenge Henry to an honorable duel so that he can avenge his groomer lover. And obviously I accept it.
He can avenge his groomer lover. Hell yeah, man. What a great story. Jesus Christ.
And we actually get some of the best dialogue in the game.
You think you're better than me? That I've got blood on my hands, whilst you're some kind of defender of justice? Really? Just take a look at yourself. You burnt Sanin to the ground. You massacred the villagers of Malashov. You're just like me. You murder in the name of revenge. And you don't care about anyone else.
You're nothing without Istvan. You're all alone. No one cares about you. Sigismund, Markvart, they've all abandoned you. To them, you're nothing more than a dead mercenary's lover.
Don't you dare bring Istvan's name into your mouth, you fucking bastard. I'll make sure you die in pain. You'll suffer like a mangy fucking mutt you are.
Even if you succeed, it'll change nothing. You'll still be alone. All alone.
You... Ah!
Unfortunately, the fight afterward is incredibly unsatisfying because Warhorse couldn't think of any other way to make the fight difficult under this very limited combat system than just give him an insane amount of armor. And even after we finally defeat him, we don't even get to kill him because it just so happens that Markvart von Owlitz's men start marching toward Sukdal, and so Henry has to beat them there on his horse and seal up the fortress, and the siege begins. And here we get another really stupid plot twist. Somehow, von Berghoff escaped, because nobody was watching him, I guess. And the explanation is so dumb that actually it's just a straight up lie, but we'll get to that a little bit later when it comes up. But yes, someone let him out of the castle. And so, of course, there's a little bit of a dialogue exchange back and forth. We learn that even though Sigismund was pulling his troops out of Bohemia, he promised Markvart von Owlitz could have all the silver if he could just take it. It's obvious that the heroes don't think they can take the entire Prague militia, so they're debating what to do. But then, Dry Devil does the most based thing ever. Notice the old man sneak out. Oh, nice. Yeah, fuck him. I hope it was poisoned. Dry Devil is literally me, for real. I'm tired of the talking. Let's just get this over with. And so, the next 2 hours of the game are a prolonged siege that's supposed to, once again, show you the horrors of war and how holding out in a fort would, actually go in real life. And it's kind of cool, I guess, but I was so beaten down by the game at this point that I don't even think I could properly enjoy it. The short version is, the first stage of the siege is much like the one at the halfway point in the game, where you have to kick down ladders, kill people who get inside, drop rocks on their heads, and eventually they retreat. The next stage of the siege, they try sneaking in at night, and Henry has to save the day, because Dry Devil was too drunk to notice that one of his own men got replaced by the enemy. Then after the second wave, Zizka decides we need to make a counteroffensive against the enemy, so we end up torturing a captured prisoner for weaknesses in their camp, and then we select 3 of our best men. I don't even know if it matters who you pick. Nobody died, so I guess it's basically irrelevant. And then we go on an FPS segment, which is another pretty fucking boring part where I just shot dudes with a crossbow from basically complete safety until the mission was...
What did people do at the time when they had poor eyesight? Well, I would imagine that, you wouldn't even know. Like, that's the thing is, would you really even know? Because most people couldn't even read anyway. So it's not like you'd be like, oh, I can't read that sign from across the room or anything like that. So most people couldn't fucking read. And if you were wealthy, you could get like reading glasses, or I think glasses for distances back then. But yeah, I don't really think it was that common of an issue because most people just couldn't read anyway. So they probably didn't even know they had a problem.
Was over. Then finally, after this, the enemy has the genius idea of just starving you out. Because, of course, there's only limited supplies inside a castle, and there's a lot of people to feed. And so they actually use the survival mechanics in-game for something useful for once. I pretty much ignored them the entire game. I think I killed 1 deer past the halfway point, and just the food from that animal, once I dried it, lasted the rest of the game. But at this point in the story, the food in your inventory is actually confiscated so it can feed everyone, which, it makes sense. And Dry Devil does one actually extremely cringe thing. He wants to eat mutts, so I had to beat his ass. Unfortunately, this normally very serious moment that could have elevated this game is ruined because they turn it into a comedy section. The segment starts off with Henry and Hans
still no Tifa theme though,
seriously contemplating eating dog poop. And I wish that was the only joke, but then they have the genius idea to boil some leather, which would have been fine, except it has to be the finest leather. So we have to get Peter of Pisek's wife to give up her shoes. And yes, this has turned into another foot fetish joke. And we eat shoe soup with Hans. And around this part, Zizka finally explains how Berghoff could possibly have escaped. And I understand I'm not autistic. I know it's implying that he's lying. But what reason would he have to lie? Is he betraying us? He can't be. He has no incentive. He knows he's going to get killed. I have no idea what the hell they're even implying here. But no, obviously a 50-something-year-old man didn't dangle out of a fucking window using sheets. Whatever, I don't care anymore, and neither do the writers. And in my exhaustion at the time, I somehow completely forgot there was actually another wave of the siege. As Godwin says a prayer for the fallen, which you can optionally choose to take a giant dump on the church, which I thought was kind of funny in context with the rest of this game. The Praggers attack once again, and after having to fight them off in the same style as the first wave, they end up taking the tower, and so you have to storm in, kill them, but in the chaos, they manage to capture the outer bailey, and so our heroes are trapped inside the inner castle. So now, finally, we get to our last romance scene, because it's the night before Henry and Samuel sneak out to go get help. And so you get to choose, do you romance Hans or do you romance Catherine? Well, little did I know, I never had a chance to romance Catherine. I'm actually not entirely sure why. I think the simple answer is I just didn't get my reputation high enough with her, even though I pretty much simped for her at every opportunity.
Damn.
In fact, she called me her #1 simp, more or less.
It's just like real life, man.
Be glad they failed and we're all alive, right, Henry? I wouldn't want to lose my biggest admirer.
I'm your biggest simp, babe. But because I didn't do the murder mystery side quest when it was available, and I didn't get the special scene at the Mint in the Italian court earlier, I guess I just didn't have enough reputation points to get the romance, because I...
Wait, the Tifa theme is being played now with the gay Hans romance. Oy vey.
I was told that getting enough with Hans doesn't affect your ability to romance.
Uh-oh.
Catherine. Maybe in editing,
What did he mean by this?
double check that. But basically, I was stuck with Hans for the meme. And I'll just show the scene here, except for the part I can't show for YouTube.
I promise you.
Oh my god.
I'll bring reinforcements.
Oh, no, God. All right. That's it right there. All right, hold on. I'm getting ready to black it out.
I'm sorry. I just
Remember when they said they added this shit to the game because people thought it would be funny and it was like a meme and all that? This seems pretty serious for a meme, right? Like, wouldn't you make the gay sex scene a lot more lighthearted and funny if it was supposed to embrace the fucking meme and it was just pure fan service? I don't know, dude.
Yeah, after slaying all that pussy, this is, Henry's just like, yeah, I'm fucking gay now, apparently. So yes, now it's time for the very anticlimactic end of the game. Henry and Samuel sneak into the enemy camp to steal horses so that they can ride off to Ratai and get reinforcements. I just find it absolutely hilarious that basically the last mission of the game is a forced stealth mission. Luckily, this one's actually pretty easy. All you have to do is steal an outfit, kind of like you did with the Cuman camp in the first game, and then you can just walk around normally. Of course, in like the 30 seconds that you're rappelling down the wall, Samuel already got lost and captured, and so you find him inside a barn with the French guy interrogating him. You beat the French guy's ass in like 5 seconds, and Samuel encourages you to kill him, which, for once I actually agree with him, I killed him, but Samuel is too injured to walk on his own. So you are given, for once I actually agree with him, I killed him. You beat the French guy's ass in like 5 seconds, and Samuel encourages
It fucking glitched, and it's not even stabbing his character model.
you to kill him, which, for once I actually agree with him, I killed him, but Samuel is too injured to walk on his own. So you are given a real choice here, though the game heavily guilts you if you pick the other one, which I guess just reflects all the other quote-unquote player choice in this game. So you can either choose to leave him behind or pick him up and carry him to the horses. You're also given an optional objective to find Markvart von Aulitz, which of course I did. And it turns out he's dying from the arrow that Dry Devil shot him with, so we don't even really get a satisfying final confrontation. That said, I actually do think this is a good scene. It's kind of a satisfying conclusion to the first game's story. I think I'll just let this scene speak for itself.
Who are you? Henry. From Skalitz. From Skalitz. Ah. Aren't you that boy who ran away from us? So those were my parents. Your father fought like a lion. And I see you're your father's son. You've done him proud. You remember him? Oh, yeah. I remember everyone I killed. It's not an everyday thing. Don't you?
Nope.
No. I said no. Henry has killed hundreds at this point.
It's a nasty business. But I don't want to preach you any sermons here. You came here with a purpose. I won't hold you back. Take your revenge. Huh? I don't want to sit here all night, dying slowly like a stuck pig. Are you afraid? Every day when we pray, we say to God, Thy kingdom come.
Time to give you Deliverance! Twice! There you go. Roll credits.
Do it. Under the ribs.
Fucking do it. Not my Henry. He would have done it immediately. There you go. Added my sound effects. There's no satisfying sound effects. So. And then Henry rides off on horse with or without
Why would you want to die from a gut wound? That's so retarded.
Brother. Now, after all that, we finally catch up to the intro of the game. Yeah, remember that scene that the game opened up?
Dude, even the Romans back in the day, when they used to stab themselves in the stomach, they would get a soldier or something to chop their head off immediately after.
with, where you play as Godwin and a castle's under siege. Yep, that was the last 15 minutes of the game. So we have to play that scene again, and then, right in the nick of time, Henry shows up with Sir Radzig and Sir Hanush and a whole army. And yes, the scene is straight up ripped from Return of the King, as some people have pointed out. But it's still a pretty cool moment. It feels like it comes from a better game than this, the game we should have gotten. And of course, the game kind of just blows its load in like 5 minutes as we just dispatch a handful of soldiers and we get to the end of the game. Now, of course, if you didn't save your brother, you actually have to bury him in a traditional Jewish burial style. I'm not even joking. And I also want to point out that Musa is nowhere to be seen at this point. And I've heard a
You have to hold a Jewish burial? Holy shit, man.
Theory that's evidence they added him in like the rewrites, because such a major character in the story that was forced 3/4 of the way in doesn't show up at the ending. And we also get a little teasing for the next game as Hans's importance to the future of Bohemia is referenced, and so is his arranged marriage. And so the game concludes with Henry going up on a hill waiting for his biological father, Sir Radzig, to show up, but he has one last vision of his parents, and this is where I found out the hard way that I got the bad ending. This is essentially the equivalent of how Bethesda games have a bunch of ending slides for all the choices you made throughout the story. But because there really were only 2 major choices throughout the game, those are the only things your parents really bring up. That and, of course, your romance option, or at least they would have if you didn't get the bad ending. If you get a good ending, you get to pick what woman you wanted to settle down with. I would have picked Rosa, obviously, and yes, you can pick Hans. And no, they don't shame you for being gay. Instead, in the bad ending, your dad says that you've disappointed him and that you've become exactly like Istvan Toth. And yes, I feel a responsibility to mention that there is, in fact, a secret ending where you end up with Teresa, your sweetheart from the first game. Now, to do this, you have to refuse to sleep with any woman in the game and answer positively whenever Teresa is brought up. So it's not very likely that any players are going to see this naturally, but even so, your only reward is like a few second cutscene at the end. But I guess I do have to give the devs credit that at the very least, they did think of what some of the fans from the first game would have wanted. And then when you wake up from this dream, Sir Radzig tells you that he's proud of you and your parents would be too, which is some very weird tonal whiplash. And so the game ends basically exactly how the first game ended. Radzig even tells us that the sword is not his, it's Henry's, which is exactly what he already said at the end of the first game. Except now that we have the sword, Henry's story is concluded. And I really hope they're implying by this scene that Henry is not the protagonist of the third game. And also Radzig wants to hook you up with Catherine for some reason. He likes the idea of you having a mommy girlfriend. And then roll credits. But we're not done yet because this is just like a shitty Marvel movie. There's 2 credit scenes. The first one shows us how Zizka loses his eye in this universe. Basically, everyone is wasted and Zizka bets that Red Devil could hit anything. And so it's like the classic trope where he puts an apple on his head, but at least he's smart enough to wear a helmet. But even still, Dry Devil hits him directly in the eye, right through the slit in the visor. Then for the second credit scene, it's basically like that one meme of Hitler from that one movie I don't think anyone's seen, where he spurgs out. That's basically exactly what happens with King Sigismund. It serves no purpose whatsoever to the narrative, except to make him look bad even more. That's the whole Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 experience. Oh boy, I don't even know where to begin with this conclusion, man. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is genuinely one of the most overrated games that has come out in the past 5 years. And this is coming from someone who has to critique every single Sony game where their mindless fanboys pretend that every single exclusive is a masterpiece. I actually think in some ways this situation is worse. Because 1, people are claiming the game isn't woke, which is just blatantly false by all the things I showed you in this video. If you claim the Musa character isn't woke, you either 1, haven't played that far in the game, which I find pretty likely, or 2, you're controlled opposition and have no idea what the word means, and you just want to parrot back what you think your audience wants to hear, and are actually just a centrist
Wait, what did it say?
Position and have no idea what the word means, and you just want to parrot back what you think your audience.
Obviously, I'm not just talking about content creators here. For everyone else, if you don't think Musa is woke, you're either a complete moron or a racial cockhole.
Audience wants to hear, and are actually just a centrist grifter, just like what the leftists claim about you. There's no reasonable definition of woke that would exclude a forced African character when the game director himself said there were no Africans in Bohemia at the time, who is not just a token who shouldn't be there. No, he's actually superior to all of the main characters. He's better educated, he's more well-traveled. He makes many criticisms of Bohemian culture and Christianity that Henry doesn't even attempt to refute. I mean, he just straight up calls your people savages, dude. Not only that, but as a humiliation ritual, you're forced to prove his innocence in a trial or you get an unavoidable game over. And he shows up to a fucking Italian Christian court meeting with the cardinal from Italy there as a representative of Sigismund's court. You're telling me a Muslim is the only guy they could find to represent King Sigismund? And to make matters even worse, he literally saves Henry's life just after that part. This is one of the worst token characters I have ever seen, not just in a video game, but any piece of fiction. And I don't even want to talk about the whole Jewish subplot.
And then you have Yasuk.
because I've been towing the line of getting banned for quite a while now, and I just know that's going to be the straw that breaks the camel's back. Don't notice who you're not allowed to criticize or anything, though. But even propaganda aside, as a video game, this isn't even that good of a Western RPG. I would argue it's inferior to the first game in several significant ways. And even places where it's just a side grade, in a way, become kind of infuriating because for some reason, Warhorse gets away with what we've been criticizing Ubisoft for years. They made a sequel that doesn't innovate on the gameplay in any way except give you a crossbow and a hand cannon. Now, do either one of those things even change the gameplay? Not really, except they just made it easier to shoot ranged weapons. The sword combat is actually worse, I would argue, than the first game, which is unbelievable given how bad it was. Instead of fixing any of the fundamental jank issues, all of the same terrible hit detection problems are still there, and they actually removed attack directions for no reason, making the combat less complex. They added this terrible perfect block riposte system where enemies can just block you, riposte, then you block the riposte or riposte back over and over and over again until one of you runs out of stamina. Not to mention, you're basically fighting the same 3 enemy types for the entire game. I don't know how the hell people think this kind of stuff is okay, especially since this game is at least 50% longer than the first, so the combat ends up feeling that much more repetitive as a result. The only arguable improvement is that they made Master Strikes a little bit more challenging to pull off, but they're still just as broken as the first game, and for some reason, they're only on swords, meaning there's no reason to ever use pole arms or maces. And I haven't even gotten to the actual quest design yet. People are going to say this is hyperbole, but this is one of the worst designed main quests I have ever experienced in an RPG. There's only 2 major choices you make in the entire game. The whole rest of it is railroaded. Maybe 3 choices if you count letting Samuel die. But outside of those 2 moments where you can choose to do an evil action, nothing else you do matters. The same exact events happen, and I'm not going to repeat for the millionth time how much I hate forced stealth missions, or walking simulator segments, or conversations that all last at least twice as long as they should. Seriously, trim your fucking script, Warhorse. Goddamn. Only one major protagonist dies throughout the entire story. Isn't this supposed to be like a serious war is bad type narrative? But no, only the Polish comic relief character dies, and he's probably the character the least amount of players will care about. And look, I get that a lot of people saying this game is awesome have probably only played the first half, and I do admit that the first half of the game is better. But I think that's only because of the novelty of the sandbox experience and the side quests. If we truly break down what actually happens in the first half of the story, it's almost nothing. Basically, Henry and Hans try to deliver a letter, they get ambushed, they can't get into the castle to deliver the letter, so you gotta do a bunch of bullshit to get into a wedding, you get arrested, you deliver the letter, then you help von Berghoff do some dirty work, you get betrayed and switch to the mercenary team, your fortress gets sieged and everyone gets captured, Hans gets taken away to be a major plot point of the second act, and then you kill Is van Toth and escape the castle. That's literally all that happens over the course of 20 hours or more. And then the second half of the story is a goddamn clusterfuck. I don't want to sum it up again, but half the time I didn't even remember what was actually going on. Not to mention, it has such terrible amateur writing at certain parts, like when all the nobles get captured in Robarsh. Did a teenager write that plot point? Oh, everyone gets drunk and they just let the bad guys in? I mean, goddamn, if this was a movie or a TV show, there'd be a bunch of videos talking about how terrible that is. But no, it's a video game, so I guess it's okay. I just think it's comical that one of the major selling points of this game was supposed to be player choice, when this has less player choice than any singular BioWare game. You can't even choose to be evil. All you can choose is who you want to fuck. That's pretty much it, and whether or not you disappoint your parents. Wow, that's a lot of fucking player choice. The weirdest part of this discussion around player choice is that these people never advocate for things that actually make a game more enjoyable for its core player base. Do you think it was worth the development time and resources to add a gay romance that less than 1% of the player base is going to honestly engage with? Not to mention the horrific excuse that Daniel Vavra used, saying that it doesn't matter that Hans is underage because 12-year-old girls got married back then. Well, first of all, that wasn't exactly common back then.
Exactly.
Which he should.
That was the worst defense of a fucking decision in a game I've ever seen. Oh, why do you care, dude? You know, they used to get married at 12. Yeah, they didn't fuck or they didn't live with each other. Like, it's just so net. Oh, man.
Should know because he's supposedly a history buff. And second of all, it's not like you can marry 12-year-old girls in this game, so that comparison doesn't even fucking make sense. It would make more sense if you could marry a woman around your age in this game than have gay sex with no consequences in a time where you'd get stoned to death or hanged. And we can't forget that it's actually the easiest romance to achieve in the game if you don't count Clara. I think the only thing I actually had to do was pick 4 dialogue options throughout the game, 2 of which were not even hidden. They were right in front of your face in mandatory conversations. You know what I would have liked in Kingdom Come 2? Maybe the option to become evil and join King Sigismund's side. That would have been awesome, instead of wasting all this development time and resources on not just gay romances, but like what feels like 20 hours of cutscenes and walking simulator segments, and a bunch of side quests in the second half that add absolutely nothing to the gameplay experience. Why the hell is there not a single large-scale battle in this entire game? That was a complaint with the first game as well. There's never a point in this game where 2 armies clash. You're only ever fighting like 3 or 4 guys at a time. If we don't think the devs are capable of that because they don't have the time or resources, even though they're owned by Embracer Group, which is worth billions, maybe you could just advocate for more straight romance options. Hell, I guarantee you there'd be more players interested in starting a harem, no matter how unrealistic it would be at the time, than a fucking gay romance. But no, these people who are supposedly anti-woke love...
Or maybe just stepping foot inside of a church and not just a synagogue. crazy.
Gay stuff. They're big into that stuff. Just look at the type of people they hang out with. Not going to name any specific names. You know who I'm thinking of, though. Legitimately, I think there would be more validity in having an option for Henry to impregnate every woman he meets than there to be a single gay romance option in 15th century Bohemia. And you can quote me on that. That could be on Twitter, go viral. I don't give a fuck. I'm right, you're wrong, period. I feel like this game is a testament to the saying quality over quantity, or less is more, because the first game didn't really have...
Nah, kings did not have harems. No, 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 no. They had mistresses, but they did not have harems. But mistresses were considered very, you know, still taboo, but a little more accepted, but at the same time, you wouldn't openly boast about it.
Any of these problems. The story was only like 15 to 20 hours if you skipped every single side quest, and there weren't even that many side quests in the first...
And really, the mistress was only a thing in France. Because, you know, the French have... I don't know, dude. Like, the entire history of France is, like, the definition of thinking with your cock in a lot of senses. But yeah, the French loved to fuck. So it was considered, you know, a little taboo but acceptable to have a mistress if you were a high-ranking male in society, especially if you were nobility or the king. So, yeah. But, like, in Britain or Spain or places like that, the whole mistress thing was a lot less acceptable. So it just depends.
Place, so you could just pick the ones that were interesting and ignore the rest. And it was a pretty solid time. Yes, the first game was very flawed, and it's definitely not one of my favorite games by any stretch, but the second game...
No, the French aren't gay, man. No. Quite contrary. It's like an old thing where you don't trust your wife around a Frenchman.
Doesn't innovate on anything. It just adds more on top of the pre-established systems from the first, and then tweaks a few things, arguably making them worse, to claim that this is like...
That's like an old saying, never trust your wife or daughter around a Frenchman, because they'll try to fuck them.
A true sequel, but it doesn't even really feel like much of a sequel, in the same way that an Assassin's Creed or Far Cry game feels like a copy-paste job. It doesn't matter if you change some things around, it's still the same game as the first, and I feel like part of the reason that it's getting away with this, it's been like 7 years since the first game came out, and it was...
In France, paternity tests are illegal? Yup. Dude, I'm telling you, they have like one of the biggest cultures of just fucking around, and they always have. Like, France has always been notorious for sexual promiscuity. So, they love to fuck.
It was a cult classic game that a shit ton of people never played. I guarantee you most of the people who think this is like one of the greatest RPGs of all time have not played the first game and are just starving for a halfway decent open world RPG. And I get it.
Yep, they didn't have an age of consent until recently. Yep.
Starfield was shit, Avowed is definitely shit, and no, I'm not going to review it. But just because those games are terrible does not mean this game is awesome. This game's just alright. But I think with the incredibly blatant political propaganda and the constant humiliation of the player, I just can't pretend to accept that anymore.
Yeah, it's also where the term French whore comes from, too. Like, not a literal whore, but... You know, basically back in the day, you know, nobility would get a French whore, in a sense, which would be their French mistress. Because the women of France had no problem sleeping around. So...
So no, don't buy this game. Don't support Warhorse Studios anymore, for the love of God, unless you want to see more political propaganda shoved into their next game. Because you better believe if they get away with this, which they've already sold over 2 million copies, so who knows, this could end up being one of the best-selling games of the year, then you better believe it's going to be even worse than the next one, because for some reason people are suddenly pretending again that the slippery slope is a fallacy, when we all know it's not. But like I said in the intro, I'm going to keep giving my honest opinion on video games. I don't care what anyone else thinks. I don't care that all the leftists hate me. I don't care that the anti-woke people don't like me either. I've always been on my own team. There's a reason why I've never done any collaborations on this channel. But I hope you continue to enjoy the content. I know this video was definitely a bit of an experiment. There's a reason I never made that Cyberpunk video, I promise, because I was kind of worried that it would become...
Young women of 20 often sleep with old people. Yeah, they want that money. That's another thing the French love, is luxury. You know, it's not really a coincidence that Italy and France are the two biggest countries when it comes to luxury goods. So, yeah, French women love their stuff. Like fashion, you know, going on trips, jewelry, perfumes, all this type of shit. So they love expensive stuff. So, yeah.
Incredibly drawn out, not very funny or entertaining, and I would just repetitively bitch.
No, the French especially, though. Like, that's the reputation they have.
About the same stuff, but I hope you at least enjoyed this incredibly deep dive into why I think Kingdom Come 2 is not that good.
Like, obviously, who wouldn't want money? Like, that's kind of a given, but no, it's just kind of one of those stereotypes about France in particular.
That's about it. I'll see you next time, guys.
Will you, though? Will you see me next time? French women love to get stuffed, yeah, by black samurais. That did not feel like a 4-hour video. No, it had good pacing, so it was very well paced, but I also sped it up, so we were on 1.5, so technically, what? That would be 2 hours and 40 minutes. But yeah, the pacing was good. Yeah, Asian women are extremely materialistic too. The way to an Asian woman's heart is through your pocket. So, more than looks or anything else, Asian women care about money. So, that's why I think it's so funny all these passport bros go to Asia where they get these women that they would never have a chance with over in the United States, but because they're in a third world country and they have a lot of money by local standards, all of a sudden the women are, you know, throwing themselves all over them. They're like, yeah, all the women in the U.S. are gold diggers, and they don't like me for me, unlike here. And it's like, they don't like you for you, bro. Like, they like you for your bank account. That is it. You are nothing special no matter what country you go to. Your fucking money is just worth more here than there. So, yeah. I think that's, like, one of the funniest things is, like, they'll go, yeah, Western women are just gold diggers. And it's like, yeah, what do you think a fucking, you know, Vietnamese chick that would never fucking look at you twice in the United States throwing herself at you is going through her head? Like, Jesus, man. What's the way to Griffin's heart? That's easy.
Open your wallets and give me all of your monies.
Oh, shit. That's my auction reminder. See if I win this card. Griff, your last chance at a girl is an Asian girl. I guess I'm gonna die alone. Thought it was a booty call? Hell no. That's a pretty foolish assumption. Indians used to be passport bros in Sweden when it was poor. I could believe that. No, Griffin, come to France to see your wait, you mean cousins? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I'd probably be arrested in any European country at this point for hate speech, dude. Griffin's gonna be a passport bro. He's heading to Israel to find his bride. Hey, that's a pilgrimage, man. That's not being a passport bro. That's a religious pilgrimage. To go be amongst my adoptive people. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm not one of those guys that's gonna go pick up a sub 5 you know, mid-Asian woman in Bumfuckistan who doesn't speak any sort of English other than maybe, like, borderline broken that you have nothing in common with, and then, you know, you're just desperate for some poon. What do I think of Israeli women? The Israeli women that I have seen are pretty attractive, so I don't know. I've never been, so I couldn't tell you the average, but the ones I've seen on social media are pretty nice looking. Passport bros bag 9s? I highly doubt that. I highly doubt passport bros are bagging 9s, because even 9s in third world countries are perfectly able to find wealthy husbands. You're finding the leftovers. Or single moms or shit like that. Asian 9s greater than white 9s? Absolutely not. Not even close. Absolutely fucking not. I'm seething? Absolutely not. Them K-pop huzz or... Dude, K-pop women are white Asian mixes. Like, the one K-pop chick, I forget the name, but like the one that everybody simps over, she's literally half white. Like, it's a known fact that white women have the best facial features. And that's not up for debate. So most of these 10 out of 10 Asian chicks people think they like are like literally half mixed. So that's just the reality. Oh, I won the card. Nice. Let me see if that's a good deal. I got it for my initial bid. Let me see how good of a deal I got. Yeah, I got a decent price. They sell for $250-ish. So yeah, I got it for $200. That's not bad. Check out now. Send it to my vault so I don't have to pay tax. Oh, can I not? That's weird. Why can't I send it to the vault? Whatever. Usually you can. Griffin knows a lot about this without knowing a lot about K-pop. Hold on, let's see. Half white K-pop girl. Let's see. There's like one that's like really popular. I can't remember the name. I don't know anything about fucking K-pop. I just remember. Because, like, it was like a conversation or some shit. Where it was like, people were saying, oh my god, dude, Asian women are the best. And somebody was like, dude, she's half white or whatever. And then they posted a picture of her mom and dad. And it's like, yeah, her dad was like literally this fat white dude.
Alright, awesome. Thanks, nigga. Alright.
All night Yahtzee with the 5. Can we watch... yeah, maybe. I don't know if we're gonna do that right now. I'm kind of videoed out at the moment. Let me see. Actually, let me see how long it is. If it's relatively short, then yeah, we can watch it real quick. Bro, the popular ones aren't Asians. Alright, yeah, that's not that long. Google Jenny or Rose. They aren't white and are the popular. This bitch better be attractive. Jenny, I guess Kim. South Korean singer and rapper. Bro, I'm sorry, this is not attractive to me. I am not attracted to that. Like, call me fucking gay all you want. That is not appealing to me. So, not my type at all. That's like a 6 out of 10, if I'm being nice. Let me see if there's a more flattering picture aside from the... Nah, dude, I'm... Like, this is the second image on Google. No. This does nothing for me. I'm trying to see if there's, like, a better one. But they're all pretty much the same. Yeah, nah. That's gonna be a pass for me, bro. I mean, I guess this is a more candid photo. Which, I mean, I guess that's slightly better, but still, nah. Not my type. Not my type. She looks... Yeah, she does look young, for sure. But that's the appeal with Asians for a lot of dudes, is they look a lot younger than they are. They age well until they hit the metamorphosis phase, and then they transform into the tiger grandma. Google Rose. What's the last name? Rose, K-pop. Yeah, she's better, but still, I don't know, man. She's way better than the other girl. So I'd say she's like a 7, maybe an 8. But... She's better than the other one. But, I don't know, man. I'd say probably like a 7. The problem is she's layered in makeup. So who actually knows what the fuck she looks like? That's the problem with Korean chicks, too, is you don't actually know what the fuck they look like because they've had so much plastic surgery and they literally put on, like, layers of fuck. They paint their face in a lot of cases. So, you never know. Here, let's see. Rose, K-pop, no makeup. Let's see if there's a picture. I guarantee there's probably not. Yeah, the no makeup picture is literally her in makeup. Alright, well, I guess that's slightly less makeup, but she's still wearing makeup. Here you guys go. That's what she actually looks like with less makeup on. So, yeah, like a 6 or a 7, maybe. But again, she probably still has, like, she still has eyeliner on, you can tell. She's got, like, her mascara and eyeliner on still, so... Again, you're never gonna find a picture of them without makeup, because they literally wake up and put that shit on. Yeah, whatever. I don't know, dude. I'm just not really into Asian women, so. Alright, here we go. We'll watch this real quick. Some gooning material. You know, I gotta live up to the name, Gooner Gaming, so we'll watch some wholesome Final Fantasy gooning content.
The wait is finally over. This is the countdown that everybody wants to see. The top 10 hottest Final Fantasy girls. There are just 2 problems. The first one is the simple fact that this is my opinion. Everybody has their own different tastes, so it doesn't matter who I pick. At the end of this video,
dude, is number 1 just going to be absolute dog shit?
Some of you are not going to be happy. The second problem is obvious. 10 girls is not enough. I love all of them. For this reason, I decided to make 4 separate countdowns. The top 5 most cute, the top 5 most beautiful, the top 5 most I want to bang you, and the top 10 overall, which is the official countdown. So, without further ado, let's get this Final Fantasy beauty contest started. Like I said, everybody has their own taste, but I think there's one thing we can all agree on. Tifa isn't just the hottest Final Fantasy girl. Tifa is the hottest video game babe ever. There's no competition. Putting her in this contest
on pure sex appeal, probably.
is simply unfair. What's the point in watching a new video if you already know how it's going to end? Tifa is, always has...
Yeah, if you consider pure sex appeal, Tifa definitely is in the running probably for all video games, for sure.
And always will be the undisputed queen of video game babes, and for this reason, she is disqualified. Now that we have the least surprising girl out of the way, let's get on with it. First, the top 5 most cute.
Top 5.
Here's one that's a little underrated. When I first played Crisis Core, the only thing I could think about was Miscellaneous.
I haven't even told him my real name.
What's her real name anyway?
Hell yeah, dude.
And by the way, Monty gave her a boob job. Yuffie is so cute.
Oh God, no! Burn it.
And avid children.
I love how he had to make that distinction because it takes place 2 years after the main game.
All right, who's been touching my materia? The bad guys, naturally. Oh!
It's a sequel to the game, people. It counts. She's kind of hot too. You know you'd bang it.
Sexy.
No, she literally has like the fucking Chinese boy haircut.
Hey, that's mine. What do you mean yours? You've been stealing again.
I fell in love with Penilla the first time I saw her. Due to her outfit hiding her entire body, I can't put her on the overall list, but I'm pretty observant.
Due to her outfit hiding her entire body, I can't put her on the list. So basically, if she's not in bikini armor, she's disqualified. Oy vey.
Well, be careful. You'll never fly anything if you're riding in a dungeon.
Yeah, this truly is a gooner list. Unless she's showing midriff, then she can't qualify.
You only see Porum in a few FMVs, but that's all I need to see. Boy, has she grown up. And on a side note, her picture was edited for the US version. You bastards, like we've never seen two best before. Seriously.
Welcome home.
How did you...
Yule.
No competition here. Yule is the cutest Final Fantasy girl. I was originally going to put her on the beautiful list, but I find Yule more cute than she is beautiful. Sometimes I skip the cutscenes for the simple fact that I hate to see Yule die over and over and over.
How many times must I see this?
Please bring it back in the third game.
Sarah's better than her.
There's a difference in a cute girl and a beautiful girl. So here's my take on the top 5 most beautiful.
What is the difference, though?
Christy became my favorite character in Final Fantasy VIII as soon as the game started. And how can Squall possibly ignore her the way he did? I mean, she obviously wants to do him. What the hell's wrong with you, man? Maybe it's the green hair, but I'm really digging Rydia. Just like Porum, she only has a few FMVs, but that's all I need to see. For those of you who haven't yet made it that far for some completely odd reason, eventually she returns to the world as a young adult.
I'm frozen, so... Alright. This is way too low.
You know, I would never understand why Square made this decision. This beautiful girl is the sole reason why some of you own the Game Shark.
Owned a Game Shark?
Why, goddammit? I don't think anybody plays this theater for the plotline because it's too damn confusing. I just don't know what's going on. I normally don't pay attention to the cutscenes, but I'm a little infatuated by Cosmos.
Yeah, the clothing covered her body, so 0.
What a beautiful goddess.
Exactly.
She might even give Beldandy run for her money. Nah, no goddess is more beautiful than Beldandy.
No idea who the fuck that is.
You're one of Cosmos' warriors.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, I
then
still
please,
haven't played 12.
Kill me.
No, we're not gonna do that. Tell me something, guys. Why is it that sometimes her hair is blonde and others is green? I never understood this. In any case, blonde or green, Terra is the most beautiful Final Fantasy girl. She has a completely new makeover in the city, and I am so pissed that they nerfed her battle skills in Duodecim. Why did you do that?
Yeah, I hope they do remaster 6, though. That'd be cool.
Actually, guys, in terms of beauty, I'd say Terra's #1, but there's actually a tier 0 in that category, but we'll deal with that later. So you've got your cute girls, you've got your beautiful girls, and then there's a few girls that when you look at them, you just want to say, I'd bang that chick.
I'd bang her at number 5.
Now die!
No, I'm not insane. I like this woman. But for some reason, I didn't notice her figure to the second game. How many of you noticed these?
Bruh.
Just imagine
this is absolute gooner shit, bro.
A moment, how she would look in a bikini. Yep, you bang it.
Oh my God.
Unfortunately, we don't see too much of LeBron, but I think she needs a little more attention. She's pretty damn sexy. Surely one of those dudes from Nora has tried to jump on it. I know I would.
Yeah, I agree. This is a good pick. That's a good pick. Yeah, I had a feeling this was
Excuses
coming.
again?
You know, I wonder how long it took Waka to loosen all those belts. Her voice, her hair, her outfit, her figure. Lula has sex written all over her. Of course, some of you like her solely due to her boobs. And does she ever uncover her left eye?
The furry bitch from what, 12, right? Jesus. Yeah, nah.
I mean, seriously, let's be real here. How can you not think about sex? Okay. Some of you are going to kick my ass for this one, but once again, this is my personal opinion. Most people only care about the main characters, but I look at everybody. And as soon as 13-2 started, there's something I quickly noticed about Alyssa. And look at this walk. I mean, she wants it. I don't know. I can't explain it. For some reason, I'm really
a boy. Absolutely not.
To Alyssa's figure.
Once again, Sarah's the better choice.
I cannot get this girl's butt out of my mind. I would not hesitate to bang Alyssa. I'll come and bail you out of jail, but I'm going to want some compensation. Yeah. Alright guys, it's finally time for the official countdown. These girls are cute, they are beautiful, and sometimes you wish they were flesh and blood and butt naked in your bedroom. So here's my take on the top 10 hottest Final Fantasy girls. When the first images for the Final Fantasy IV Remake were released, Rosa gained a lot of fanboys. This picture and the HD opening are the only two good images we have of her, but that's all we need to see. Beautiful face, big boobs, wonderful figure. There's a reason why Kane wants to kill Cecil.
Alright, that's a good pick.
I was originally going to put Renoa on the beautiful list, but there's something really sexy about her. I really like her figure. Maybe it's the outfit, I don't know. Of course, she looks even better in her ballroom outfit. Too bad she doesn't wear it much. Just recently, Japan voted Lightning as the #1 Final Fantasy girl.
Wait, this is me before I fixed my autistic lisps? Yeah, and it's also before I became white, too.
I don't know about #1, but I have to admit she's pretty damn hot. Oh yeah, take it off! Take it off! No! Damn cape! I didn't like it too much at first, but after a closer look, I realized that she's pretty feminine. One of my subscribers told me not to fall in love with Garnet.
Come on, bro. What the fuck? Hell nah.
But that was out of the question. She is hands down one of
This bitch looks like jailbait. Absolutely fucking not. Get that shit out of
most
here.
Beautiful girls in Final Fantasy. And she
nope. Absolutely fucking not. Get that shit out of here, man.
Wonderful figure. Ooh, soft. You didn't do it on purpose? Sure, Zidane.
Whoa!
Dude, call the cops!
The game just started and everybody has already fallen in love with Riku. She's mine, goddammit! Mine! What the hell, DK? I thought Riku was your favorite. You're right, she is, and that's never going to change. I have to admit, there are girls hotter than Riku, but I love her more than just for her looks. The funny thing is, her swimsuit has more clothing than her default outfit, which doesn't make any sense. I think we can all consider this a Final Fantasy game.
No.
Riku!
And I think we can all agree that Kairi needs to be on this list.
What? Isn't she like 10?
This girl is gorgeous. I simply refuse to leave her out of this. Okay, she's only 15.
Aren't they like fucking 10 years old?
In the Kingdom Hearts 2. Riku's 15. You think anybody gives a damn? We're not going to go to jail for having a crush on a video game character.
I'll change that. Yeah, but she's not even 15, bro. She's like, what, 10 or some shit?
Reuniting Kairi with Sora was my main motivation to complete this game. And where the hell is Kingdom Hearts 3?
Well, it's here.
#4, you're already looking at her.
Alright, yeah, I agree with that.
Sarah is completely underrated.
Sarah is better than Lightning.
If you ask me, she's pretty sexy. There's a reason why this cutscene is in each and every single one of my countdowns. I also want to note that Sarah is tier 0 on the most beautiful list. She is gorgeous, and I am extremely pissed off at how they decided to end this game. This is the second game that made me shed a tear. Ash may have a pretty face, but this is not why people like her. Look at this.
What the fuck? Oh my god.
What the fuck were they thinking when they made this girl? It doesn't matter what she's doing, she's always shaking her ass. It's like she can't help it. A lot of people ask me, why do I always main the female characters in every game I play? Because I am a man. I don't want to look at this. I want to look at this. So please don't ever ask me that question again. I said it before, and I will say it again. I don't care how annoying you think she is. I simply love me some Vanille. They purposely designed her to be a sex symbol. About her connection to Fang, I'm a little concerned about this. And even if it is true, I wouldn't care. Like I said, guys, everybody has their own different tastes. So after I reveal #1, some of you are not going to be happy. Surely you realize that this was a very difficult top 10 to make. So this is my opinion on the hottest Final Fantasy girl.
What can I do for you?
Oh, come on. I already knew
Yuna
it was
is
coming
beautiful.
with the
The
shitty
green and blue
fucking
eye,
moves.
that gorgeous smile, that beautiful hair. But in the first game, the only thing we cared about was her beauty. In the second game, she decided to let go. Yuna is so damn hot that even her own cousin can't resist her. It's the only reason why some of you still play this game. Titus, you are one lucky bastard. Riku, baby, you will always be my #1 pick. But I have to admit, your cousin is a lot hotter than you are.
No. Nah. I strongly disagree with that. That was a bad ranking.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
Hands down, best countdown ever. Oh my god. Alright, this person's based. There we go. But get rid of that. 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 I guess Yuna's fine. Get rid of that. Yeah, I agree with his #1 pick, but that's it. That's literally it, man. Yeah, that was wild, bro. Putting the fucking 10-year-old Final Fantasy girl on there. That was bold. That was bold. Griffin tier list when? Aerith. There you go. Easy. Let's see. Claws of the 20. And Kingdom Hearts 3, they're all like 15. Well, yeah, he said it wasn't out yet, so that was based off Kingdom Hearts 2. And also Claws of the 20. Vanille is an autistic lesbian vibes girl. Yeah, exactly. She's like the art hoe that also is bi-curious. She's like the art hoe that would suck somebody's cock in order to get gas money to drive to a music festival. That's exactly what Vanille is. Raging Boar with the 2. Aerith was too low. Well, I agree that Aerith is not what I would consider to be sexy, as in she's not a whore, so I guess that makes sense. But as far as being #3 and most beautiful, that's no. She's 2 spots too low. In the game Nikkei, they're going to put a chubby chick in the game Griffin type. Ew. I didn't really like the Nikkei babes or whatever the fuck. I didn't really think the character design was that good. Which Final Fantasy girl do you think has the best voice?
I can't afford this shit!
Shit, I don't know. To be honest, bro, I never paid attention to their voice. Probably... I feel like the problem is like Final Fantasy VII Remake, like, that has such a high standard of voice acting across the board. So I feel like Tifa would kind of be the obvious pick. But I don't know. Like, the budget and the quality and everything is just, like, really, really good for those games. I didn't like the Final Fantasy XVI British accents, so that didn't really do it for me. I mean, Luna Freya's is good in Final Fantasy 15, but I would say probably Tifa's better, voice acting-wise. Tifa sets unrealistic titty standards. But yeah, that's what the Japanese like. They like girls that are like completely flat in the ass and massive chest. It's really weird. But yeah, most women who have big ass bazooms are not going to have chopstick legs. That's why a lot of Asian women get, you know, plastic surgery. You must be Japanese because that's... So you like women with chopstick legs and nothing in the back? Just literally a fucking 2x4 with balloon tits? Aerith was kind of... Yeah, they nerfed her from Advent Children, bro. Advent Children Aerith was stacked. So, yeah. Yeah, Crisis Core as well. At least in the or not in the second half, in the final cutscene of Crisis Core. Why'd she get nerfed? I don't know. I think it had something to do with the dress clipping, but still, I feel like they could do something. I have no idea, man. I don't really care. I like her new design, but yeah, she definitely got nerfed compared to the Advent Children character model. She literally started fucking her man's best friend? That's because she knows he's dead. That's literally a plot point, as Aerith waits 4 years without a singular word from Zack. And then she finally consents when he dies at the end of Crisis Core. So that's actually what she moves on, is after he's been dead. And she waited 4 fucking years with no reply. So, if that's the definition of a hoe, then, bro, every woman on planet Earth is a fucking hoe. Because that's, like, insanely fucking unrealistic standards. Like, a girl waits 4 years without a single fucking note, message, call, anything. And continues to write letters for, like, 4 years as well, too. So, unlike Tifa, who, you know, takes guys for a spin behind the bar for an extra tip. And lives with Barrett after the events of the main game. The Goon Bait short? Which one? There's quite a few. We got a Stepsis Pornhub shirt. We got fucking the fake funny moments clip. This fucking nasty whore. Hooters with the girlfriend. Cantonese slut. I don't know. Which one? The middle one? That's not, like, this one or this one? What's the max body count your girl can have? It depends on how old she is. But I don't know. I don't have, like, a number in my head. It's like, if it crosses this line, then no. I mean, obviously, if it's something insane, like 40 or something like that, then yeah, that's a no-go. But if it's like 10 or something, I don't know. It's not that big a deal. Because, like, the way I look at it is if I'm 27, let's say, and I date somebody who is, I don't know, let's say the same age, she basically would have been an adult for 10 years pretty much at that point. So that means she hooked up with one person a year on average. That's not really that big a deal. So it really just depends on how old the person is. That's still a lot. Not really. You think... Alright, so would you consider dating one person a year to be a lot? Like, I don't know. If you went... Like, say you went on, I don't know, a date every year once. Is that a lot of dates? Not really. Once a year? She asked to be a virgin, no question asked. Good luck with that, man. You're gonna have to go put in a pre-order in some third world country or like Iraq.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Yeah, you'll have to go to Baghdad for sure. Hookup culture is too normalized in the West. Wait till you learn about Asia. Do you really think West... Like, alright, that's just absolutely retarded, bro. People have been fucking since the advent of fucking time. So, at no point in human history has it been like, no woman shall ever be touched until she's married, and people actually fucking followed that shit. I guarantee you all your mother's only body is not your dad. Juan of the Five, did you watch Kino Casino expose DSP's DMs using Cad as a shield and his parents as an excuse too? How long is this?
I owed the state.
Alright, we can watch it. That's not that long. I thought you were gonna send the 6-hour video. I was like, yeah, there's no fucking way.
I owed the state over $5,000. I owed my...
Griffin just called his mom a slut. Yeah, I'm sorry, but if, let's say my mom went on one fucking, or got into a relationship once a year until she got married to my dad, I don't consider that a slut. Like, that's not even that big a deal. Y'all are in for a rude awakening if that's your standard. Once a year is crazy, I know. That's that's like only 12 months, dude. Oh my god. Wow. Let's see. Where's my tab for the music? There we go. Alright.
Tax attorney, over $5,000. All of that money, that was phantom money that I didn't have, got charged to my credit cards. And completely and utterly...
Raging Boar with the 40. Make Kahlua and Sadie go fucking bye-bye. Alright. Sony got... Alright, there we go. Alrighty. There we go. Appreciate it. Big ups.
Maxed out. Any remaining credit that I had was maxed.
Oh no.
Oh no. Rogue missed.
Yep,
Come on, Rogue.
Guaranteed throw.
Come on.
I thought he had this. What happened, Phil?
No.
You threw the match like you throw your life. Oh, we've got Pepe's with torches in the chat. It's a revolt.
His head's missing.
He's standing everybody live.
He has a French hat on. Look at
It looks like a yarmulke.
He's got a toupee. He's Fees. He's got Fees match.
Yes, he has a tattoo.
No!
He was Hitler maxing.
The vice principal energy, bro. He's not happy, Ross. He's not happy at all.
Get rid of the trolls,
no!
Phil.
Oh my god!
Did he end his stream on
Are you
Kick?
for real?
No! He rage
Oh my
quit
god!
the stream.
Hang on. Hey.
No! Go to his YouTube.
Hang
Iron
on.
Chef Sakai for 25 subs!
How dare
Let's
you,
go,
Phil.
Iron Chef!
Phil's just been co-streaming on Kick since he met with Kino Casino the first time.
Treated us like
Iron Chef. Oh my god!
All right, we're back.
He shut it down in a seething rage. He shut it down!
He ran back to North Korea where he could control the narrative.
No.
Damn,
I
I
fucked
up again.
Well, maybe you should focus on the game.
Oh, I know. Someone tipping $2 is saying something, but I don't entertain the nonsense. I told you I'm done with this nonsense. I'm absolutely positively done with the nonsense. I'm completely,
The music makes it a lot better.
not going to entertain any of it anymore. So if I address any of it, it just gives them what they want, and they're not going to get what they want from me. So thank you guys for those tips. So I got a whole bunch of super chats. I'm just going to shout out the names.
I should have a face cam. Why?
$2 from Blank Man.
What would be added to my content by having a face cam?
$3.50 from Muzzy Skeleton. $2 from Crunch. $2 from Dicker's Dropbox. So I need live crash outs.
Is he crashing out live? We gotta go there. We gotta go there.
Quickly, Andy, move your feet.
I got it.
Quick,
I got it.
We gotta get the live crash out.
XLA, that's 16. 2 from Based Alpha Real, that's 18. 2 from Dino, that's 20. Monkey Enthusiast, another 2, that's 22. Speed X Load, another
Which, by
2,
the way,
24.
all of these $2 that he's not
Biggs Bunny
reading
Real with
are
2, that's
all from us.
Detractors are
So,
2, that's 30.
like, the drama actually is giving him money,
Fat Guy became a member.
which
Let's
again
add the
proves
$3
that I was right all along. This fucking idiot.
Yeah.
Even when
Which
you
we
felt
shouldn't
him,
have
he
given
receives
him.
blessings.
I know. This is the thing. It's like there's your $30, bum.
It trickles
Holy
down.
Fuck.
It trickles
It's
down.
Trickle down.
I bet when this all happened and you guys fell out, Phil went to Cat and he's like, it's like on Jesus and Andy and Ash were Judas. Dr. Lexus
Holy.
sub over on Kick.
One sub.
Honestly shocked. Thank you, Dr.
His
Lexus.
whale gifted one sub.
One sub.
Dr. Lexus gave us
Rewind
100
it. Rewind it. Ash, no, he goes. I'm surprised about that. After he
Surprised. Dr. Lexus, come on. Don't hold out on us, Dr. Lexus.
With $2 super chat. So we are check up the value. 104. We are less than 50 away from hitting a goal tonight.
Oh my God.
And getting to 71. Oh boy. So thank you. We already regardless of the another fact that reward? most of you were trolls saying dumb shit. It doesn't matter. It all still goes right into my pocketbook.
Britt wants to flick the bean while looking. Oh my god. Yeah, just triple tap me in the back of the head, please.
Wow.
Why do you have a pocketbook as a man?
Bring it up, Phil Dub, you fucking dumb.
I would pay 500 on Griffin's last stream that he does to do either a face reveal or a VTuber model and make it look very weeb. Don't you have to like buy like a fucking like $4,000 like facial tracking system? Like, isn't VTubing, like, really fucking expensive because of the technology that goes into it? Which is even more proof that the only reason women do VTubing is because they're too ugly to be titty streamers. I don't know. I heard, like, you need, like, actual, like, sensors to do it convincingly. Or else it just looks like shit. You hear Microsoft pulled their UI mock-up. Yeah, because it was just the PC dashboard thing they're working on. So... Griffin wearing an Aerith cosplay for his last... Yeah, there you go. Talk about going out with a bang, am I right? And then I kill myself live on camera? Because it's the only way that would ever fucking happen is if I'm dead.
No one thought you were... So thank you to everyone who contributed. Regardless of the fact that most of you were trolls saying dumb shit, it doesn't matter. It all still goes right into my pocketbook. I still keep it. So... Dr. Lexus, no one thought you were ever going to be here again because obviously you're a huge supporter of the casino. Everyone knows that. And now that the casino and I had our falling out, everyone thinks, you know, that that's it, that no one who's a supporter of the casino is ever going to come back and watch my stuff or support it. That's why. So it's shocking to see you here, but it's appreciated that you did come by and drop a sub tonight. I'm thank you for that. Yeah, I'm sorry, but the kick moderators, you guys are going to be demodded tonight. The people that were here, I know who you are. I know you're in other chats. I know you're purposefully going into the chat when I turned it off. And then when I turned the fucking stream back on, you left to not moderate. So don't expect to have your swords tomorrow. You two know who you are because you were here.
Dude, the music just makes it so much better. I don't even know what the fuck he's playing, but it's actually pretty good background music.
Before, and you leave purposefully to let this flood in. So you're not going to be mods anymore. All right. In fact, I'll just do it now. Yeah, there he is. Yeah, goodbye, Dark Side Dabbing. Get the fuck out.
Marvel versus Capcom. Okay. Yeah, it was weird that Duty was calling out someone for LARPing. That's like exactly what would benefit him, lol. He brought up your loyalty bullshit, but that's nonsense, lol. He was just content farming. Guess he got it. Uh-oh.
Not only did you relinquish your sword, you relinquished your ability to watch my fucking streams ever again. I'm not going to allow you to be watching my streams if you're going to be a moderator who's not going to moderate on purpose and let this go run rampant. You did it on purpose. You're a dickhead. Okay? So I'm not going to put up with that shit. I'm trying to fucking play a crazy-ass high-difficulty match against a pro Marvel player, and I got to put up with this shit because you're a dick? No, you're...
A pro Marvel player? Oh my god, dude.
The fuck out of my community. How about that?
Wowie zowie.
Good riddance to bad fucking rubbish. And let's get rid of that fucking... Get rid of these two idiots. Seriously. They say they want to be mods. I mod them. But now because I have a falling out with the casino, there are other chats talking shit about me constantly. Now tonight they're both here. But as soon as I start playing, they leave the chat and let the chat run rampant. With all kinds of shit that's literally against the rules, against the pinned message, against everything. Then they come back when I turn the stream off, and then they leave again when I turn the stream on. So good riddance, get the fuck out.
This is Phil, the banger. Look at him, he's having a hard go again.
Yeah.
He's just banning people, man.
They're all putting the Pepe mention drama or Kino. Get timed out.
Kneel to casino. You're a bum, dog. Kneel to casino.
Snack pizza mode.
He's having
Thanks for the money, dummy. He's banning his mods.
Seriously.
No way.
If they want to be mods, I mod them. But now
no
because
way.
I'm falling out with the casino, there are other chats talking shit about me constantly.
Oh, no,
now tonight they're both here. But as soon as I start playing, they leave the chat and let the chat run rampant. With all kinds of shit that's literally against the rules, against the pinned message, against everything.
Fuck.
Then they come back
Oh, yeah.
when I turn the stream off, and then they leave again when I turn the stream on. So good riddance, get the fuck out.
Maybe next time don't leak DMs, you fucking piece of shit.
Yeah, exactly. Phil, you leaked the DMs,
And
buddy.
you eight months of
By the
manipulating us to use us and hurt us?
Josh, by the way, says Phil always does this.
Dude, he takes so fucking seriously these dumbass games, man. People are just there to watch him rage. Nobody cares about your professional gaming, dude. Like, it's just pathetic. I wish Griffin would berate me like DSP is doing right now, so I can feel like I'm an actual mod. Nah, but I will wake up your cat for you.
Give me money, 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 money.
Yeah, but this is just sad, bro. Like, Phil really has no life outside of this fucking gay-ass content creation shit.
Whenever something falls out, he just pretends there was a false consensus against it. He made exactly.
Yeah. Oh yeah, exactly. What's up, Josh? How you doing, bro?
They're saying we're buck breaking this bum.
Terrible.
Oh no, is he gonna get banned? That guy's a hero. There goes my hero. Watch him as he falls. Yeah. Watch him as he felts, Phil. I think he was banned, unfortunately.
Oh.
He was banned.
Anyone who's writing like these long messages, like, and they say that a hero will save us. Like he's like falling off the building. You know?
Bro, he's like, his eyes are glued to the chat. There's nothing he can do.
I know if there's anyone out there who's like, they're being mean. The 8-month-long Kong to ruin our life.
He deserves it,
I
bro.
robbed the casino.
Are you okay, Phil?
He doesn't seem like he's doing well.
Ban the chatters, then ban the mods who banned them.
DSP equals dirty snake.
God, there's an absolute revolution.
Protest.
There's brushes, there's peppies with torches.
Anything that shows up on the screen definitely counts. So,
come on, Dr. Lexus.
She's fat.
I think that was just your
do the right thing and donate over here and send Phil through the roof, please. Phil's gonna have a heart attack if Dr. Lexus donates.
$250,000 man's in that chat.
Yeah, $250,000 man.
He's our top donator ever.
Okay. It was your resub message.
The $250,000 man trick his way into that.
Yeah.
All right. We're going to do shout-outs. Let me end the recording. Thanks for watching, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the matches. You guys had no concept of the amount of trolling that was going on in the chat. The fact that I did that...
Oh, my God, dude. The trolling in the chat. Who cares? Oh, no, dude. You have people watching your fucking boring-ass stream. You poor thing. Ragey board the 2. I just watch him play COD for the soul and the rage. Yeah, fair enough. Like, Phil is such an idiot. He could just lean into this shit and, you know, actually drum up support and, you know, positivity as well by, you know, playing into the trolling and shit.
Well, when I was flying solo over here in the chat and I was still doing that well against, like, VDO, that was crazy. So I hope you enjoyed the stuff, and I'll see you next time. So, we got shout-outs to do, folks. We do. I mean, Dr. Lexus just went insane with an insane contribution, so I want to shout that out before we adjourn for the night. Hold on. So, Dr. Lexus just went nuts and dropped a ginormous contribution that I want to shout out. Yeah, someone tipped a buck and said, can you do something about the spam? No, because I'm not actively moderating. I was playing. It's more important for me to be entertaining you with a stream than moderating the chat, right? And, we had 2 basically fake moderators. They were in there all along, and they decided actively to not moderate despite the fact they were here tonight. So they're gone, and they're banned, and they're not ever coming back. I don't like fucking people that are underhanded like that. They think that they could do that. No. And by the way, they were unbanning people without ever consulting anybody else. So if you were unbanned by them and you didn't ask, expect to be rebanned in the near future. Okay? All right.
Oh
Dr. Lexus dropped how many? 44 subs?
And Phil,
wait, Phil is ending his stream. Phil's ending his stream. Let's go there quick. Let's see the end of Phil's stream tonight, and then we'll go through this crash out a little bit more. Oh my God, here we go.
In Fatal Fury, I can't play it Friday because I'm not here, and I'm not here
Shame
Saturday,
on you,
so I'm
Dr.
going to play that
Lexus.
Sunday.
Shame.
So there'll be no
Dr.
fighting games
Lexus,
Friday
what have
night
you
next
done?
week, but the daytime stream
Dr.
on Sunday, I'm going to try to play Fatal Fury City of the Wolves, of course.
He's like, I can't let them cancel Phil.
And it's going to be like, I'm going to try to remember how to play, but I'm probably going to
Kool-Aid
forget.
Merchant of Philtown
But I'll give it a shot.
subs
I'm
today.
really hoping, really sincerely hoping
We could have had the
that they
Felton
improve
fall.
the connections, because the connections in
The
the original
Feltoning.
beta were not good. So if they improve the connections,
Phil, you're the
that would
only
be
person
excellent,
who's having
okay?
these problems, Phil.
All right. We're going to do shout-outs. Let me end the recording. Thanks for watching, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the matches. You guys had no concept of the amount of trolling that was going on in the chat. The fact that I
We do.
when I was flying solo over here in the chat, and I was still doing that well against, like, VDO. That was crazy. So I hope you enjoyed the stuff.
He's saying, he's like, you don't understand. I was doing really good because I was banning people while playing. You lost 95% of
multi-talented.
It bothers him so much. Oh my god! Wait, is he
They're
done?
not respecting my professional marvel.
He's gonna
He
read
probably
out
has to be on
name.
YouTube, right?
He's gonna read out name.
Actually, with the fire behind
Oh
me.
my god, the fire behind him. He was on fire.
So Dr. Lexus just went nuts and dropped a ginormous contribution that I want to shout.
No!
Lexus, why?
That's it. It's over. It's over.
Dying.
Phil still looks pretty buck broken.
Let's see here.
He made 109 out of 150.
Well, we're not counting Lexus's sub. It's a lot of them.
Yeah, someone tipped
It was
a buck
enough
and said,
to
"Can
hit
you do
the
something
goal."
about the spam?" No, because I'm not actively moderating. I was playing. It's more important for me to be entertaining you with
He
the
can
stream
do nothing.
than moderating
He
chat.
can do nothing.
Right? And we had two basically fake moderators. They were in there all along, and they decided actively to not moderate despite the fact that they were tonight. So they're gone and they're banned and they're not ever coming back. I don't like fucking people that are unbanned like that. I think they can do that. No. And by the way, they were unbanning people without ever consulting anybody else.
Why would they
have by them and you didn't ask?
They didn't ask for permission to moderate.
Instead of wrong.
I received a $5 tip.
Okay. Is it a troll?
Can't read it. You can't read it.
He's not happy.
Someone tipped me $5. Says, I was going to gift a sub over on Kick, but I don't want to go into one of these idiot socks who's spamming and hating on you. So I wanted to tip instead. Thank you. Appreciate that. Really, I do. That's very nice.
Felt it. Fuck.
I'm just crying, bro. He's
115, which would have been.
What do you mean you want me to romance
That's what you.
chat?
I will just say, by the way, Dr. Lex is donating to Phil. I take as a W for me and my approach to all of this because I told Phil, when there's drama, when people are trolling you and felting you, then that's when you rally support from the most dented of dents. But he just couldn't grasp that idea because he'd rather lose than win the way he doesn't want to, which is just pathetic.
That's a great way of saying it.
Poor Phil, man. Yeah, he just takes himself way too serious. Like, if he would just lean into it a little bit, just have some fun, it wouldn't even be that big of a deal, but he's just way too fucking serious. Is there anything else that's gonna catch? Oh, whatever. I mean, I guess. I don't know. Here, let's actually check. If there's a follow-up with the wings sheet. Doesn't look like it. What a thumbnail. Yeah, but did they do like a segment on it or not? Oh, I guess they're live right now. I guess we'll find out tomorrow. Yeah, Breaking Banquet probably made like close to, you know, $1,200 from that shit. Who do I think will win the Canadian elections? Hopefully the Libs. But, I mean, for the U.S.'s perspective, it'd be better if the lefties win because they're easier to take advantage of. But, you know, for the Canadians in the chat, hopefully y'all turn out and actually get a decent government. But it looks like the SAR invasion has been successful, and the Libs have permanently ingrained themselves in power. If Wings was fighting with Griffin, what moves are you doing to take Wings down? Sidekick to the knee. That's it. If that hits, he's done. Dude, that's the thing. Fighting like a 400-pound man, bro, just go for their point of balance. Gravity will take care of the rest. I mean, you could literally just lightly jog, too. His life can't get much worse, that's right. Yeah, the problem is the Canadian conservative leader, you know, really fumbled his chance to take over because the thing is, it's like, you know, he really just acted like a little baby fucking bitch with the Trump tariff situation, which is what is causing him to tank in the polls right now. He basically turned into a screeching lib. So it's like, okay, well, why not just vote for them again? Griffin, Canada just beat the U.S. in Nations League today. I don't even know what the fuck that is. The Nations League? No clue. Is that soccer or some shit? All my conservative Canadian friends are pissed about Pierre running his mouth, but it's probably better that he did because that's the guy you're gonna get, and he's a fucking train wreck. So he's just as bad as Trudeau is, just in his own way. So it's the most important soccer league. Dude, I don't give a fuck about soccer. Soccer is literally probably the most unimportant thing in my life. Period. I don't think I've even watched one soccer game in my entire fucking life. No, what he should have done is, like, instead of, you know, ranting about Trump and blah, 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 he should have just come out and said, this is what weak leadership gets us. You know, I look forward to working with the United States as one of our closest allies. Done. But instead, he looked like a little fucking bitch, crying and complaining about it. It's just, yeah. Nobody knows how to handle things optically anymore. He should have just said, like, yeah, this is what happens when you elect the liberal government. We have a massive fallout with one of our biggest allies. This is why we need a change so we can go back to normal. It's simple as that. Apparently, Wings did abuse Kelly on their car ride to Fat Camp. Snort Hogan has the video. All right. Snort Hogan. Oh wait, I did snort.
Well, let me tell you something, brother. Snort, snort, snort. Hogan. Drip. Snort, snort. I got the drip. Go.
All right, guys. I'm gonna need everyone to be quiet.
Yeah.
Do not make a sound because you get picked up on the mic. Grim, go ahead and play it.
Alright, do you want me to pause donos as well?
Of course, yeah. Pause donos and play it.
Gotcha. Okay, give me 1 second.
But you see what's happening?
Why is there an overlay for domestic violence? Oh my god, bro.
Happening, right?
Alright, when you start seeing it go up, now you go.
We made it so far.
Stop!
Stop!
We made it so far.
Stop!
Yep, there you go.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right. All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
I mean, that's not really that big a deal.
You don't think that was a jackass move? No.
Played it.
I gotta leave, man.
Yeah.
I gotta leave, man. I gotta go. Go, man. Come on, let's go. Cause I mean, I live in South Carolina. I don't mind stopping by a fucking house and fucking blasting a bitch in the fucking face. I'm fucking sorry, man.
Yeah.
Fucking bitch ass nigga.
He like grabbed her arm. That was it.
Alright, so, well, there it is, you know.
If he does that in front of, not to say Tweety's a stranger, but technically you just met Tweety, and to do that in front of him.
Yeah. Well, he was on film. Look, there's some people in the chat saying, bro, that's not bad. I didn't say it was bad. I said it was nothing crazy. But just going like that, like going and slapping your wife's arm like that and then grabbing her like that, like, come on, dude. What
When
are you
he said
doing?
we gotta cut this part out, what part was he talking about? Just you know?
Well, I think he was saying that part. He's cutting
That's something, because he did say we gotta cut
And he's
that
on
out.
film.
Yeah.
He's on film and he had no problem just like, bam,
Yeah.
you know, like.
Joseph's never done that to me. 27 years of marriage, I'm just saying.
I promise you, I have a family member right now going through it, and it's the same thing. We didn't know for 6 years that she was being very, very abused until it finally happened.
Yeah, the
He said-
violence number in the bottom
So
of
it's
the
like,
screen.
we just see this clip in combination of what happened on yesterday's stream, and it's just like, bro, dude. He has no problem putting hands on a woman. You know? It is what it is.
We're not professionals. We're fucking idiots, right? We're LOLCOWs. We're gonna probably consult some professionals and figure out what we can do with Wings, what we can do for Kelly, what we can do to get through this with everybody. Wings is fired. That's it.
Yeah, that's it.
That's where it is right now. Wings is also a friend.
Yeah,
Wings
right
is-
now.
Kelly's a friend.
Yeah.
You know, this is very fucked.
Yeah, I love
And
Kelly.
wherever this
I
goes,
really do.
wherever this goes, we don't know. We're here talking with you guys right now because you're a part of this family too.
Can someone fix my TTS?
I got the drip.
Oh
I
my
got the drip.
God. Yeah, that's not even that big a deal. Like, it's obviously because he's trying to get her to stop driving forward because it looks like she's about to hit the car that's trying to merge.
Happening, right?
That's like a pretty normal reaction.
Alright, when you start seeing it go up, now you go.
We made it so far.
Because see, this car starts to pull over and she's not braking.
Stop!
Yeah, he's like saying stop honking, you know, don't fucking... Yeah, I understand. I mean, obviously it's not a good look, but it's not that big a deal.
We made it so far.
Stop! Yep, there you go.
Oh my god.
You don't think that was a jackass move? No.
Yeah, I want to see like the rest of the clip.
I gotta leave, man.
Yeah.
I gotta leave, man. I gotta go.
Go, man. Come on, let's go. Because I mean, I live in South Carolina. I don't mind stopping by a fucking house and fucking blasting a bitch in the fucking face. I'm fucking retarded, man.
Yeah, I don't really think that's that big a deal. That's like nothing. I don't know. I don't really think that's that big a deal, personally. Like, sure, it's not a good look, but it's like... I don't know, like, bro, when I was a kid, my fucking mom, like, grabbed onto my dad's leg when we had, like, I guess, a near accident. It's like, it's not like my mom was, like, fucking beating the shit out of my dad or anything.
Nice car.
So, I don't know. It's like a pretty natural reaction. Lol, your mom abused your dad? Yeah. I don't think so, but, you know, maybe. Click 4th convention, ho. Oh, this Anime Expo.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a pizza server.
Oh, okay, nice. What do you do for a living?
I am a general manager.
What do you do for a living?
I'm in school. I'm an art student. So
Yeah. You'll stay that way.
I'm going to school for animation.
That's awesome.
What do you do for a living? Like work-wise?
Yeah.
Yeah, I work at a post office.
Post office?
Yeah.
Awesome, dude.
What do you do for a living?
I'm in the Navy. I'm on the shore duty. Can't really go into too much detail, but nuclear deterrence.
Nice. What do you do for a living?
For a living, I teach dance.
Nice.
I'm a dancer back in New York.
What kind of dance?
Well, hip-hop. I do popping and locking.
That's fire, dude. What do you do for a living?
I'm actually an OR nurse. I work in the operating room.
Nice. Oh my, that must be stressful.
It is.
So you do this in your free time then?
Yes.
Okay. What do you guys do for a living?
Personal trainer.
I'm a student and I work in graphic design.
Nice.
I'm also just a student currently.
Cool. What do you do for a living?
I am a game test analyst, so a lot of video games and testing.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a pizza.
Yeah, cringe. Why owning a crow is illegal?
Owning a crow as a pet? Completely illegal across all states in the US. Even if you wanted to, there's no permit that allows private ownership. And before you ask,
well then don't get a permit.
What about zoos? Well, technically, even they aren't supposed to have them. But authorities have bigger issues to handle, so it's not exactly their top priority. Now you might be wondering, why such a strict rule on crows? Here's the deal. These birds are incredibly intelligent, with problem-solving skills comparable to a 7-year-old child.
What's wrong with that?
That intelligence can be misused. There have been numerous cases where people have trained crows to steal cash.
That's based, bro. I need some crows.
Just by offering food in return. Some even hang around ATMs, snatching bills right out of people's hands before flying.
Damn, where can I get one of these?
Flying back for their reward. And it doesn't stop there. There's a story from 2011 where inmates managed to teach a...
Yeah, I think Synthetic Man needs to stop calling them toucans from space and just call them crows.
Crow to smuggle contraband into prison, including a knife. They simply kept feeding it, and each time the bird brought back something sharper. Owning a crow as a pet? Completely illegal across all...
I need a crow. I need to look up where I can find a crow, man. I got a new business venture. There's a ton of ATMs around me. What would I name it? Tyrone. I don't know. What would you name a blackbird? I guess I could just call it BB Crow. Big Black Crow. Yeah, Ty Crow could work. Yasuk. Hell yeah, dude. Saint Floyd. Yeah, true. Chromazone. I don't know. Now I want a crow. Let's see. Where am I on these? Stupid. Anytime now. It won't let me refresh. The page is still waiting to die. Lovely. Okay, there we go. How's that $3,200 card you're bragging about? It's still being shipped to the authenticator. The crow can shit. There we go. That could be the use case for the crow, although it might damage the cards. But I guess if they're slabs, they're okay. Yeah, what I'll do is I'll take my crow to a Pokemon card convention and just have it snatch all the PSA 10 Charizards, bro. There we go. A 7-year-old can recognize Charizard, so you could definitely teach the crow to recognize it as well. That's actually perfect. Let's see. Raging Board of the 5 plays Star Wars Republic Commando on PS5. Is it in PS Plus or something? Let me see. This is bottom of the barrel, low F4 content. Cool. I might actually have that on Xbox. Let me check that too. I might actually own that actually. I think I bought like all the old Star Wars games at one point. Let's see. I don't know if we'll do it tonight, but maybe. Let's see. Let me check. PlayStation. Republic. Yeah, I do not have a PlayStation. Let me check it. Let me keep reading while we wait. Arson with the 5. Billy the Fridge is the fattest one, but I respect him the most. Yeah, he's pretty normal for the most part, but yeah, he's definitely, like, probably close to 500 or 600 pounds, which is fucking crazy, man. I just don't know how you can physically get that large. That's fucking crazy. And Logic Bender with the 2. Time to start a war. Turkey bacon greater than pig bacon. I mean, I don't really care, to be honest. I don't even remember what turkey bacon tastes like, so I couldn't even tell you. But that's fine. You won't offend me. As long as you don't say, like, some fucking vegan meat replacement bacon or something like that. Yeah, I'm not a huge bacon fan. It's fine. But it's not like, oh my god, bro, it's the greatest food to ever grace the earth type shit. Like a lot of people are. But I think it's also because it's trendy to say that type of shit. Oski Woski with the 20 for Raging Boars game for the Republic. Appreciate it, man. I'm pretty sure I bought this. Because I have the other Star Wars games that I didn't really care about, so I would imagine I do have it. Let's see. Yeah, I do. That's what I figured. Oski Woski also with the 2. It's just music. Wait a second. Creators Freedom with the 2. Check out the Tithes of Harvest, or the Tithes the Harvest. Let's see. This one? Is this it? I don't see anything in the chat, so I don't know. No clue if that's it or not. Hold on. What's this shit? Okay. Cool. Clone Commando is peak Star Wars. I think it should be pretty quick to down. Let me check. I don't think it should take very long to download this, but it's Xbox, so I don't know. Let me see. Yeah, dude, it's only 4 gigs and it's still going. It's crazy. Yeah, it's on Xbox. Yeah, Microsoft literally owns the world's server infrastructure, and they can't spend fucking money to actually make it run well. It's crazy. They literally have all the server capacity in the fucking world, and their shit runs worse than everybody else. Yeah, we'll play some of this tonight. Because I'll probably forget, because the thing is I gotta finish, or at least make decent progress in fucking Assassin's Creed still. Alright, that's the right headphones. Must be at least one. There we go. Creating profile. Easy. And it crashed.
Welcome, little one. This is your first day. Your designation will be RP01/13.
Would you or would you not, guys?
We expect great things from you.
Smash or pass on the Commando people.
You have been born into dangerous times. A sharp mind can be the key to survival. But as often as not,
how do they smash? I imagine like a normal person, but they just have a really long neck, so they could probably never. Dude, I'm not gonna get too nasty. Shit. I'm not gonna get too nasty. The Gooner hours are just upon us, so that's alright. We got a long night ahead.
For you are a commando. An elite unit.
No, not the
Something
grapefruit
truly
technique.
special.
Something else.
Your weapons, your armor, and most importantly, your brothers. The Ifer of our world hunt in pods to bring down much larger prey. So too shall you join the 3 brothers and become fierce hunters for the Republic. Now, join your pod and embrace your destiny as their leader. Join Delta Squad. Delta 4-0, your foundation. A pure and uncomplicated soldier.
Padme,
16,
on the other
the
hand.
heart and soul of your team.
Yeah.
And 07, the fiercest hunter of all your brothers. You are each a piece of a whole person. And the Republic will call you to defend and give your lives if need be.
Sergeant, get those troopers into the gunship.
Padme can get it. Agreed. If you needed proof that they're hot Jewish women, just look at Natalie Portman. So there you go.
Let's go. Sir, we're gonna split up for the drop, but we'll meet you at the RV on
If
Geonosis.
she's a Zionist,
side, sir.
I'm a Zionist. Yeah, episode 2, Padme is peak. One in 6 million Jewish women? That's right, dude. She's the first Jewish woman that didn't need to go in the oven to be hot. Hell yeah, dude. My favorite Jewish joke is still, how do you get a Jewish girl's number? You roll up her sleeve. That's still like my favorite one. That's by far the
I've been
best.
assigned as your advisor, and will be your eye in the sky until further notice, or we all get killed. Once you are on the ground, you will rendezvous with Delta Squad. Delta 6-2 is nearby. Your first objective is to find him and link up. The squad objective remains: find Sun Fac and eliminate him. I will be issuing further orders as you go. Good luck, Commando. Okay, we're above the LZ. Hook in. Look out! I will be providing you with support and tactical information as necessary. Tactical information will be displayed on your heads-up display as holographic projections. Text communications will be displayed in this area.
Oh my god, bro, we need a higher FOV.
Your primary target is the Geonosian leader, Sun Fac. Delta lead, it is absolutely vital that Sun Fac not escape.
Sun Fac or something else?
Are you alright? You just took an anti-infantry round. Your vitals don't look very good. Heal yourself with Bacta before you go any further. There's a medical station in your vicinity. Lead, your vitals are scanning 100%. You are ready to proceed. They're in the trench! Pull back the cover sector! Pull back! New objective uploaded. Get over to the crashed gunship. Updating location to objective tracker. The objective tracker will point towards your next target.
Points to your next target.
3-8, secure the area in front of the crashed gunship.
Control aim.
Well done, 3-8. Move to the next waypoint.
3-8 is that Melanie Mac? That's right. Although I think she's 3-9 now. Xbot confirmed. That's right, dude. You know, if people were more like me and actually bought video games on Xbox, they wouldn't be in this predicament they're in right now.
This trench leads to the rear of the enemy lines.
Griffin might as well be mentally, yeah. Mentally, I pretty much am 40. Unfortunately. It's already over, man. Put me in the fucking retirement home.
There is a gun position near your location preventing our troops from advancing. Recommend you take the thermal detonator grenades from the ammo pallet and destroy that gun position. Grenades have been added to your inventory. Excellent. Now lob the grenades at that gun position.
What button? It's just like Halo, dude.
The only way to take out that gun emplacement is with grenades.
Fuck. Do you have to like throw it in the lap?
Throw a couple thermal grenades to take them out. Very impressive, 3-8. Delta lead, squad mate 6-2 is in your vicinity. You should be coming up on him shortly.
Droid's here! Woo-hoo! Eat plasma, you stupid droid!
You're directly behind the turret emplacement.
Have some of that!
Griffin is 40 testosterone wise, maybe.
I'm linking up to your HUD, boss.
Those sonic turrets are tearing our troopers.
I wouldn't be surprised if my testosterone is kind of low from not sleeping.
Scorch, I need you to demo that bunker for me. Good. I'm dying to blow something up.
Point at the blue demolition.
Commence demolitions maneuver, Delta.
Heads up, squad. Morty is
Would
approaching
you like
your
a large
position.
or a small crater, sir? Just get us inside without killing the squad, okay, Scorch?
There's plenty of 40-year-olds that play games nowadays.
It's all yours, boss.
Oh shit.
Anytime, boss. Go ahead and punch it. Advisor, we've got some heavy artillery over here.
Gunship Harkin, en route.
I'm out. Reloading.
Press on, Commandos. I will continue to monitor your progress from the gunship and provide you with information.
By 35, you'll need Viagra? Who's to say I don't already?
Your ultimate objective is
Ooh, checkmate, libtard.
is to rendezvous with Delta 4-0.
Yeah, hopefully not, man. Hopefully my dick still work. That'd be pretty depressing if your dick's not working at 35. Like, shit. That'd be kind of sad.
Delta 4-0 is on the other side of this door. Place the
Like some
charge and
explosives
blow
here,
it.
Delta.
I'll warn him to step back.
Was red, red, green, or red, green, red? Abort demolition. Affirmative. Canceling demolition. Deltas, give me an explosive solution. I'm on it. The charge is set and ready to detonate. It's all yours, boss.
Uploading and linking with your visor, sir. Delta lead, advise you task 4-0 with slicing that security shield. He is supremely qualified. Your squad status and location is displayed here.
What's happening?
Let's crack that terminal, Delta.
On it, squad leader.
Okay, it's just glitching.
I don't see anything, sir.
Almost there.
Security shield disabled. We're in.
Like Halo? Yeah, it is pretty similar to Halo. I mean, it has almost an identical control scheme.
You're nearing a secure door leading to the hangar. Activity in the hangar suggests that they are unaware of your presence. I advise slicing the controls to this door and entering quietly via a door slice maneuver.
It's pretty crazy to think that, you know, Halo was what inspired Call of Duty, and now it's like Halo's MIA completely.
Advisor, we've located a pair of Geonosian fighters in the hangar.
We don't want them to be used against us. Destroy them. Target uploaded to your objective tracker. Reloading. Good work, Delta.
Look, sir! Drawings! Let's rearrange some architecture, Delta.
Can I have some cover here? I can't rush this, you know?
Take cover, Delta. It's getting a little dark here.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Switching to night vision. Enemy droid sighted. Nice shot for the point.
Yeah, the Star Wars music is just super iconic.
I've got a bad feeling about this. Switch off that visor, Delta. It's plenty bright in here. Aye, sir. Good. Now use the demo charge to clear the path. Need some cover, squad. I can't rush this, you know?
Yeah, it's pretty decent so far. I just got to get over the controller aim.
Back, Delta.
Delta lead, you need to keep your squad focused and under your direction. Use your squad commands to get
I remember I bought this a long time ago because I thought it looked cool and I had never played it back in the day. But yeah, I just never got around to it.
one level below your current position. The Geonosians are aware of your presence and are on high alert. Expect heavy resistance. Kill the droid.
Let's see. So Joseph Silver with the 5. I find the first 6 Star Wars movies comfort movies. Like, I can watch them for literally anything. I don't count the Disney Star Wars trilogy. Me neither, man. Yeah, I'm that way with the prequels in particular, but fuck. I just had a hiccup at the same time I was talking.
Let's get down to the lower level.
But yeah, the prequels for me are like that. Not as much as the original trilogy, just because I cannot stand A New Hope. I don't like that movie very much at all, but the other two I don't mind.
07 is now in your vicinity and remaining covert. Proceed.
07 locking into your HUD, sir.
Hayden Akers with the 2. What's your favorite Star Wars theme? I like that one song that plays
with the locals,
during Episode 3.
Where's Sunfac?
In the next room,
The March on the Jedi Temple song. I don't know what it's actually called. I just look it up that way.
Moving to cover.
That's probably my favorite. That or the Palpatine theme. I like that one a lot. And the music that plays when Darth Vader's helmet gets put on. I really like that one too. Oh, it's glass. Okay.
Sunfac is making a run for the door. Stop him.
He's made it through.
Delta lead, it is absolutely vital that Sunfac not escape. Go, go.
Yeah, we need to kill that warrior.
Super battle droids.
Concentrate your squad's fire on single targets to penetrate their armor.
Smear that queer.
Zip it up, 3-8. I'm reading a power transfer to Sunfax fighter. Separatist squashed. It's about to get rough, Commandos.
Eliminate target.
Reloading. Done.
These look even uglier when they're dead.
Wonder why I can't get more grenades.
Breach that door.
On our way.
Breach charge set. Clear!
Fire in the hole.
Well, this is an actual video game, unlike walk from fucking point A to point B simulator.
Outside the shield.
Delta Lead, assigned 07 to sniper position. We need a target on Sunfac. Sunfac is making a run for it.
Begin snipe maneuver, Delta.
Delta Lead, it is absolutely vital that Sunfac not escape. Sunfac's fighter is warming up. Delta, what are you doing?
Down.
The fuck?
He's taking off! Now you've lost!
Could I not use that? I don't know,
Woo! Yeah! I love that smell! All I smell is burnt Geonosian. 3-8, my scanners show an explosion.
That's affirmative. Subject terminated.
You see that? That craft didn't look Geonosian. Confirmed. It's unidentified. I'll check the intelligence database. Move on, Deltas. There's no time to celebrate, Deltas. As you already know, 3-6's squad has been incapacitated. Their mission was to disable the droid factory in this sector. Your squad has been retasked for this purpose. Proceed to the elevator. Heading for cover.
Yeah, Revenge of the Sith, they did a really good job with the lightsaber duels because, you know, the actors actually learned the choreography themselves, so it looks that much better.
That there are several factories buried deep underground, but they are impenetrable to our large assault forces. Heat signatures emanating from this spire tell us there is a factory below. Neutralizing one of these factories will tip the scales in our favor for the surface battle. Our scanners can
Does anyone in this chat feel so nasty when they eat something? Yeah, if you eat shit, you'll probably feel gross.
Jamming device. Once that is accomplished, I can guide you to your main target. I'll communicate.
Like if you eat some greasy ass food or something, yeah, you're gonna feel like shit.
You're on your own until that.
Say no loss, sir. Warriors.
Curry.
Excellent kill.
I love pigeon curry. What are you talking about? Yummy, yummy.
Hey, Sam. This one looks like your mother. Sniper mode. Very accurate. Very Delta, deep. Begin door breach.
Initiating breach maneuver.
Hell yeah,
Placing
dude.
breach charge. All clear. Good shot, sir. Let's go. That smell. They're harvesting fidna resin, highly explosive in its raw form.
Watch your flanks. Go, go. I hear machinery below. Looks like we're on the right track.
That means we get to kill some more bugs, right?
Will you look at this place? Multiple targets on the bridge.
Lead, looks like a good place for a little sniper action.
That doesn't sound good. Must be the battle upstairs.
My favorite Star Wars game?
This
Probably Force Unleashed, just the series. But if I had to pick, probably Force Unleashed 1. I just love lightsaber power fantasies. Like, it's such a fun weapon.
Can't get any more disgusting.
Look at that. Finally, good shot.
Enemy down.
Got a visual on some fronts. 6-2 powering up. There's the jamming device, but it's shielded. The controls to that shield must be nearby. The jamming device is interfering with my visuals. There's a computer console at the opposite end of this room. Must control the shield to the jamming device.
I see bugs.
Good one, sir. Get slicing on that terminal, Commando. Cancel slice, Delta. I'm out. Reloading.
There we go.
Shields down. Let's blow that jamming device. Yeah, we'll get right on that. Give us some sniping, Commando. Place a charge on the jamming device. Almost. Ready. Place a charge on the jamming device. Abort demolition. Get clear.
Nice work. Communications coming back online. Initial scans show a large complex one level below your current location. Make your way through the opening behind the jamming device.
Total bug death, that's right.
There is a ledge at the end of this shaft. You can rappel to the lower level from that ledge.
Let's get down to the lower level.
Let's see. EB7 with the 2.4 is good, but also overrated. Has nostalgia bias. Yeah, it's the first one, so everybody has the fondest memories for it that they saw back in the day.
Figures.
My readings are unable to find a way.
Arsenal of the 2, A New Hope, Perfect Adventure, Revenge of the Sith, Perfect Tragedy. I just don't like 4s. I don't know. It feels the most, I mean, I hate to use the term, but it feels the most Disney of the Star Wars series.
Hold it together,
But my favorite part about the original, you know, trilogy is definitely Darth Vader.
Assist your squad, Delta Lead.
How did they all go down?
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
I've taken fire. Nice clean hit, sir.
I need ammo.
Take cover. Sonic turret at the end of the bridge.
Oh shit.
They've set up a barricade on the bridge. Let's get a charge set on that crate.
Oh, come on, bro.
I'd like some explosives here, Deltas.
Setting down. Ready for duty. Just about there.
Eliminate target. Take cover, Delta. Keep moving, Delta. Commence demolition maneuver, Delta.
There we go. Genesect King Revive with the 2. One of my professors did environment art for this game. That's pretty cool. It's pretty neat. Scotty Man with the 5. About to play Shadow. Should I turn off the English voice acting? I heard it's bad. If you don't mind reading subtitles, then yeah, I probably would. It's really bad English voice acting. It sounds like almost text-to-speech at times, and they use English. Like, it sounds like a caricature of Asians.
No way across. Looks like we're gonna have to make our own bridge. Secure back. well-placed bomb at the bottom of the spire might create a breach.
How much health does that damn thing have? Jeez.
Take cover, Delta.
Alien down. That's a kill.
That'll do nicely.
Nice work, Deltas. The factory is directly across from your current position, Deltas.
Yeah, I imagine this is supposed to be played in co-op, which would make it probably a lot, you know, easier than dealing with the NPCs.
The factory is at the other end of this ventilation shaft. Hurry.
Raging Bull with the 2, one of the greatest original Star Wars soundtracks. Yeah, that's from episode 1, right?
Find a computer and upload the factory schematics. I will analyze them for a weakness.
Commence demolitions maneuver, Delta.
I'm on it. Can I have some cover here?
No.
Red, red, green, or red, green, red. He's supposed to be the demolition expert. It's hot, boss.
Get clear!
So much for stealth.
Yeah, I don't think Phantom Menace is that bad, personally. People really overhype how terrible it is. Like, yeah, the pod racing section's not that great, but the rest of the movie is perfectly fine. Like, people act like that one section just completely invalidates the entire fucking movie, which is really retarded.
Clear!
Phantom Menace feels the most like a classic Star Wars movie compared to the rest of the prequels.
Super battle droids. 07 reload.
We will beat them, Deltas.
Target eradicated.
Hold it together, Delta.
Dude, they fucking suck.
The first conduit is just outside the control room you were standing in. The second conduit is at the end of the assembly line on the production floor. You need to take them both out to cut the factory's power. Updating objective tracker now.
Heading for cover.
Ready to go, sir.
Much better.
Delta, begin door breach.
Initiating breach maneuver. Delta 4 on cover. Placing breach charge. All clear.
There's the first power conduit. Let's get down to the lower level. Take offensive formation.
Roger that. 6-2 powering up. Heads up, Deltas.
Episode 1 of the best lightsaber designs. What do you mean by designs?
Commando field. Back to offline.
There's the second power conduit.
Dead.
I'd like some explosives here, Deltas.
Setting charge. Cover me. Just about there. Charge ready when you are, sir.
Stand back, Deltas.
Damn, that thing fucking molests. Jeez.
Good kill.
I'm out. Reloading. Enemy destroyed.
ECDs will inspect their neural networks.
Powering up.
We'll beat them, Deltas.
017 cell. I'm on it.
Get slicing on that terminal, Commando. Initiate radical restructuring, Commando.
Hostile down.
Get clear.
I am reading a complete factory shutdown.
Move out, squad. Let's get out of here.
Sir, nice shot.
There we go. Anakin fulfilled his destiny by wiping out both the Jedi and Sith.
Advisor. We need to get out of here fast. What's your location?
That's right. Fuck the Jedi,
There's a
dude.
large anti-air turret up ahead. This is as close as I can get you to your target. Good luck.
Delta, a few clicks down this canyon is a disabled droid core ship. We need you to infiltrate the core ship and retrieve its launch codes, giving us the edge we need to halt the evacuation of the Separatist fleet. Advance via the canyon and effect entry any way you can.
Any intel on the enemy forces in this area?
The core ship is protected by a large anti-air turret, and initial scans reveal a substantial droid presence. Also, expect to encounter local resistance. There's a passage up ahead that should lead to the next canyon.
All right, let's get to it, squad.
Good luck, Delta, and don't come back without those launch codes.
Enemy down. Looks like we'll have to blow through that rock slide, sir.
We could use our hold here, Delta.
This place reeks of bugs.
The bug burgers.
And stay down.
Discontinue demo, Delta.
Understood, sir.
I completely agree with your perspective on social media, Griffin. I find mindlessly scrolling through TikTok or other short-form content dissatisfying. Yeah.
Take cover, Delta.
Well, it's not supposed to make you feel fulfilled or anything. It's just supposed to basically make you sad, so you buy shit in order to,
Hang tight, trooper.
feel
Squad on our way.
something. That's the strategy, at least.
They make use of that turret over there.
Talk about a bad landing.
That's a kill.
Incoming Geos. How many kills you got today, Psycho?
With a new wise guy.
Keep this comm clear, you two. Calm down, Fixer. Just having a little fun. These bugs just won't quit.
Good. More bugs. More kills. I'm tapped out. Go! Heads up. Fire.
Bug spotted.
Delta, form up. Eliminate target. Cancel that revival.
Reloading. Why won't these guys quit? Quit the chatter, Delta. Deflect the simulator.
Let's go.
Damn, I'm out of ammo.
This place is buggier than our last simulation download.
Let's use this clear line of fire.
Dude, how much fucking damage did these things take?
Hold it together, Deltas.
Back for more.
Taking cover.
Never say no to backup.
We could use our hold here, Delta.
Nothing like a little back
Yeah, this would be a lot easier on keyboard and mouse. I got the controller aim, so.
Explosives?
Cancel that, Commando.
Affirmative. Canceling demolition. Charge. It's hot, boss. Area secure.
Good shooting, Delta.
Get clear! Entering passage now. Ready harnesses, Deltas. Down we go.
Just point me at the enemy and stay out of my way.
Got the chatter, Seb.
Go.
Heads up. Enemy aircraft.
Don't worry. They're not looking for us.
Geo.
Set. Ready to fire.
I need ammo, man. Badly.
Need a reload here. Nice shot for the boy.
And he's already dead.
Don't be 6-2. I'm gonna feel that before you.
Powering up. 6-2's down. Someone assist him.
Stay on those bugs.
Moving them, Deltas.
Ready for action, boss. On your 6, 3-8.
Delta, you no shitting for combat. 07 reloading.
Heading for cover. Hostiles eliminated. Delta, nice one there. I'm good to go, Deltas. This one's down and out.
You could use some vector, Delta.
I'm out of ammo again.
I'm out. Reloading. Watch that droid! Deactivated. Busted another pass. There's the turret, squad leader.
Ain't called in the big guys. Begin snipe maneuver, Delta. We're at the turret now. It looks like there's an opening below it.
Understood. Updating mission parameters now. 3-8. Make your way inside and disable the turret.
All right, squad. Let's get in there and start breaking things. This looks like a good spot to set up a grenade position, Deltas.
Powering up.
Revive your squad mate, Delta.
Set for action. Target killed.
Down. Someone assist him.
Yeah, this shit's got to be significantly easier in co-op.
Set up a grenade position here, Delta.
Metroid down. They're just lining up to die.
You, back now.
Need a reload here. Droid, keep coming. Took some fire, squad. Need a reload here.
Initiate vector procedures, Delta.
Retrieving back, sir.
You, back now.
Yes, sir. 07, taking cover.
Alright, there we go.
Bunker penetrated.
Roger that, squad leader. Locate turret controls and commence disabling maneuvers. Disabling maneuvers?
Blowing things up.
Oh, shooting. I knew that. Eliminated.
These must be the droids we're looking for.
Oh, he's up there.
loading mechanism.
Affirmative, Delta. See if you can find a weak spot to plant some charges.
Boss, that looks like a good spot to plant a charge. Delta, give me an explosive solution. Another one for the scrap heap. Can I have some cover here? I can't rush this, you know? Get clear!
Nice shot.
Get slicing on that terminal, Commando.
These bugs just won't quit. Taking fire.
You love it, Delta.
Eliminated. Up. Down. Left. Weighted target.
Exterminated. Extreme prejudice. Stop limping around. Get some vector, soldier.
There we go.
Commit store breach. Aye, sir. Placing detonator. Clear!
Grenade thrown.
Go! Eliminate hostiles! What the? Poor sod. Ignore slicing order. Looks like we've got to shut these windows too. Let's hit it, Deltas. You, Vector, now.
Commando wheel.
It's still kicking. I think we need to hit this thing again.
There's the spot. Let's set our charges and do some damage. Droids deactivated. Kill.
Can I have some cover here? Priming? Explosives? Charges on, sir. Super battle droid! Fire in the hole. So much for stealth.
Battle droids are trying to let in more Geonosians.
That's done the trick. Turret disabled.
Good job, 3-8. Now find an exit and make your way to the core ship.
Eliminate target.
Fresh ammo.
Eliminate target. We'll beat them, Delta Squad. Start program. You know the drill, Deltas. Let's shut them out. Commence slicing protocols, Delta. Cancel slice, Delta.
Oh shit. You got one, Commando. Nice and simple. Dead.
There we go.
Finally, some peace and quiet. Hey, Sam, this one looks like your mother. Could use some Vector, Delta.
Retrieving Vector.
Unlock that door, Delta.
Need some cover here. Nothing like a little Vector.
Hey, I thought you were invincible.
Roll 39. Never say no to Vector. Green beam. Go! Code 7 reloaded. Going down.
Dude, I need ammo. Jesus.
Reloading.
Eliminate target.
Reloading. Good hit.
There we go.
Going to cover.
3-8. Now that you've disabled the anti-air turret, we're making a supply drop near your current position. Keep an eye out for it. Payload includes a special anti-armor attachment for your DC-17. You're going to need it.
Yes! More explosives! You just made my day, advisor.
Got Geo's, Delta.
Bug swatted.
Enemy down.
6-2 powering up.
Oh, hold on one second. What does this fucker want? Okay. Let's see. No worries. Thanks. Alrighty. Dude, I'm getting tired.
That guy.
Whoever left his back to dispensary here should get a medal.
Booster, here comes the supply drop now. Droids encountered. Need a reload here.
The size of that thing.
Here's the core ship, sir.
Are you sure, 40? Maybe there's another one around the corner.
Take up snipe position, Commando.
One down. No needs to go. Reloading.
Sir, this gunship turret is still functional. We could use it against those droids. Delta, droid ready. Killed an alien.
Now we've even bad. Good.
Another one
goes, Delta.
Out of ammo. Let's see, was there some, yeah.
We need that turret, Commander.
Look, there's the anti-armor supplies, sir.
Disengage turret, Commander.
Powering up.
Does that just not do anything?
Target down.
That does fuck all for damage.
Someone take care of him.
Fed bots.
You could use some Vector, Delta. Cancel that Vector, Delta.
Your behavior frightens and confuses me, sir.
Scratch one bad guy.
Got your back.
6-2, combat ready.
Go!
4-0, on the turret. Affirmative. Moving on. This door is shielded, sir. Looks like we have to go around.
Damn droids. Let us through.
D-pad to the left.
An anti-armor attachment. This should come in handy against all these droids.
Anti-armor. Oh, this is nice, boss. Very nice piece of ordnance here. Debris blocking our path here, boss. We need to detonate the rocks to get through.
I'd like some explosives
I'm not
here,
just saying
Deltas.
that because I love to blow stuff up.
Yes, you are.
Charge almost ready, sir.
Yeah, it's similar to Halo. I mean, it's obviously a lot more like team-based than Halo.
Stand back, Deltas.
It has similarities to the combat.
Destroyed. Nice hit, Delta 3-8.
Powering up.
Eliminate target.
Subject determined.
Oh. Spider
What's that? It's a spider droid. Look out.
Deltas, pay attention. You may only have one shot at this. You're looking at a dwarf spider droid, one of the Commerce Guild's nastiest anti-infantry units. Its durasteel plating is rated for starship hulls and is nearly invulnerable to small arms fire. Only its optical cluster, the red orb on its abdomen, is unshielded and vulnerable.
In other words, spot.
Focus on that optical cluster, Delta. We need to set up an anti-armor position now.
Right dead.
That looks like a good spot.
Powering up.
Back
There
to the
we go.
scrap heap, Clanker.
I sure hope we don't encounter many more of those. We've reached the entrance to the core ship, but it appears to be shielded.
Affirmative, Delta. Hold position. We're bringing in some air support now.
Delta Squad, this is Gunship Wing Delta 4-2. We're closing in on your position now. Stand back from the entryway.
You're late to the party, pilot.
You should be happy I got here at all. It's a nightmare out there. We've got a visual on the target area. Initiating firing run now. You boys are gonna want to stand back. Take cover!
Shield destroyed. Thanks for the assist, 4-2.
Glad to be of service, Delta.
Now get into that core ship and secure those launch codes.
So much for boarding this thing undetected. I thought this was a covert op.
Dude, these super battle droids are annoying as fuck to deal with. They're way too spongy.
Let's do this quietly, Delta.
Need some cover here. Almost done here. North light is clear for entry, sir.
Delta Squad, let's take it down from here.
I'm tapped out. Ready as wearing, sir. Book it up, old style.
I don't think I've gotten EMP grenades.
Reloading.
Oh, RB swaps.
Book it up, old style.
Uh-oh. What the fuck happened there?
Good job, Delta Squad. Now that you've reached the core ship, it's time for you to split up. Each of you is tasked with disabling a different critical system within the ship. Taking out these critical systems will weaken the ship defense components and make achieving your ultimate objective easier. Remember, it is imperative that you retrieve those launch codes. Good luck, Deltas.
All right, sir, in you go. Happy hunting.
Delta 38. Amen.
Now that you're on board the call ship, your mission is twofold. Your primary objective is to download the launch codes from the ship's bridge. With the codes, we can halt the evacuation of the droid army. Your secondary objective is to permanently disable this core ship. En route to the bridge, each member of Delta Squad will sabotage critical systems throughout the ship. This elevator should take you to the Super Battle Droid storage racks. Navigate through the racks to the control room and disable its systems. Once you've disabled the droid loader, rendezvous with your squad and make your way to the bridge. We're counting on you, 3-8. Good luck. Advisor out.
Alone against all these droids? They don't stand a chance. These droids must be on standby. I'd better be careful not to wake them up.
Let me guess, they wake up anyway.
07 checking in. I've just about reached my target. No droids so far.
Reporting. Running into a little droid trouble.
Here. I've infiltrated the repulsor lift control room. Slicing the system now. That shook him up.
Alright.
4-0, resuming course towards primary power conduit.
Squad, our presence is no longer a secret.
I think I've reached your coolant intake valve. No, wait. It's an exhaust port.
6-2, could you can the chatter until you've got something useful to say? 4-0, slicing primary power conduit now.
6-2 reporting. I finally located the coolant intake valve. Planting charges now.
There we go. Oh, yeah.
This is quite an operation they've got. I'm in the loading block control.
Roger 3-8. I'm uploading using an anti-protocol worm that will completely disable their loading operations. Find a terminal and slice it in.
Affirmative. Alright, squad. Secondary objectives complete. Rendezvous on sub-level 1157.
You got it, boss.
Yes, sir.
Affirmative.
We really did a number on this ship.
Running into a bit of trouble here.
We're under attack, sir.
We've got a droid situation, boss.
Die, you metalhead piece of trash.
I don't think Trade-Fed Security appreciates our work here.
Heads up, Deltas. We've put quite a dent in the ship and they don't like it.
The way these droids are swarming, one might think we weren't welcome.
Just keep them at bay for now. No heroics. Once we're all back together, we'll get ourselves to the bridge and then rock this beast for good.
Affirmative.
You got it, boss.
Copy that.
There we go. Guessing it's this way, yeah.
Nothing on scanner tracking to log in. Their targeted unit located.
Triticus, let me handle this, sir.
Nice work, 07.
Take cover. They're coming back. That's it. Bed loss. Bring our bolts down. Monster in 6-2 down there.
Another one down.
Go.
Six-two powering up.
Good to see you, sir.
We missed your puckish charm.
Thanks for the assist, boss.
Secondary objectives complete. Ready for order.
Well done, 3-8. There's a loading substation somewhere on this level with an elevator that will take you directly to the bridge.
Affirmative. Let's get to it, Deltas.
There we go.
Moving to cover. Enemy droids. 1-7 What's that?
It's a droid dispenser 07. Next time, read the briefing.
Boss, a demo charge should shut it down for good.
Initiate radical restructuring, Commander.
Almost. Ready. It's hot, boss.
Fire in the hole.
Do you think we used enough?
Good work, squad. I hope we don't run across more of those anytime soon. Let's do this quietly, Delta.
Moving to position.
Do I listen to any pod? No, I don't.
Almost done here.
I don't do podcasts.
Egress unlocked, sir.
Deploying drill access. Audio tracing.
A Star Wars Halo game, pretty much, yeah.
We've got box deltas.
Oh, great. These
You've got one grenade. I'm tapped out. Shot.
Looks like we'll have to get through this door. There's got to be a control console around here somewhere. Let's get to it, Deltas.
Moving to position.
Commando healed.
Anti-armor, mark that position. Go!
Expecting company.
Incoming pod.
Powering up. Ugly Geonosian bugs!
One down.
Hang on, Fixer.
You, Vector, now.
Yes, sir.
Good to go.
Oh, shit.
Another spider droid, get ahead.
I'm starting to hate these guys. Powering up. simulations.
Covering vector.
Hold up on that vector, Commander.
Aye, all right, sir. Yes, sir. On my way.
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Alright, let me grab some more shit.
Slice that door, Delta.
Need some cover here.
Should be getting close to the end of this mission, right? Like shit. That's taking a while.
Need some cover here. That's a clean slice. Delta bridge. Audio trace detected. Squad leader, solid shot. Reloading.
Yeah, I was just gonna play like a few missions or something, but this fucking one mission has been going on forever.
This should be the elevator. That'll take us to the bridge.
All aboard!
Yeah, I think I've been playing for an hour at least. I don't know.
Alert. All breach imminent. Critical systems failure in 5 minutes. Evacuate immediately.
Delta Squad, on sub-level 0001.
Good job, 3-8. Now find the bridge and get those codes.
Affirmative. Move it, Deltas. This ship has just about had it.
Powering up. All integrity compromised. Evacuate immediately.
Initiate vector procedures, Delta.
Getting vector.
Critical systems failure in 4 minutes.
Remind me to leave the ship before we destroy it next time.
Initiate slicing protocols, Delta.
Almost done here. Door slice and clear for
System failure imminent.
All right.
Eliminate target.
Critical systems failure in 3 minutes.
Hold tight, Deltas. We're almost there.
Are
The
we
bridge
though?
should be just through this door.
It should be, but is it?
Moro covering vector.
This is a long ass mission, bro.
Slice that door, Delta.
Keep me covered, Delta. I need some cover here.
All right, doors open. Move, move, move. Better hurry. Come on, Delta. Let's get those codes and get out of here.
Protect that console. It's our only ticket out of here.
Critical systems failure in 2 minutes.
Not much time left, sir.
Hurry up. This is taking longer than I'd like.
On your 6, boss. Terminal sliced.
We've got the codes.
Well done, Delta. Now get yourselves out of there.
Delta Squad, we're approaching the core ship now. Advance to the aft docking ring. Be advised we're going to blast it open.
Critical systems failure in 1 minute.
Good to go, sir.
Good to go.
Uh-oh.
Critical systems failure in 30 seconds.
Oh, shit.
Critical systems failure in 20 seconds.
I'm not gonna make it, am I?
Stand back!
It's good to see you.
There we go.
Failure
All
in
aboard! It'll be good to get back home to the prosecutor.
10, 8, 7.
Alright, I guess we did it.
You may recognize your next objective, the Prosecutor, an Acclimator-class Republic assault ship under the command of Captain Martz.
The Prosecutor was our first home. We were stationed there for a long
Your
time.
last patrol was the Corellia sector, defending Republic trade routes against separatist activity. But we lost contact with her over 2 weeks ago.
This is nowhere near Corellia. Have they gone rogue?
Not likely. Respectfully, sir, it could be a trap. Indeed it could, Delta 4-0, which is why we're sending our most qualified squad to investigate. Someone important noted your excellence on Geonosis.
You hear that, Sev? Someone thinks I'm excellent.
Well, at least that makes 2 of you.
Delta Squad, prepare for low-gravity infiltration. Seal your suits. Good luck. Each member of Delta Squad has been sent to one of the 4 data cores.
Alright, I think that's probably good. Those missions are long as fuck, bro. Jeez. I thought it was going to be like, you know, kind of like a COD campaign type thing where you have like, you know, 10, 15, maybe 20-minute missions. But that shit was like, let's see, an hour and 45 minutes, pretty much. Damn. Yeah, that was one mission, man. Yeah, I mean, if it's only, what, 1, 2, 3 missions up top, I'm guessing, is the map. Here, let's see. Yeah, so if it's only 3 missions, then that makes sense. But I guess these are technically missions, but they're more checkpoints. Alright. Well, I'll probably hop off for tonight, guys. It's 4 o'clock, so I gotta get up at like 8. Or actually, no, I have to be at work at 8. So, yeah, I'll get like a few hours of sleep. And then I guess I will see everybody later tonight. Big ups to everybody. Appreciate y'all coming out. I'm live for, what, 7.5 hours, so that's pretty good. So, have a good one, guys. Have a great Monday, and I'll talk to everyone later. Peace out.
Jesus of Nazareth!
I am who you seek.
How long do you keep us in doubt? If you are the Christ, tell us plainly.
I told you, and you do not believe. The works that I do in my Father's name, they bear witness of me. But you do not believe because you are not of my sheep. As I told you, my sheep hear my voice, and I know them, and they follow me, and I give them eternal life, and they shall never perish. Neither shall anyone snatch them out of my hand. My Father, who has given them to me, is greater than all, and no one is able to snatch them out of my Father's hand. I and my Father are one.
He is calling himself God!